I was my parents' only child, and upon their deaths, I had so much money it was difficult for me to even comprehend it. And the lawyer had told me that I should never volunteer who I was, never say I was Margaret Chamberlain Holland of Boston. What he meant, too, of course, was that I should never volunteer what I was worth. Uncle Ralph and Aunt Josie had even introduced me using their name, Pennington, not Holland. I guess they were concerned because I was so young. I didn't tell anyone the truth, not even Dominick. I wonder if that would have made a difference. I doubt it. Dominick was many things, but a fortune hunter he wasn't. And at the close of that magic summer, I was pregnant with you, Rafaella. I was terrified, but Dominick seemed pleased about it. Then he dropped the bomb. He was married and couldn't marry me just yet. It turned out that he and his wife had been separated for years and years. And I told him that he didn't have years and years, and he laughed and told me how wonderful I was and how understanding and how I was so different from his wife. He left to attend to business, he said, to get the divorce proceedings in motion, he said. He left me in New Milford to face my aunt and uncle and the music. But he came back every couple of weeks to see me. He never came to the house. I always met him at a different hotel or motel in and around New Milford. And every time, he'd bring me to an orgasm, and I'd forget my worry, my anxiety, until after he'd gone. All of this sounds so stupid, so boringly stupid and trite, but that's how it happened. And then you were born, and he returned again and visited me in the hospital in Hartford. He stood beside my bed and smiled down at me. And I'll never forget his words for as long as I live. But I still want to write them down, just in case, one day in the distant future, I'm tempted to look back at this and romanticize it. "You're looking well, Margaret," he said, and took my hand, kissing my fingers. I swelled with relief, even though he'd said nothing important. "We have a daughter, Dominick." "Yes, so I was told." "You haven't seen her?" "No, there's no need. Perhaps not at this moment. Are you free now? Can we get married? I want my daughter to know her wonderful father." "That's not possible, Margaret." He released my hand and took 2 steps away from the bed. "You're not divorced yet?" Odd how I knew what was coming, despite my ignorance. Oh yes, I knew. Perhaps motherhood brings a little insight, a little wisdom with it. He shook his head, and he was still smiling down at me. "No," he said, "I'm not divorced, and I don't intend to divorce my wife, even though she bores me and tries to spend more money than even I make. You're very young, Margaret. I've enjoyed you. Perhaps I would have married you if you'd birthed a boy, but you didn't. My wife is pregnant now. Isn't that strange timing? Perhaps she'll give me a boy. I hope so." "She's your daughter." He shrugged. He did nothing more, just shrugged. And then he said, that smile still on his mouth, "Daughters aren't good for much, Margaret. You need boys to build dynasties, and that's what I've always wanted. A girl is good for cementing certain deals and for leverage, but things have changed, and you can't be certain that you can control your daughters, make them do what you want them to. Who knows, 20 years from now, daughters might go against everything their fathers tell them. No, Margaret, a girl is worth less than nothing to me." I just stared at him, frozen. "Who are you? What kind of man are you?" "A very smart man." And he tossed a check for $5,000 on the bed. I watched it float down until it touched the stiff hospital sheet. "Goodbye, Margaret." And he was gone. I didn't cry, not then. I remember so clearly picking up that check and looking at it, and then very slowly tearing it into tiny, tiny pieces. I was so happy that I hadn't told him about my inheritance, so relieved I hadn't told him who I really was. Perhaps I'd known all along what he would do. Perhaps I'd instinctively kept back my only valuable secret. Perhaps. 1. Boston, Massachusetts, Boston Tribune Newsroom, February 2001. Look, he told the police he did it because they treated him like, what did he keep saying? They treated him like dirt. Yeah, dirt. Well, he's also crazy dirt. Come on, Al, let it go. No way, Rafe. There's more to it than that. I can smell it. Al tapped the side of his nose. I want you to go to the lockup and talk to the guy. You got the talent for it, kiddo. I can trust you to find out what's going on. You're the big talent here, aren't you? Our 25-year-old investigative reporter from Wallingford, Delaware? On the big city paper for only 2 years, and you've already got star fever? Runaway arrogance? Rafaella ignored that gambit. The TV people have gone into it more ways than Sunday. It stinks. It's just exploitation and sensationalism now. Actually, the TV folk have screamed psychopath and dredged up cases from all over the country for a 50-year period. Longer. They also dredged up Lizzie Borden. Al, listen, it's a crummy story. This guy isn't bright. I've seen him on TV, and I've read what he said. It's pathetic, but that's all there is. It's been overdone, and I don't want anything to do with any of it. Hands over breasts, legs slightly spread, chin up. The art of intimidation, quite good, actually. But Al wasn't moved. He'd taught Rafe some of his best tricks in the 2 years she'd been in his kingdom. You ain't got a choice, Rafe, so shut your chops and get with it. The man's in jail. He's harmless now. Talk to him. Talk to his lawyer, a young squirt who looks like he just lost his pimples. And get the facts on this thing. I'm positive there's something everyone's missed. Come on, Al. He murdered, axed 3 people, his father, mother, and uncle, but not his 11-year-old half-brother. Don't you find that just a bit intriguing, puzzling? So the kid was lucky and wasn't home. The kid's still missing, right? We've already treated the story responsibly. Now you want sensationalism, and I don't want any part of it. Call that goon over at the Herald, Maury Bates, if you want more gore. No, Maury'd scare the guy's socks off. Rafaella played her ace. There's no way the police would let me in to see Freddie Pitho. No way his attorney would let me in to see him. No way the DA would let me in to see him. You know how touchy everyone is on a case like this, how scared they all are about anything prejudicial happening. Let a member of the press in to see the crazy guy charged? No way at all, Al. And you know the way I work. I'd be knocking on their door, bugging everybody so I could see him maybe a half dozen times. Well, maybe, if I had to. Twice. Yes, twice would be enough. He had her. She'd talked herself into it. But he decided to reel her in slowly. It was more fun that way. No problem, if it were kept real quiet. Benny Masterson owes me, Rafe. I've already talked to him. You keep it low-key, real low-key, and he'll look the other way. He's cleared you. Lieutenant Masterson must owe you his life to allow a reporter in to see Freddie Pitho. He could lose his pension, he could get his tail chewed from here to Florida. He'd be taking a huge risk. Lord, everyone, including Freddie, would have to be sworn to silence. Al Holbane, managing editor of the Boston Tribune, was more stubborn than Rafaella, and she knew it. Plus, he had 25 more years of practice. He waved his cigar toward the Tribune's Metro editor, Clive Oliver, seated in a sea of assistants and reporters in the middle of the huge, noisy newsroom. There was a near fistfight at one end, between 2 sports reporters, and a can of Coke was flying through the air from a police reporter to the cooking editor. I've talked to Clive. He bitched, but I told him I didn't want him to dump any assignments on you until I told him it was okay. Al reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a folded slip of paper. Here's your new personal password. Only you and I will be able to access anything you write on this story. Don't show it to a soul. Come on, Al. You know I don't. Yeah, well, don't this time either. I want this thing kept under wraps, as far under wraps as possible. The only thing that will be under wraps is what I write. This assignment is probably all over the newsroom by now, probably even down in classified. She opened the paper and stared, then laughed. Ruffle? That's my password? Where'd you get that one? Al gave her that smile that had seduced Millie Archer, a TV reporter, just 6 months before. It's my favorite potato chip. Now look, Rafe, just maybe there's another Pulitzer in it for you. Who knows? That made her laugh. When was the last time a reporter on a big newspaper won a Pulitzer? No, don't tell me. You've got examples all lined up, don't you? Sure thing. Remember the reporters in Chicago who ran that sting operation with a bar they opened themselves without telling the cops? That was a real beauty. And he paused, a light of wistfulness in his eyes. In any case, just maybe you'll find something. Think about how good it'll make you feel. Remember how you felt when you cracked that group of neo-Nazis for the Wallingford Daily News? It had felt good, no doubt about that. Yeah, I was pleased that I was still alive and the jerks hadn't shoved their swastika armbands down my throat. Then, all right, Al, you win. I'll go see the guy and talk to him. I'll try to make him promise he won't tell anyone, including his lawyer, about me. Maybe no one will know. I'll even try to keep it from being public knowledge down and classified. Does your infamous nose have any concrete information for me to go on? Al always lied cleanly, to his mother, to his women, and to his reporters, so he shook his head promptly, his expression guileless. 5 minutes later, still grumbling, Rafaella Holland stuffed her oversized canvas bag with notebook, sharpened pencils, and umbrella, waved goodbye to Buzz Adams, the Tribune's other investigative reporter, and left for the lockup to interview a 23-year-old man named Freddie Pitho, who, in a fit of rage, cause unknown, had wiped out nearly his entire family. His very inexperienced lawyer was going to plead temporary insanity, not very bright. Even Rafaella knew that old Freddie had purchased that axe 2 days before he did his family in. Premeditation all the way. He wasn't crazy, at least in the sense his lawyer was claiming. Freddie Pitho was just waiting to get them all together, tell them what he thought of them, and axe them. That's what the cops said, what the DA said, what the news media said. It was certainly the take on it that Logan Mansfield, bright and upcoming assistant DA, shared. He'd made that perfectly clear at great length during a spate of foreplay that had left Rafaella, but not with sexual yearnings. Al watched Rafaella wind her way through the desks and reporters and assistants to the wide glass doors of the tribe's newsroom. She was nearly stomping, her London fog raincoat flapping. He pushed himself back in his swivel chair, leaned his head against the ratty brown leather cushion that he'd refused to let Mr. Danforth, owner of the Boston Tribune, replace for 5 years now, and closed his eyes. He knew that if the anonymous tip he'd gotten from that old woman, she'd refused to identify herself, had any merit, Rafaella would discover it. He joked about her Pulitzer, but the job she'd done in ferreting out that den of neo-Nazis had been damned impressive, and Mr. Danforth had called Al immediately after her Pulitzer had been announced. She'd taken a job with the Trib a month later. Imagine that vicious bunch using a candy store in a shopping mall in Delaware as a front. Hail, Mr. Lazarus Smith. God, what a story that had made, for months. Rafe didn't even have a sweet tooth for all he knew. Oh yes, if there was anything to this thing, she'd find out what it was. She was tenacious and, more important, had the talent to adapt her style, her approach, even her look, to each situation, to each person, no matter how disparate, no matter how weird. She'd find out why Freddie had almost decapitated his old man, struck his mother a good 3 blows in the chest, and very nearly hacked the uncles off. Al just had to wait until Rafe made the decision that she wanted to know. He'd really gotten her goat, and she'd have to work that through for a couple of hours, most of those hours wanting to punch him out. Then, he guessed, she'd be down at the jail by 11 this morning. She was good, and under his tutelage, she'd get better. And she'd keep everything under wraps. No one would get in trouble over a reporter visiting a prisoner. Not this time. Al sniffed things out. She felt things in her gut. This time, his nose had had a bit of help from an anonymous tip. If Rafe came up dry, then he'd give her the lead, for what it was worth, but not before. He guessed his caller was a neighbor. Rafe would find the neighbor. He didn't have to worry. Al lit a cigar and looked down at the story Jean Mallory, the paper's youngest political analyst, had written on the budget crisis. Boring, but top-notch. Attached to the article was a hand-printed note with the names of his sources. Careful, careful, Jean. A clean-cut preppy. Al couldn't imagine what Rafe saw in him. Jean was a plotter. She was spontaneous combustion. Al couldn't imagine the two of them ever sleeping together. Rafe would probably fall asleep while Jean went through his checklist of foreplay tactics. Al had heard something about a guy in the DA's office. Maybe he was more promising. Bramerton, Massachusetts. That evening. Another glass of wine, Jean? Jean Mallory shook his head, smiling slightly. No, I've had enough. Tomorrow's an early day for both of us, Rafaella. He fiddled with the half of his Italian breadstick, then said, I heard about your assignment to the Pitho story. All the guys were talking about how you and Mr. Holbein were going at each other. No, don't get upset, Rafaella. No one but me knows what you were yelling about. I just happened to overhear Mr. Holbein say the guy's name and warn you about secrecy. I won't say a single word, I promise. I'm just surprised Mr. Holbein decided to make you do it and not Buzz Adams. It's a dirty mess. Everyone knows the guy's as guilty as heck, and I'm what, Jean? Well, you weren't raised to mix yourself up with that sort of garbage. After all, Rafaella, your stepfather is Charles Winston Rutledge III. Rafaella slugged down the rest of her wine to keep her mouth shut. She felt tight all over, and the bolus of wine didn't help. And you were, she asked mildly, raised for garbage? Of course not, but it's more a man's story, going to the grungy jail, speaking with all those guards, and finally to that maniac. It wasn't part of Mr. Holbein's budget. He didn't even mention the story in the news meeting. His name is Al. I've heard him tell you to call him Al. He didn't make the story part of his budget because he wants to keep it under wraps, which is very important, critical, as you very well know. However, Sally, the cleaning woman, knows about it. How? I haven't the faintest idea. She left a note on my desk. He's got a weak chin. Guilty, I know it. Mr. Holbein still should have brought the story up in the news meeting, and he shouldn't have assigned it to you. Rafaella forced herself not to get mad and tear into Jean. She didn't know what his problem was, but he was showing himself to be a royal pain in the butt this evening. She hadn't noticed it so much before. He'd interested her simply because he was so straight, and he was good-looking in a very fair wasp way, and had a body that was worked to its limit every day. He'd been on the Trib staff for only 2.5 months now. She chose her words carefully. I can handle any story that Al dishes out. My sex has nothing to do with anything, or my background. Do you think you can interview men better than you can women? No, of course not, but I'm not certain about a woman psychopath. He had a point there. I'm not so sure about a male psychopath either. But I did it with Herr Lazarus Smith, if you'll recall. Fascinating stuff, Jean. Freddie Pitho, not old Lazarus. Rafaella forgot her irritation and propped her chin on her folded hands. Al was right. He got me so mad I was ready to kill him. Instead, I boned up on Freddie, read everything we had in the library, then went to see Mr. Pitho. He didn't want to talk at first. Sullen and blank-faced, it took me 10 minutes just to get 5 words out of him. Tomorrow, I'll try my little sister approach. That might make him respond better. I sure hope so. I can't count on more than 2 visits to him. I still don't like you dealing with the dregs of humanity. She poured herself some coffee. It brought patience. We're both reporters. We deal with all kinds of dregs, including the newsroom coffee. You deal with politicians. Can you get more dicey than that? At least they can all read and write, which makes them all the more dangerous. What did the man say? Aha! He wanted all the dirt, the hypocrite. I'm keeping it under wraps right now. I have to, even with you. It's the way Al wants it. Rafaella could tell that Jean was put off by her tonight. She wanted to laugh. He'd winced when she said damn earlier. She also realized at that moment that she usually tended to censor herself when she was with him. She looked at him now, saw the expression of dissatisfaction that marred his mouth. She was beginning to think she'd been wrong about him. He wasn't an intellectual, just a bore and a chauvinist. Thank goodness she hadn't gone to bed with him. He probably would have been mortified in the morning and accused her of having compromised him. That made her smile, and she thought of the message taped on the wall in the Trib's women's room. Be the virgin of the month. Stay healthy. She was still smiling as she said, You're right, Jean. Tomorrow's an early day. She rose and walked to the front closet, hoping he'd follow. He did. She helped him on with his fur-lined Burberry and stepped back. He looked at her for a moment, then said good night and left. No good night kiss for her. This was probably the end of the line with Jean Mallory. No big loss when you got right down to it, for either of them. Rafaella methodically locked the door, slid home the deadbolt, and fastened the 2 chain locks. It was very likely unnecessary, having all this paraphernalia in Bremerton, Massachusetts, but she was a single woman living alone. She walked into her living room, furnished with an eclectic collection of nouveau goodwill, as her mother fondly referred to her trappings, and went to the large bay window. It was quiet outside. Snow covered the street and glistened under the street lamps. It was always quiet here in Bremerton. A small town some 20 miles southeast of Boston, near Braintree, Bremerton used to be wildly blue-collar. Now it was next to nothing, the paper mill having closed its doors in the late 80s and moved elsewhere. There weren't even companionable drunks out singing at the tops of their lungs on Saturday nights. It wasn't a bit like Boston. There wasn't a single university within Bremerton city limits, nor had there ever been one. It was a town filling up with retired people and Social Security checks. Rafaella shut off all the lights and went to bed. It was her favorite thinking time, those 15 or so minutes before falling asleep. If she had a problem, she'd set it up before she went to sleep, fully expecting a solution to appear the following morning. Solutions frequently did appear. She didn't spare any more time for Jean Mallory. All her thoughts focused on Freddie and what he hadn't said to her that morning. It could be that Al's nose was right again, because now her gut was twisting in that weird way when things weren't actually as they were thought to be. She'd carefully read the police report and the 3 shrinks reports. She'd also forced herself to go through the coroner's report and the crime lab pictures taken of the 3 dead family members. She thought of those now, of the information in them, and, more important, of the information not in them. And again, she found herself coming back to one thing. Why had Freddie axed his family? Rage? Come on, everybody got enraged once in a while. Just working with Al Holbane got her enraged, but it had never occurred to her to take an axe to him. There had to be a reason. Another thing, where was Joey Pitho, Freddie's little brother? There had been speculation that the boy had seen the carnage and fled for his life. He would turn up, the police thought, soon enough. Poor kid. What chance would he have? They were trying to find the boy, but they weren't really trying all that hard. They had their psychopathic killer. Who cared about a kid? Rafaella did, because there was more to it than just Freddie buying that axe and doing in his family. Why such mutilation on the mother and the uncle? Sure enough, the near decapitation of the father was gruesome, but it was only one blow, not multiple cuts like the other 2. Rafaella fell asleep at last. Her dreams were quite pleasant, but there was a recurrent theme of a boy, lost and frightened, and something else, something vague, something churning in her gut. Rafaella was at the jail the following morning. Sergeant Haggerty, a hard-nosed old cop who'd been on the force for nearly 30 years, just gave her a bored smile and said she could spend the rest of her life talking to the crazy scum. He didn't care. But yeah, he wouldn't say a word to nobody. She knew he did care, but Lieutenant Masterson had been good to his word. But for just this visit, and that would be it. Rafaella was sitting in the interview room on the other side of the wire cooping. It was not a dirty room, just depressing, with the peeling light green paint and the institutional chairs. There wasn't a phone system here, just the wire screen separating prisoners from their visitors. Freddie Pitho was gently shoved into the room by a blank-faced young guard who'd already seen too much and wanted to protect himself from seeing any more. She studied Freddie as she had before. He was the most pathetic young man she'd ever seen in her life. He wasn't scum. He was frightened and nearly over the edge with what was happening to him. And in 10 minutes, she got him to talk, at least a bit. He'd bought the axe at his father's request, he told her. This was familiar ground to him. But, Mr. Pitho, didn't you tell the police that? She asked, trying to keep her voice calm and pitched low, her eyes never wavering from his face. Yes, ma'am, but they said I was a fucking liar and crazy. I told him again and again, but it didn't matter. They said I was a crazy fucking liar. Did your father tell you why he wanted you to buy the axe? Freddie just looked at her, his brow puckering, nearly drawing his thick, dark eyebrows together over the bridge of his nose. I don't know, ma'am. He just told me to buy it. That's all, I swear. Then Freddie Pitho said something Rafaella had not expected in a million years. He said, he'd beat my fucking head in if I didn't buy the axe. Rafaella felt a tingling along her backbone, and her gut was playing the marimba. She had to tread carefully now. You know, Mr. Pitho, do you mind if I call you Freddie? You can call me Rafaella. You need to see a doctor. Your left eye is red and kind of wee-wee. Did he ever actually beat you? Who? Easy now, Rafe, easy. Your father. Did he beat you? Freddie nodded, his expression stolid. Since I was a little kid. It weren't just me, though. It was Mama and my little brother. Pa called Joey a bastard and said he was going to beat the shit out of him. He did, all the time. You should have told this to the police. Freddie gave her a puzzled look. Why would they want to know about that? Everybody beats everybody. They wouldn't care. What about your lawyer, Mr. Dexter? Mr. Dexter just said I was to keep my mouth shut and don't worry because I was crazy. For about 10 minutes I was crazy. He said something like that. Freddie Pitho, 23 years old, didn't look particularly intelligent with his small dark eyes and the coarse dark hair. Nor did he look particularly crazy. His complexion was unnaturally pale, his shoulders slumped, making him appear much shorter than his 6 feet. He'd tried to grow a beard to cover his receding chin. It just made it look worse because it was so splotchy. He was a mess, no doubt about that, an abused mess. And he was telling her the truth. He did need to see a doctor about that eye. Did you ever go to a doctor, Mr. Pitho? You can call me Freddie. Thank you. Did you ever see a doctor after your father beat you? Oh, no, ma'am. He said I weren't worth it. Once, when Uncle Kipper let me have it, he broke my arm, but Pa just bound it up and told me to shut up. It was just Mama who had to go and... Do you remember which hospital, Freddie? How long ago was it? Yes, ma'am. It were that general place, the emergency room. Mass General. Excellent. Why had none of this come out before? Because everyone thinks he's a fucking liar, that's why. Didn't the psychologists ask you about this, Freddie? Yes, ma'am, but I didn't tell 'em that Pa beat any of us. But why not? It was just one of their questions on this long sheet of paper. They wanted to know what it really felt like to sink that axe in my pa's neck, and if my mom pleaded with me not to kill her. Rafaella gagged. I didn't like any of 'em. One reminded me of Uncle Kipper. Rafaella had the vagrant thought that if she vomited in this holding room, no one could tell. It would all blend in. She looked closely at Freddie. Such a mess. When did your ma go to the hospital, Freddie? He looked blank for about a minute, then said very carefully, 14 months ago, ma'am. She was hurting real bad. Pa told him her name was Millie Muth. He thought that was real funny. Did you axe your father to death? Yeah, sure I did. And the others, too. Rafaella leaned close to him. I think you're a fucking liar now, Freddie. He stared at her, drawing back. I ain't no fucking liar, ma'am. I ain't. She'd just said the words, not really thinking about them. They'd just come out, and now there was this look in his eyes. She said more firmly, Yes, you are. Tell me the truth, Freddie. All of it. He refused to say anything else. He screamed for the guard, nearly tumbling off his chair, and he was rubbing frantically at his eye. Oh, damn. Had she blown it? I'll see you tomorrow, Freddie, she called after him. I'll tell them you need a doctor for that eye. The words had doubtless come straight from her marimba rhythm gut. Of course he'd axed his family, hadn't he? She found herself shaking her head. Rafaella rose quickly, wanting only to get out of this miserable room. Gut was one thing. Investigation proved it or disproved it. And grunt work. Lots and lots of grunt work. And she'd have to see Freddie again. How to get Lieutenant Masterson to approve one more visit? She'd have to. She had no choice now. Her next stop was Mass General Hospital, the records room. The trick about getting to patients' records was to wear a white coat, hang a stethoscope around your neck, and act as confident as the chief of staff. She'd done it before, twice, and it had worked both times. The clerks were overworked, didn't think to question someone who looked like he belonged. Rafaella waited until the 2 records clerks on duty were dealing with at least half a dozen demands before she walked in and made her own demand. No problem. There was only 1 page of doctor's notes. What was attached was a Polaroid picture of Mrs. Pitho, a.k.a. Millie Muth, looking like a prisoner of war. She looked old and bent and so weary her obvious pain wasn't all that obvious. Rafaella quickly read the notes. Mrs. Muth accepted treatment but refused admittance. Was discharged AMA. Against medical advice. No apparent internal injuries. 2 broken ribs, 1 broken arm, multiple contusions, face swollen with bruises, and cuts requiring 21 stitches. Why had Freddie axed her? And so viciously. She was every bit as much a victim as her son. Something was missing. A whole lot of something. Was she wrong? Was she putting too much faith in her gut? No, it was Freddie's reaction. His eyes, that tipped her off. She'd know soon enough. She didn't need to see Freddie's lawyer. That poor guy didn't know a damned thing, for the simple reason that Freddie hadn't talked to him. She needed to interview neighbors, something the police had already done, but they hadn't gotten everything. She was sure of it. Which brought up another question. Al Holbane never gave an assignment like this unless he had a very good reason, or had heard something that made him wonder, or had been told something no one else knew. He had something, and he hadn't told her what it was. Rafaella went home and dressed carefully for her trip to the North End. The name Pitho wasn't remotely Italian, and she wondered why they lived there. An hour later, she was walking past Paul Revere's house. She walked 3 blocks down Hanover Street, wishing she could take time to buy fresh fruit and vegetables sold in the outdoor stalls. Even in February, the food looked more appetizing than her supermarket. She passed the Café Pompey, one of her favorite Italian restaurants. Up another block was Nathan Street. The Pitho neighborhood was another block west. It was blue-collar, clean, but with that slightly ragged appearance, like a frayed collar on a once nice shirt. She looked like a bouncy college kid, the Boston University look, in not-too-tight jeans and a blue turtleneck under a western shirt. She wore a down vest and low-heeled black boots. Imp boots, Al called them. She'd perfected her approach on 3 neighbors by the time she reached 379 Prosper Street, a narrow brownstone with a small square front yard buried in at least a foot of dirty snow. Its backyard backed up to the Pithos. The fences between the 2 backyards was wood and rotting. And it was from Mrs. Rosselli, a tiny, wrinkled grandmother who'd been born in Milano and spent most of her time in her second-floor bedroom looking out her window towards the Pithos, that Rafaella learned some very interesting things. 2. Giovanni's Island, the Caribbean, 2001. Marcus Devlin, whose real name was Marcus Ryan O'Sullivan, pulled off his T-shirt, smoothed it on the white sand, and sprawled out onto his back. He crossed his right arm over his eyes against the bright midday sun. It felt blessedly hot, but not miserable enough to make him sweat, because there was always a cool breeze off the Caribbean. Marcus had been back on the island for only a day now, called back from Boston by Dominick because of the Dutchman. They'd agreed to terms, no more negotiations. They were coming here, to the island, today, a sort of hail good fellow, let's drink champagne. He scratched his belly and wondered what he really felt about this deal with the Dutchman, what he really felt now that things might be coming to an end. But things were never simple. He'd learned that again and again. All he knew was that things were tough. He knew he had to be gritty and hard, and he couldn't let down his guard, and that was tough as well. God, he wanted out of here. Once this was all over, he didn't think he ever wanted to come back to the Caribbean. But that would be in the future, if he managed to buy himself a future. Now he was here, lying on his back, as if he didn't have a care in the world, worrying. The hot sun did feel good after the wretched weather in Boston. The snow, ice, and general grayness got him down. Even though Chicago could be every bit as depressing in February, emotionally it was still home and still in his heart. In Boston, he'd dutifully made arrangements to meet with Perlman in a small hotel in Brooklyn, but it hadn't come off because Dominick had called him, and he'd taken the first flight back to Antigua, then to the island. Not that he'd known what the hell he was supposed to say to Perlman's. Supposedly, it was Perlman who would have given him information. Of course, the deal was smuggling military aircraft parts, perhaps even navigational gyroscopes and tow missiles. He wasn't at all certain. It could be F-14 Tomcat parts bound for Iran, the only country with the F-14, or C-130 aircraft bound for Syria, or somewhere else. Libya, perhaps. Malaysia? Going through Singapore or Borneo? One thing he was sure of, there were no licenses or permits from the U.S. State Department. It was illegal all the way. Dominick was perhaps one of the most powerful arms dealers in the world because no one could find out anything specific about his myriad activities. He was too smart, too well protected, too buried behind middlemen, and he didn't trust anyone, including his only son, Delorio, a whining bully who was afraid of his father.
including Marcus, a man he should have come to trust by now. But this deal with the Dutchmen, intermediaries, Marcus had been told, they would come and drink champagne, and he would discover what was being shipped where. At least, he'd find out what the end-user certificate said was the destination, if there was one in this case. Marcus felt his heart begin to pound and a cramp twist in his stomach. This time, he'd find out. He knew it. This time, he'd know, and then he'd act. He'd get the proof. Then he'd be free. Even as he thought it, he remembered the half-dozen or so deals that had gone through, deals he hadn't been able to discover enough about to make it worth anyone's while, and the familiar frustration crept through him. So very long now, and he was tired of it, tired to his soul of playing a part, of manipulating and lying to gain information, of thinking carefully before he ever uttered an opinion to Dominick, of recognizing that he could die with just one slip. He wanted it to be over, wanted it to the depths of his soul. He wanted to go home and pick up his life again. He thought again of the phone conversation he'd had with his cousin, John Savage, when he'd been in Boston. John was worried. "It's past time for you to get out, Marcus. You've done your duty. It's been more than 2 years of your life. Forget nailing Giovanni, forget these damn Dutchmen, and come home. We do occasionally need you here, you know." Marcus begged to differ. Savage was one of the most ruthlessly efficient men he'd ever known. Thank God he was also his best friend, as well as his first cousin. He'd hate to have him for an enemy. Marcus said mildly, successfully, he hoped, tamping down on his growing sense of defeat, his growing sense of losing what should be his, without strings. The days and weeks and months of his life. God, now it was years. "We drew straws, John, and I won, or lost, depending on my mood at any given time. I'll come home when I've got enough proof to send Giovanni to federal prison for the rest of his sorry life, and not before. You know I can't. There's Uncle Morty." John Savage had been silent for several moments, and Marcus knew he was remembering the sting operation by the U.S. Customs people and how they'd caught Uncle Morty dealing with this beautiful Soviet spy, and they'd made a deal. Marcus's cooperation for Uncle Morty's staying out of the slammer. That was the deal. Still, John had said, Uncle Morty wouldn't have expected all this sacrifice, Marcus. No one would. Uncle Morty's a naive idiot who doesn't know his ass from his elbow. He's doing okay, isn't he? Marcus sighed now, stretching onto his back, feeling the sun seep into his very bones. He'd made the deal with the feds, and he had to stick to it. No way around it. Dominick Giovanni for Uncle Morty, and that was that. He sat up abruptly at the sound of an approaching helicopter. It was on this side of the island, not the Porto Bianco side, so it wasn't a group of jet-setters who would in all likelihood drop an average of 10,000 each at the casino. No, it was the Dutchmen, and they'd land on the compound helicopter pad. He had another 10 minutes, he guessed, before their visitors would be drinking iced tea with Dominick in the main house. It would be longer than that before business discussion started. He pulled off his cut-off jeans and ran into the water. He'd take his time. He'd swim off his fear, his frustration, his anticipation. The last thing he wanted was to have Dominick think him overeager. He'd clam up and send Marcus quickly on his way back to the resort. He swam hard for 10 minutes. He swam off everything except his bone-deep sense of defeat. Eddie Merkel watched Marcus swim back through the breakers, and he thought, Marcus is a dangerous man. Ruthless, but not stupid, and I quite like him. It had taken nearly 2 years, but Merkel had filed him under to be trusted. He was conniving, ingenuous, his own man, tough as nails, and even though he deferred to Mr. Giovanni, he was strong and decisive on his own. Pig-headed, in some people's book. Hell, look at how well he ran the resort. Little got by him. He'd made the casino into a gold mine, kept all the rich members and their guests happy, and probably made private deals with the businessmen who came to line his own pockets. Mr. Giovanni didn't trust him yet, at least not completely, but as far as Merkel knew, he didn't trust anyone. He'd said to Merkel after he'd completed Marcus's background check that Marcus was almost too good to be true, his background wonderfully eclectic and rich, preparing him almost too well for what Mr. Giovanni expected of him. Navy intelligence in the early 90s, then CIA, primarily in Europe. That was the bulk of Marcus's adult background. Merkel understood how those experiences would make Marcus tough and conniving, but he didn't understand how that made him such a good resort manager. Merkel thought Mr. Giovanni was crazy to complain when Marcus managed the resort well and made tons of money. Marcus watched a nude Marcus walk through the waves to the shore, a big man, strong, lean, and some of his perpetual tan lost from the visit to Boston. He was Irish, from his thick black hair to his dark blue eyes, but unlike the Irishmen Merkel had known, he'd never seen Marcus drunk. No, Marcus liked to keep control, both of himself and of those around him. When Marcus reached him, Merkel said nothing, merely handed Marcus his cutoffs and his T-shirt. "Mr. Giovanni sent me to find you," Merkel said, in a soft voice that sounded ludicrous coming from a 230-pound man with no neck. "Yeah, I heard the helicopter," Marcus said, trying to sound a bit bored. "It's the Dutchman?" "3 of them this time. 2 we know, Kerbug and Van Wesseland. A Dutch woman we don't know. Her name is Tulp. Last name, I hope," Marcus said, his voice muffled through his T-shirt as he pulled it over his head. Merkel made a sour smile. "I don't know her first name, but she's tough as nails." Everyone's smiling and nodding and looking like it's the greatest day of their lives. Tulp doesn't say much. "Great tits," he added absently. Marcus nodded as he zipped up his cut-off jeans. "You're white as a dead whale. Give me another 3 days. Delorio left for Miami an hour ago. Link and Lacey went with him." Marcus grinned at that. "Well, there must be a God somewhere to rid us of the complaining little bully. I still can't believe he's actually Dominick's son, flesh of his flesh and all that. Mr. Giovanni sent him away. It wasn't Delorio's idea. Paula wanted to go too, but Mr. Giovanni said no. Too bad. Well, maybe Delorio will open a window in the jet and get sucked out. Maybe he'll attack Margie when she serves him a drink, and she'll shove the glass down his throat." Merkel didn't say a thing, didn't change expression, although he agreed with Marcus.
Delorio and his wife were royal pains in the ass. Merkel was wearing his uniform, Marcus saw, a 3-piece white suit with a pale blue button-down Oxford shirt, a blue and white striped tie, white Italian loafers, and a Rolex on his meaty wrist. He had 5 white suits and 10 shirts, all the same color and material. Paula had one of the boys drive her over to her resort. She seemed mad enough to gamble away her wedding ring. Since all the money comes back to Dominick, her wedding ring included, no big deal. Merkel said now, frowning, "The Dutch woman, Tulp, I don't like her, even with her big tits. There's something about her that makes you shiver. You know what I mean?" Marcus started to say, yeah, he knew. Frank Lacey made him shiver. When suddenly there was a shout from the direction of the main house, then a shot. Merkel, built like a linebacker with a massive chest and huge thighs, was off like a 40-year-old Charlie Garner. Marcus passed him, his arm in front of his face to protect him from the thick vegetation that slapped at him as he ran through the dense jungle. He ran as hard as he'd ever run before, tearing through the damp, heavy foliage that Dominick's servants hacked back every day, and came to a sudden stop at the edge of the jungle. Panic stilled, and calm took over. He heard Eddie Merkel puffing behind him, heard him slow down and pull up at his back. Marcus concentrated on what was in front of him, shut off everything but his brain. The big house, all whitewashed adobe with bright red-tiled roof, with hibiscus, bougainvillea, orchids, and frangipani climbing up its walls and framing its windows. No men hiding there. In front of the house stood Dominick Giovanni, clutching his arm. He was wearing an open-collared white shirt and white pants, and the blood was oozing through his fingers down his arm. The contrast between the stark white of his sleeve and the gluttonous red of the blood turned Marcus' stomach. The Dutch woman, Tulp, was standing in front of him, a 9mm automatic in her hand. She was wearing a tailored blue suit, smart-looking, and she did have big tits. The 2 Dutchmen were beside her. Kerbog, the short, bald one, was staring upward, shading his eyes, looking for the helicopter. Marcus could hear it coming now, only minutes away. What had happened? What had gone wrong? The deal had been settled on. Everything, he'd understood, was set. It had been his chance, his first big chance in a long time. Yet something had happened. Did the woman intend to kill Dominick, or just wound him, as she'd done already? Dominick looked calm, his pale blue eyes clear and steady on the woman. If he felt pain from the wound in his arm, he didn't let on. Marcus whispered, not turning his head, "Give me your automatic, Merkel." The Kalashnikov automatic rifle, the old standby from Russia, could wipe out a dozen men in under 10 seconds. Marcus preferred it to the lightweight RPK machine guns Dominick had procured for his men from a German dealing with a middleman in Russia. "What are you going to do?" Merkel whispered, and Marcus could feel the heat of his body nearly touching his back. "Stay ready," he said, and waited, tense, scared, but controlling it. Damned bloody bastards! If they ruined everything! No, he couldn't accept that. It made him want to spit. What had happened? The helicopter was circling low overhead now, blowing off several red frangipani blossoms, flattening low bushes. Kerbog was waving frantically. The other Dutchman, Van Wessel, crouched over, even though the blade wouldn't have touched him, because he couldn't be more than 5'6". The Dutchwoman still didn't move. Marcus could tell she was talking to Dominick, but he couldn't hear a thing over the whirling rotor blade. He realized that she was the boss. She was the one giving the orders. The two men were frightened, and it showed. She was frightened, but it didn't show. She was the leader. Marcus slipped out of the cover of the jungle. He ran, bent low, to the far side of the helicopter. It was white, and painted on its side, just behind the cabin, lettered in bright green, was Bathsheba. Its rotor was whipping wildly around, churning up the bushes and the plants, causing enough of a visual diversion, Marcus hoped. He waited just behind the cabin, out of sight of the pilot. He saw the woman, Tulp, nod to the Dutchman, then calmly turned back to Dominick and raise her 9mm automatic. He heard her then, yelling at Dominick, "You bloody rotten bastard!" And just as she raised the 9mm to fire, Marcus leapt from behind the helicopter, aimed, and pulled the trigger. The bullet barely grazed her right wrist. The sound was like the popping of a toy gun over the noise of the whirling blade. The woman whipped around, and Marcus saw that blood was pouring out of her wrist, but she hadn't dropped the gun, and it was now pointed at him. He clamped his jaws together, and within an instant, 2 bullets ripped through her chest. She stood there, her mouth open, surprise in her eyes, and then she fell, slowly, heavily, her legs folding, onto the ground. The 2 Dutchmen were running, screaming, but Marcus didn't fire at them. He watched Merkel take both of them down, slamming Kerbog in the jaw and Van Wessel in his fat stomach. The helicopter pilot, no fool, lifted off. Marcus raised his automatic rifle and carefully aimed. He stopped. He heard Dominick call out to him, "Bring him down, Marcus." But he shook his head. Slowly, Marcus lowered the rifle. He couldn't do it. He couldn't bring down the helicopter and kill the pilot. It wasn't worth it. He wasn't a dispassionate, cold-blooded killer, not like Dominick Giovanni. He hurried back to Dominick. He was smiling, his hand still pressing over the wound in his upper arm. Had Marcus imagined his order? "Thank you, Marcus," Dominick said in his aloof, polite voice. "I wasn't too worried. Well, not until the very end there. The bitch was going to kill me," he added, amazement in his voice. "And I don't even know why. You'd think she would have told me, wouldn't you? What the hell happened?" As he spoke, Marcus pulled Dominick's hand from his arm. He ripped open the sleeve and looked at the wound. The bullet went through, thank God. "I think I can handle this. We don't need to call in Hames." Dominick nodded, and Marcus, for the first time, saw the strain on his face. He watched Dominick pull himself together. "The servants are all locked in the cellar. Coco is tied to a chair in the cabana. Our 12 men, every last one of them, are unconscious in the dining room. Kobog gassed them. Quite efficiently, I might add. Knocked them out within seconds. I'm familiar with the stuff they used, invented by the Chinese. The men will be coming out of it in about 4 hours. And Paula had already left for the resort? Yes. You can tell me more about it later. Come in now and lie down. I'll see to things." He called over to Merkel, who was standing over the 2 unconscious Dutchmen. "Tie up those hyenas, and we'll question them in a little while." "Right," Merkel called back, and picked up the 2 men, one under each arm, and half-dragged them toward what was called the tool shed, but was in reality a place to store people also. "Marcus, watch out." Marcus whirled about to see the woman, Tulp, come up on her side, blood streaming out of her chest and mouth, the 9mm automatic raised in her wounded hand. Everything stopped. He wanted to duck, to leap out of the way, but it was too late. He heard Dominick yell. Then he heard a shot, and then another. A cold, numbing pain sliced through his shoulder, and he thought, "This is damned unfair, and I don't want to die." Bremerton, Massachusetts, February 2001. Rafaella was dreaming about Freddie Pitho, and then, quite suddenly, she jerked awake, eyes wide and ears fully tuned. It was quiet as a tomb, not a sound, just echoes of the shots she'd heard in her dreams. She started to get out of bed when she felt a pain in the left side of her body.
She rubbed her shoulder and her arm. An odd pain, as if she'd been struck, hard. It was weird, no doubt about it. Maybe she needed a vacation. She was letting Freddie Pitho get to her. She stuck her feet into her decade-old Mickey Mouse slippers and pulled on a ratty pink robe. She went into the living room and flicked back the curtain. The street below was quiet, as usual, and the newly fallen snow undisturbed. There were no backfiring cars, no irate old men yelling at each other, and no testy retired ladies twittering at their poodles. Nothing to account for the shouts and the gunshots she'd heard so clearly. Rafaella went into her kitchen, saw it was near dawn, and made some coffee. As she waited, she rubbed her shoulder and her arm. They felt numb now. It was weird. Those wretched shots. Dreams had to come from something. Rafaella shook her head. Of course, she'd been thinking violent thoughts. She'd simply translated the awful axe murders into gunshots, because the other was too horrible for her to handle, even her subconscious. She poured herself a cup of the fresh Kona coffee and sat at her small pine kitchen table. Forget the stupid dream, she told herself. She thought instead of her run-in with Lieutenant Masterson that afternoon. Sure, he owed Al a favor, but it was obvious that he was thinking the favor had been paid, in full. He had a big, beefy face, a paunch, and he sweated a lot. He'd stopped Rafaella on her way in, demanding, "You want to see the nutcase again?" "Yes, I would. I sure do appreciate it, Lieutenant. You've already seen him twice. Twice. You want to see me go down? What are you doing? Writing his biography?" She wondered if he was serious. She had written a biography of the dashing French resistance leader Louis Rameau, de Gaulle's right hand. "No," she said, keeping her voice pitched low, very respectful and deferential. Louis Rameau had also been quite the ladies' man, unlike Benny Masterson here. "One more time, kid, and that's it. You got it? You tell Al that he's pushed me too much on this one, and you keep your trap shut. No one's to know, no one's to find out. I'll tell him, Lieutenant. No one will find out, I swear. Thank you very much for your cooperation." As he walked away, he turned back, saying, "Oh yeah, kid, you come up with anything, you tell me. You got that?" "Certainly, Lieutenant. I'll come to you right away." He'd given her a sour look, then shrugged. "There's nothing to find, but just in case you think you have something, you call me, or I'll have your head." But Freddie had refused to see her. The guard told her that he'd vomited up his guts just an hour ago. The food, probably, he'd added. The franks and beans had looked sickening enough. Tomorrow, she thought, first thing tomorrow morning. It will be all over. Rafaella drank the rest of her coffee and took herself to the shower. Today was the day. It was very early, but she didn't care. She was too keyed up now. She bundled up against the 20-degree weather and reached the metro station at just after 8 in the morning. The dream had faded now, even though her left side still ached a bit. Thank God Freddie had agreed to see her. Thank God Masterson hadn't told the people not to let her in again. He looked worse today. His shoulders slumped forward like a hunchback's. His eyes were bloodshot, his skin pasty. "Good morning, Mr. Pitho. I hope you're feeling better today." He nodded and slipped into the chair opposite her, behind the wire mesh. "Listen to me, Mr. Pitho. Freddie, you remember you said it was okay for me to call you Freddie? Well, I spoke to Mrs. Roselli. She's the old lady who lives behind you. Do you know her?" He looked suddenly very afraid. He wrenched out of his chair. "Sit down, Freddie," she said, her best nun's voice, kind but implacable. "It's going to come out, you know, all of it. Sit down." He sat.
She's a lying old bitch. Perhaps, but not about this. Where's Joey? Silence. You do know where he's hiding, don't you, Freddie? Go away, ma'am. I don't want to see you again. You're just like the rest of them. No, I won't leave, and I'm not like the others. You don't belong in here. Mrs. Roselli told me how you always protected your little brother, taking blows for him from both your uncle and your father, but mainly from your father. She told me how she heard your father shout and yell at your mother, that he'd found out that Joey wasn't his kid, that he was a damned little bastard, and he was going to kill both of them. He was going to cut them into little pieces. No, ma'am, that ain't true. It ain't. Yes, it is. Was your father right? Was Joey his kid or not? His face turned even more pasty. Please, Freddie, you can't go on like this. You can't go on lying. Joey didn't mean to do it. Rafaella held herself perfectly still and waited. It was as if the dam had finally burst. Freddie lowered his face into his hands and wailed with pain and release. Rafaella waited. Finally, she said, "Your father had you buy the axe so he could kill your mother, didn't he?" "Yeah, and Uncle Kipper, too." "And he did, didn't he?" Freddie nodded. He looked incredibly weary. "And Joey saw him do it. He tried to stop your father? Tried to protect your mother?" "Yeah, the little guy tried. Pa smacked Joey aside the head, then killed him. He turned to Joey. He was gonna chop him too, but Joey got away from him. He threw a lamp at Pa, and when Pa fell, Joey grabbed the axe and swung it at him. He didn't mean to kill him, ma'am. He didn't. He just wanted to stop him 'cause he'd gone crazy. No, I'm sure he didn't do anything on purpose. It's over now, Freddie. All over. Tell me where I can find Joey. He needs some kind people to take care of him, you know. He must be very frightened. He must miss you a whole lot. My Uncle Kipper were his father, and that's why Pa decided to kill Ma and his brother. And you came home and found them, and you decided to take the blame, and you sent Joey where? Down to that big warehouse on Pier 41. Thank you, Freddie. It's over now. I promise you no one will hurt Joey." Lieutenant Masterson allowed her to come along with him to get Joey. The kid was a wreck. His clothes were covered with dried blood. He was thin as a scarecrow. His eyes were dead, his mind too dull to make him afraid anymore. Lieutenant Masterson said to her as she was leaving to return to the paper, "I don't know how you did that, kid, but I don't like it. Freddie should have spit it out to us. You wouldn't listen. All you did was call him a fucking liar." It was difficult, but Rafaella kept her mouth shut. "Just lucky, I guess," she said finally, and got out of the lieutenant's sight as quickly as possible. The story broke in the Tribune's evening edition, and Rafaella got the byline, "Lots of congratulations," and Jean Mallory looked as if he'd swallowed a prune. The headline editor had outdone herself. 2-inch letters plastered across the entire width of the paper. "Boy axes father in self-defense." Al just smiled when she told him about Mrs. Roselli, and when she accused him of holding out on her, he said, "Well, kiddo, I didn't think you liked things handed to you. Remember, you didn't tell a soul that your stepfather was Charles Winston Rutledge III. Rafaella told him that he was a pig, she'd read it in the women's room, and kissed his cheek. And that night, at 10 minutes after midnight, Rafaella's phone rang. 3. Giovanni's Island, February 2001. Marcus took the bullet in his back, just above his right shoulder blade. The pain was instant and blinding, and he staggered. The pain turned into frozen cold, so cold that it burned him. He was unconscious before he hit the ground. Merkel spun about and kicked out, his Gucci loafer clipping the 9mm, sending it flying from Tulp's hand. His next kick smashed cleanly into her nose, sending it into her brain. Dominick Giovanni hadn't moved. He winced at the crunching sound of shattered bone, then walked slowly over and dropped to his knees beside the woman. Her eyes were staring. She was quite dead. Merkel looked from Dominick to Marcus. Dominick waved him away. Merkel leaned over Marcus. He ripped away the shirt to bare the wound. "He's alive, Mr. Giovanni, but he needs a doctor. The bullet's still in him." Dominick pursed his lips. "Carry him upstairs and get him into bed. I'll get hold of Dr. Hames at the resort. Then you'd best lock up these goons. Oh, and Merkel, have the woman buried." There was blood all over Merkel's beautiful white suit, and it was the first thing Marcus saw when he opened his eyes. He was lying on his stomach. Merkel was sitting on a cane chair beside the bed, reading GQ, his favorite magazine. "Do you know you'd look like Santa Claus if you only had a white beard?" Merkel folded down the page he was reading and set the magazine face down on the night table. "Yeah, it's your blood, at least most of it is. You can buy me a new suit. You feel alive? More so than otherwise. It hurts like hell, and the drug Hames shot me up with is making me feel like my brain is cotton candy. What happened? How's Dominick? How are?" Merkel held up his hand. "I'll get Mr. Giovanni. He can tell you all he wants to." Merkel rose and nodded down at Marcus. "You know how he is," he added, and Marcus closed his eyes. He knew exactly how Dominick Giovanni was. He probably knew as much about Dominick Giovanni as any other living person. He had a cold, perfect memory of that day in October, 2.5 years ago, when he had finally engineered that meeting with Giovanni under the auspices of the U.S. Customs Service and his immediate contact, Ross Hurley. He'd never felt so scared in his life, or so determined. Dominick had seemed so human, so civilized as he'd spoken of the resort Porto Bianco. He'd been a gentleman of wit, of education, which he still was. He was also deadly. Marcus didn't see Dominick then. As much as he tried to fight it, he dozed off again, not waking until it was dark. He was thirsty, and his back thudded with waves of pain. He cursed, but it didn't help. He heard a small clucking sound and realized that Paula was now beside him, holding a glass of water. "Here," she said, "drink this." He did, gratefully, thinking that perhaps Paula wasn't such a bad sort after all. He quickly changed his mind when she said after a moment, "Enough now, Marcus. Dr. Hames told me water was the first thing you'd want. Now I suppose you have to use the urine bottle. He said to keep you in bed or you'd open the wound and start bleeding again." He watched her, without words, as she handed him the clear bottle that looked for all the world like an empty wine carafe. He stared at it, and then back up at her. Paula merely smiled down at him and pulled back the sheet, and he felt her hand lightly sweep down to his lower back, then smooth over his buttocks. Marcus closed his eyes for a moment. "Paula, please, don't. I do want to use that bottle. Call Merkel for me. I won't be able to do a thing with you standing there." Her fingers touched his inner thighs, and he heard her draw in her breath. "Perhaps later, then," she said, and laughed. "You're nice, Marcus. Real nice." She left the sheet down at his knees, and he realized he didn't have the strength to twist over and pull the damned thing back up. He was on the point of shouting, but fell silent as the grave at Merkel's loud guffaw. My, bare-assed, what did Paula do to you? Both your face and your ass are red. I can't imagine you doing anything close to fun." He laughed again, a big belly laugh. Marcus sighed. Had tried for nearly 15 months now to get a real, live, spontaneous laugh out of Merkel. He tried every joke, Jackie Gleason gags, practical gags, all had failed. And now he'd done nothing but lie on his stomach with a sheet pulled down to his ankles, and Merkel was nearly in hysterics. Marcus wasn't amused. His shoulder hurt, his stomach was roiling with nausea, and he felt like a jackass. He also wanted to relieve himself. He tried to push upward, and Merkel shut up, at least for the moment. A few moments later, Merkel gave the bottle to one of the silent-faced houseboys, who took it away without a word. When Marcus was back on his stomach, the sheet up around his back, Merkel chuckled again. "You're lucky old Delorio didn't waltz in when Paula was playing with you. He'd have had a fit. He'd have blamed you, even though any fool would know you couldn't have moved even if that little blonde Joni Fields had waltzed in here." He laughed again, enjoying his own mental conjuring scene. "You could have left my shorts on. You weren't wearing any, don't you remember? Just those cut-offs and a t-shirt. Hames didn't care. To look in here and see you lying bare-assed." More laughter, and Marcus gritted his teeth, regretting that he'd ever made a vow to get laughter out of the damned big silent stone. Another man he liked, another man who could be deadly. "Well, my boy, I see you finally got Merkel to crack. Quite an accomplishment, and, I should add, unexpected, considering your current state." Merkel shut up the moment Dominick walked into the bedroom. He stood respectfully at attention, his expression now carefully blank. Unless, of course, Merkel was laughing because he's a closet sadist and is enjoying seeing you felled and wounded. Sir, of course not. Why, I know, Merkel, Dominick interrupted him. Let us alone for a bit. 2 of our men are still a bit woozy. Check on them, then make sure Lacey's got the others back to their duties. Ah, yes, the Dutchmen. I think we'll let them fester in the tool shed for a while longer. I'd like to wait and have our hero of the hour, Marcus, with me before we question them. Have Ducky feed them, but not much. Yes, sir, Merkel said, and left, not looking again at Marcus. A fine soldier, Dominick said absently. Well, my boy, you could be looking better. On the other hand, you could also be looking dead, which wouldn't give me any pleasure whatsoever. Is your head clear now? Yes. Tell me what happened. I thought Kerbach and von Wessel were all wrapped up. Who was this woman, Tulp? She was the leader. I sensed that immediately when I saw them. What was she saying to you? Dominick smiled gently and held up a narrow, quite beautiful hand. I'll tell you everything. Just relax. Marcus watched Dominick Giovanni ease his aristocratic body into the chair recently vacated by Paula and Hercule. He made it look like a throne. Strange, but it was true. There was something about Dominick, an aura, a communicated feeling that he knew about things and how to fashion them to his liking. His arm was bandaged, and he now wore a short-sleeved shirt with a fresh pair of white slacks. He looked urbane and quite cool, despite the carnage that had swept over the western side of the island, leaving him shot, his men gassed, and a deal gone sour. He was 57 years old and looked younger. He had fine bones, Marcus thought, studying him, and good muscle tone for a man of any age. Coco insisted, in that understated French way of hers, that all of Dominick was well-toned. Pale blue eyes, starkly deep eyes that saw everything. His once black hair was peppered with white that made him look all the more powerful, all the more charismatic. Marcus kept silent now, knowing that Dominick would talk when he chose to do so. He forced himself to be patient, trying to relax and not fight against the waves of pain. He knew well enough that tensing his muscles would only make it worse. He remembered suddenly that first time he'd believed Dominick to be utterly human. He'd been showing Marcus his art collection. He'd been the proud father praising his children, and Marcus had nearly forgotten. Marcus shook away the memory. "Is Delorio back?" he asked finally. Dominick shook his head. "I told him to remain in Miami, to have that meeting with Mario Calpes. He's not needed here. Hames says you'll be just fine. The bullet tore muscle, but you'll heal if you don't overdo for a couple of weeks. He also said you'll get back all your rotation and your strength." "I know it'll be hard, but you've got to heal, Marcus." He absently rubbed his wounded arm. Then, the deal with the Dutchman was set. You know that. You went to Boston to wrap up the final details with Perlman. Their appearance today was primarily one of diplomacy, if you will, a show of our continued goodwill, their continued desire to do business with us. They were, supposedly, the consummate middlemen. He shrugged. "Who or what is Bathsheba? What are you talking about? That word was on the side of the helicopter. It was in green letters. Bathsheba. I don't know. Painted on the side of the helicopter? Like a company name or logo?" At Marcus' nod, Dominick said slowly, "Well, there was Queen Bathsheba, a woman I'm sure was nothing like Tulp. It's interesting, though. A name of an organization? Well, find out. I've already got contacts working on Tulp. Perlman claims, vociferously, that he doesn't understand a thing. As for the phone number in Amsterdam, it's disconnected. The 2 Dutchmen are in the tool shed, doubtless contemplating their sins." Dominick fell silent a moment, then added, looking bewildered, "It's amazing. They actually believed they'd get away with killing me and getting off this island." He patted Marcus' arm and rose. "You get some rest, my boy. Then, when you're feeling up to it, we'll question our guests and find out what the hell happened. But, you know, Marcus, I'd be very surprised if the 2 men know anything. A pity, but I hate coercion. Forced persuasion, if you will. But there's no need to wait, Dominick. Bring them in here, or I can go." "No, Marcus." Dominick shrugged. "Perhaps that's why I'm content to wait. They won't know anything. You know I'm right." "All right, then, but at least tell me how 3 people managed to knock out all our men. It was cleverly done, yet very, very basic. They came in friendship, but Link, you know, is the most suspicious of men. He wanted them searched. I'd already sent Merkel to get you. Before any searching could begin, the woman, Tulp, after shaking my hand, stuck her nasty little automatic in my ribs. I knew, strangely enough, that she was fully prepared to kill me if the men didn't drop their weapons and agreed to be herded like donkeys into the dining room. They went, and Corba got gassed them. As for Delorio, he'd already left for Miami. Paolo was at the resort, and my poor Coco was locked in a cabana. Merkel would have been gassed too if I hadn't sent him to find you just before they landed. I knew you were my only hope, and you didn't disappoint me, Marcus. My thanks. He took Marcus' hand and lightly squeezed it. I'm dining with Coco. She's a bit on edge, as you can imagine. I'll see you later. Merkel will bring your dinner and stay with you. Then Dominick Giovanni was gone. There were so many more questions, so much more Marcus wanted to know. It was very quiet now. He felt the pain like an inexorable tide, ebbing briefly, only to gather momentum, rushing through him, tearing at his resistance. He had 3 scars now, one on the inside of his left thigh, a long, thin scar over his belly, and now the souvenir on his shoulder. 2 were from knives, and 1 from Tulp's bullet. He'd survived Navy intelligence and the CIA without a scratch. He'd gotten all his scars after he'd joined Dominick and become a criminal. Well, the pain was better than being dead. He was asleep again shortly after eating a bit of beef broth and homemade bread with Merkel. He suspected that the lemonade was drugged, and so it was. He slept soundly until late the following morning. It was then that Hamus appeared again, and none too gently removed the bandage from his shoulder. Marcus, teeth gritted, heard Hamus grunt and wondered what it meant. There was another grunt. Think you could manage some words, like in English? Lie still, Devlin, and shut your trap. Your flesh looks pink, the wound is closing nicely, and it's just your black soul that might cause infection and kill you off. Hold still. Marcus yowled when the needle slammed into his left buttock. He felt Hamus's hand hold him down. More antibiotic, most efficient in your butt. The needle was pulled out, leaving a cold, shocked track, and Hamus rubbed a cool alcohol pad over the spot. You sadistic butcher. I'll take out the stitches in 7 or 8 days. Keep the shoulder immobile. You don't have to stay in bed, but don't run any marathons, and that includes up and down the stairs. Thanks. Have someone massage you to keep your muscles flexible. Oh yeah, lover boy, no sex for another week at least. You tear that wound open, and I won't send you a bill. I'll bury you. You got that? I haven't got a horny bone or muscle in my body, Hames. I'm not worried about your bones or your muscles, and that's not what I heard from a very nice girl named Susie Glanby. Marcus groaned. She seduced me, I swear it. I was innocent. I didn't know she was married to a boxer, for God's sake. You think I've got a death wish? Hames grinned, showing the wide space between his front teeth. Old Marty's a piece of work, isn't he? He smacked Susie a couple of times, knocked her silly, got scared, and called me. And that's how I know what happened. Ah, well, young lust. Stay celibate, Devlin. I can't believe you were a Polo Lounge society doctor in Beverly Hills. Yeah, look how human a guy gets, surrounded by sterling characters like you and Merkel. Come on, Hames, you've got all those rich guys at the resort to pander to. For the most part, they're boring as hell. Do you know how prevalent syphilis is still? You'd think the fools would have more brains than to screw around with no protection. He shook his head and rose. He paused a moment and looked down at the young man, who now had his eyes closed against the pain. Don't be so bloody macho, Devlin. Oh, what the hell. Then Marcus felt another deep jab in his right buttock and yelled. It's for pain, Hames said, and pulled the sheet back up. You're responsible for the pain. But Hames only waved at him and slipped out of the room. A red-headed leprechaun who was a sadist. Curse him. But the pain was receding, almost at once, and it was wonderful not to have to concentrate on keeping it to himself. He fell asleep and slept deeply. Coco and Dominick appeared later that evening. Coco was the quintessence of a rich man's mistress. She was just a bit older than Marcus, model thin, with long legs and big breasts, and ash-blonde hair that hung long and perfectly straight to between her shoulder blades. She looked expensive, which she was, and she deferred to Dominick in the most charming way. She was a smart cookie, Coco was. She'd been a high-fashioned French model, just peaking in her career 5 years ago when she'd met Dominick in St. Moritz, on the slopes, both of them avid skiers. They'd shortly become an item, the French paparazzi going crazy over the power-broking mystery man, twice indicted, once on tax evasion charges, once on organized crime corruption, and both times acquitted, and the beautiful model. Then they'd become lovers. Marcus liked Coco. She was loyal, she was intelligent, and, judging from the occasional yells from the fastidious Dominick when he'd chanced to be walking by their suite, Marcus imagined that she was incredible in bed. She didn't seem to pay much attention when Dominick presented her with fabulous jewels, but his son, Delorio, did, the greedy, whining little jerk. "Hello, Marcus," she said, her French accent quite absent this evening, as it usually was around the compound. "Dr. Hames said you needed to be massaged. Paula volunteered. I counter-volunteered. Dominick has seconded the motion. Paula is, how do we French say it? Pissed off, but trying not to show it because she's not sure when Deloria will be back. I brought my Carrie lotion. Coco, Viviri Passeray, Marcus knew, was actually just as American as he was, but she did the French routine very well. Marcus eyed Dominick, who'd sat himself down on the wicker love seat and was reading through a sheaf of papers.
"She won't leave you bare-assed," Dominick said, not looking up. Marcus saw his unholy grin before his face disappeared behind a Wall Street journal. Marcus moaned when her long fingers smoothed deeply into his back muscles. Her fingers were incredibly strong, and she hurt him, but it felt so good he couldn't complain. "I'll be well enough tomorrow to have a chat with the Dutchman," he said when Coco moved to his thighs. "All right," Dominick said, still not looking up from the paper. There was, however, a sudden frown on his forehead. "Merkel tells me they're not very happy with their, accommodations. I suspect that they expect the worst. I'm rather enjoying letting them sweat. And I'm more than certain they don't know a damned thing. If they did, they'd be squealing loudly, hoping for a deal. They don't know that I haven't the taste for good old-fashioned torture. Ah, that's wonderful, Coco. Who was that woman? Why was she going to kill you? Be quiet, my boy, and enjoy what Coco's doing for you. I want to talk to those goons first thing in the morning." "Fine," Dominick said, just as Coco probed deep and long, and Marcus moaned. Marcus spent a quiet night, heavily drugged, but he awoke to loud shouts early the following morning. He was struggling to get out of bed when his bedroom door opened and Link stuck his head in. "Mr. Giovanni told me to make sure you stayed put. The Dutchmen poisoned themselves." Marcus fell back against the pillows. "They're dead? Deader than week-old mackerel." Margaret's Journal, Boston, Massachusetts, July 1986. "I just kicked Gabe Tetweiler out of our house. God, I can't believe I could ever be so wrong about a person, about a man in particular." Which sounds excessively dumb, doesn't it, after Dominick Giovanni? But he was so sincere and appeared to be so rich. And that being the case, of course he wasn't interested in my money. Will I be a fool for the rest of my life, Rafaella? You can't answer that, of course, my darling. You won't ever see this. You're 10 years old now, a skinny little kid, and so bright it sometimes scares me. I'm no intellectual giant, God knows, and here you are as bright as the sun, as your teacher, Miss Cox, likes to say. It's from him, I guess I'll just have to admit it. Miss Cox also says you've got a real smart mouth, which I've mentioned to you. I tried to tell her that your one-liners are quite astounding for a 10-year-old. Dominick was amusing, too, when he chose to be. His was a dry wit, I suppose you'd say, unlike yours, which is straightforward, open, guileless. His was also cruel, now that I remember it. I guess I'd forgotten just how smart Dominick was. He was brought before a Senate committee some weeks ago on an organized crime probe. Senator Wilbur from Oregon spearheaded it. He wasn't very bright. Dominick made him look like a fool. He looked so calm and controlled, but I could tell by his eyes that he was angry. Here I go again on Dominick. But sometimes it's tough not to, because every time I look at you, Rafaella, I see his pale blue eyes.
I'm so glad your hair isn't dark like his. No, you have such lovely Titian hair, like your grandmother's, not like his or like my light hair. I digress. I was meaning to sort out my stupidity with Gabe. He was sincere. He was a good talker. He was an even better lover. You hated him. I realized that, but I didn't want to see it, to accept it. And of course you were right. He wasn't after my money. I was right about that. He was after you, which makes me want to slit his throat. I don't understand why you never said anything. You just turned sullen whenever he was around, and were so rude when you had to speak to him that I wanted to smack you. But you knew. You felt he wasn't right. I'm sorry, Rafaella. Please forgive me. I'll never forget this night, never so long as I live. I wonder if you will. You didn't cry. You didn't reproach me at all. I wonder if I will ever understand you properly. There, that bastard was, in your bedroom, trying to fondle you, and you were fighting him. So silent you were. Not screaming, not making a sound, just fighting that bastard with all your strength. I realize now why he didn't wait. He knew, guessed, that I was drawing back, and I guess he is so ill that he couldn't help himself. He's gone now. I've decided to hire a private detective to follow him. I want to know where he goes. I've decided to ruin him. It finally occurred to me that I'm very, very rich, and money can buy lots of things, like revenge. What do you think about that, Rafaella? Revenge tastes sweet. How I wish I had taken my revenge upon Dominick. Maybe that would have put it all to rest. Now he's so far out of my reach. Perhaps he was already far out of my reach 10 years ago. Do you know that he still looked so handsome on TV that I wanted to cry? How about that for a fool of a mother? Gabe's gone, but I'll find him and I'll make him pay for what he tried to do to you. And Dominick? I pray he will meet a rotten end. But I have become a cynic now, and I tend to doubt divine intervention in particular. I hope you will get over this thing, Rafaella. I've tried to talk to you about it. Please don't freeze up on me. Don't repress this thing. It's been over 10 years, and still Dominick haunts me. I've not written about him all that much, have I? Not more than perhaps 15% of all my pages. Not more, truly. All right then, maybe 40% of my pages. Obsession, perhaps? No, it isn't true. It's simply a deep hatred of a man with no moral instincts in his makeup, a man with no compassion, no empathy, a man who is completely and utterly immoral. No, please, I mustn't still hate him. The whole purpose of this journal was to excoriate him, then to expunge him, to keep his ghost from touching you by cleansing myself of him. Lord, he doesn't even know your name, or mine for that matter. He never cared enough to find out. I wonder if he ever got his precious son. I wonder if he's got 6 precious sons. God, am I stupid. Here I've been talking about hiring a detective to get Gabe when I could hire a detective to get me all the information I ever wanted about Dominick Giovanni. Wait, is that sick of me? Is it an obsession? I must think about it, truly think about my motives. What should such information mean to me? He's nothing to me, save the man who betrayed me, who took like innocence. Doesn't that sound gothic? The man who made me feel like dirt. The bitterness is still there, deep and grinding. And now another man has betrayed me. One, a man who didn't want you in any manner whatsoever. The other, a man who wanted to molest you, a child. I have failed you twice, my darling Rafaella. I promise it will not happen again. The Bridges, Long Island, New York, February 2001. Rafaella closed the journal, slowly fastening the clasp. It was a particularly fine Spanish red leather, intricately tooled, and just as finely locked. And she'd picked the lock. This was the second volume on which she'd picked the lock. She closed her eyes a moment, leaning back against her mother's desk chair, the chair Margaret had very probably sat in to write in her journals since she'd married Charles Winston Rutledge III some 11 years before. Rafaella had come into her mother's room several hours before, looking for some stationery, and searched through her desk. She'd found the stationery, and she'd also found the small latch that, when manipulated properly, released 2 hidden drawers. And in those 2 drawers, she'd found the journals. She'd never known they existed. She'd hesitated, only briefly, then begun reading. Rafaella remembered the phone call that had jerked her awake at midnight. Her stepfather, Charles, sounding calm and controlled, but Rafaella could make out the underlying fear and anxiety. "Your mother was struck by a drunk driver, Rafaella. You must come right away. The doctors don't know. She's in a coma. They don't know." His voice had broken, and Rafaella had stared at the phone. "No," she whispered.
Charles, drawing in his breath, regained his poise. "Come right away, my dear. I'll have Larkin meet you at JFK. Catch the 7 a.m. flight, all right? She's alive? Yes, she's alive. A coma. Her mother was still in a coma 2 days later. Peaceful, her face not older, but strangely youthful, her lovely pale blonde hair combed and fastened with barrettes behind her ears, and all those damnable lines running in and out of her arms. So quiet. Her mother lay there, so very quiet. Rafaella! It was Benjamin, her stepbrother, calling from the hallway. "Just a moment," she called back. She rose stiffly, carefully laid the journal back in the desk drawer, relocked it, and went to have dinner with the family. 4 Pine Hill Hospital, Long Island, New York, February 2001. Rafaella sat on one side of her mother's bed, Charles on the other. She was looking at her mother, but her thoughts kept returning to the newspaper clippings that had been stacked in neat piles in one of the secret drawers. So many photos, some grainy, others quite clear. And she couldn't stop telling herself over and over that her real father was a man whose name was Dominick Giovanni, and he was a crook. Her mother was lying in a private suite in the east wing of the private hospital, Pine Hill. The decor reminded Rafaella of the suite she'd stayed in once at the plaza, muted colors and very expensive, except for the regulation bed, the slender tubes in her mother's nose, and the lines in her arms. Her mother could have been sleeping. They'd been here, sitting quietly, for nearly a half hour now. Rafaella's stepfather, Charles Winston Rutledge III, was the quintessential WASP. Old money, prep school at Bainbridge followed by Yale, a wealthy entrepreneur in his own right. Odd that he had eyes very nearly the color of hers, pale blue, when she now realized that it was also the color of her real father's eyes. Mrs. McGill had been wrong about Dominick Giovanni being pure Italian. Those pale blue eyes had to have come from a more northern country. There was only one other similarity between the 2 men besides the color of their eyes. Dominick Giovanni and Charles Rutledge were nearly the same age. Only a year separated them, Dominick Giovanni being the older. "You're very quiet, Rafaella." She jumped at the unexpected sound of Charles's voice. It was pitched low, just above a whisper, so as not to disturb her mother, which was absurd, since her mother was in a deep coma. "I was just thinking about my father, who's a criminal." Rafaella wasn't about to tell Charles of her discovery. It would be needlessly cruel. He loved her mother, and the knowledge of her mother's journals, her seemingly endless obsession with Dominick Giovanni, would give him incalculable pain. No, Rafaella wouldn't tell him a thing. "I was just thinking about things. I'm scared, Charles." He simply nodded. He understood, too well. "I spoke to Al Holben. He called yesterday to see how Margaret and you were doing. He told me about you breaking that Pitho case in Boston. He said it was par for the course. You were bright as hell and tenacious as a pit bull. But a cop, Masterson is his name, is trying to take all the credit, which Al says isn't working, but is also par for the course. Actually, all the credit should go to a little old Italian lady named Mrs. Rosselli." Charles cocked a beautifully arched brow at her. "Tell me about it." Rafaella smiled. "Al called me in and assigned me to the case. I didn't want it. The press had sensationalized it, and it was particularly gruesome. And nobody really cared anymore because the crazy who had done it, Freddie Pitho, the son, had confessed right away. It just gave the media a chance to do another dance on Lizzie Borden again. But you know Al, he got me going, made me so mad I wanted to slug him. He didn't say a word about any anonymous tip he'd gotten, and of course he'd gotten one from Mrs. Rosselli.
When I asked her later why she hadn't told the police what she told Al, she said that the snot-nosed kid they sent had no manners and treated her like a strega stupida. Why should she say anything to a snot-nosed kid with no manners who treated her like a stupid witch? I had no answer for that. I then asked her why she told Elle. She said that he'd done a series about 10 years ago on the Italians in Boston and had mentioned her husband by name and written what a fine man he'd been. Guido Rosselli had been a fireman killed in a runaway fire in the South End. She pulled out the yellowed clipping and read it to me. She told me, too, that she didn't really like Freddie. She thought he was weird. It was the boy Joey she cared about. Yet she cleared Freddie and showed the boy to be the guilty one. Interesting. Rafaella nodded. Why do you think Freddie Pitho opened up to you? Was he another Mrs. Rosselli? Rafaella gave him a crooked smile. He told me over and over, when I asked why he hadn't told the police about X or about Y, that they'd just called him a fucking liar, excuse the language, Charles, and told him to shut up. I listened to him and didn't comment until I realized he wasn't telling me the truth. Then I kept after him until both of us were hoarse. She raised her eyes to the ceiling. Thank you, God, for Mrs. Rosselli. What will happen to the boy, Rafaella? Hopefully he'll get into a decent foster home and have a very good shrink. And Freddie? I spoke to Al. He promised to find a job for Freddie on the paper. He'll be all right. Freddie's one of the walking wounded, but he's also a survivor. Charles fell silent. Rafaella watched as he carefully lifted her mother's hand and kissed her fingers. Rafaella wished at that moment that Charles, kind, handsome Charles, was her father. But he wasn't her father. Neither was her father a man named Richard Dorset, a physician who'd been killed in a freak car accident. A very brave man, a very good man. All a lie. She should have realized it was a lie so much sooner, because she didn't carry his name. She carried her mother's. She remembered her mother explaining that to her, and since she hadn't really cared, since that shadowy man had never been real to her, she'd paid little attention. She wondered if there were a man whose name was Richard Dorset. If there were, he'd sure be a better father than her real one was. Her father was a criminal. There were 6.5 journals covering 26 years. Rafaella had looked to see the last entry. Her mother hadn't written a word since November. Was it possible that Charles knew about the journals? About Dominick Giovanni? She shook her head. No, her mother would protect him from that, just as Rafaella would. She was nearly halfway through the 3rd journal, and she itched to get back to them. She looked down at the 5-carat Marquise diamond on her mother's left hand, a gift from a man who loved this woman more than he loved himself, more than he loved his own life. She wished she could talk to him, pour out her fear to him, her questions. But she mustn't. Dominick Giovanni had been her mother's private penance, a demon she'd exorcised again and again, or tried to. Rafaella hoped writing the journals had helped her. She knew that her mother would never have shown the journals to her. Rafaella had learned in the 3rd journal that her mother had gotten her revenge on Gabe Tetweiler. She'd gotten him, but good. It had cost her $10,000 or thereabouts, but old Gabe is now in prison in Louisiana for attempted child molestation. Rafaella said, "You're a very fine man, Charles. I wish you were my father." "I agree with that, my dear." Rafaella lifted her mother's other hand. So cold and so very limp. "I don't want her to die." Charles was silent. "She's not going to die, is she?" "I don't know, Rafaella. Would you rather she spent the next 20 years hooked up to all this cold equipment, a vegetable, dead but alive thanks to these machines?" Rafaella laid her mother's hand down beside her and rose. "Who's the man who hit her?" "Nobody knows." There was a vague description of the car. A dark sedan, 4-door, but that's it. Man, woman, the guy who saw the accident wasn't sure. Whoever it was, the driver was weaving all over the road, a drunk, the cops say. So this drunk hits her, guesses things are bad, and takes off? That's what the police are saying? They put out their bulletins on him. But Charles shrugged. "Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm going for a walk. I'll be back soon." Charles gave her an intent look. "Don't lock all your feelings inside, Rafaella. You don't have to keep all that hurt to yourself. I'm here, you know, and I love you." Rafaella merely nodded. She walked from the room, closing the door very quietly behind her. Giovanni's Island, February 2001. Marcus was in pain. He was also confused by what had happened. Why had Van Wessel and Corbug poisoned themselves? And why now? If they'd planned to, why not immediately? Why didn't Dominick come and explain it to him? But Dominick didn't say anything when he visited, nor did Merkel. The late afternoon of the Dutchman's demise, Marcus was alone, bored, in some pain, and woozy from the lingering effects of the Demerol. He didn't open his eyes when he heard the door open quietly. It was probably Merkel with an ad to show him from the most recent GQ, a suave new suit he wanted to buy. He'd shown Marcus a good half dozen now, telling him that he owed him for getting blood all over his suit. All the suits were white, they all looked like the ones he already owned. When Marcus had suggested a double-breasted Armani, he thought Merkel was going to expire. "Hello, baby." He would have groaned, except he decided in that instant to feign sleep. "It's just as well," he heard her say more to herself than to him. He felt the bed give as she sat beside him. Then she felt her hand slip under the single sheet and stroke over his side. He didn't need this. He didn't want it. "Paula, stop it, for God's sake. I'm a sick man, and you're married. Delorio is still in Miami, and I've decided to make you feel better. Think of me as your private nurse. I quite like you, Marcus, even though you act like a jerk toward me sometimes. But then I wonder how many women you've made love to, and it makes me hot." Her hand was on his butt now, and he brought his legs together, but it didn't matter. Her long fingers slid between his thighs, and she was touching him. "Paula, stop it." He reared up, trying to turn, and the pain stopped him cold. He gasped, frozen. "Lie down, baby. Just lie down. Paula will make you feel better." "Get out," he said, but his voice was low and indistinct, and he was, incredibly, hard as a stone. Then she helped him onto his side, something he hadn't expected, because it forced her to get her hands off him, just for a moment. Then she had the sheet down, and he was nude, and he was hard, and she was looking at him, and smiling, and holding him on his side against her body. Very impressive. A long time, Marcus. I like to see a man appreciate me. Let's see how far the appreciation goes, shall we? "Please," he said, wishing he had the strength to push her away. He could have found the strength, he finally admitted to himself. He was just choosing to lie to himself and not use it. He tried to roll back onto his stomach, but she just moved closer, sitting against him, holding him still. He groaned when her hand closed over his cock. She found her rhythm, and she talked to him, sex talk, that made him furious and aroused him, too quickly. His breath was heaving, and he was shuddering. She released him, and he felt her warm mouth close over him, and he was shoving into her mouth, and she took her. And God, she was good, not giving him a moment's respite, and he jerked in her mouth, and as he came, she caught him in her hand again. He panted, sucking in deep breaths, the pain in his shoulder momentarily suspended. She was on her knees next to the bed, and strands of her white blonde hair were clinging to his sweating belly. She looked up at him. "That was very nice. For you, Marcus. Next time, it's for me, okay? I hear someone coming, probably Merkel. Just keep the sheet up, and he won't know what you've done." She giggled as she wiped her hand quickly on the sheet. Marcus heard her say something to Merkel in the hall. He pulled the sheet to his nose. He felt raped, furious, and eased. Masturbated by Paula, for God's sake. She was good, and that made him even angrier. He opened an eye to see Merkel looking down at him. "Smells like sex in here." Marcus closed his eyes again. "Delorio's coming back tonight. You'll be safe from her then. I think I'll spray some pine forest air freshener in here." Then Merkel laughed again, another spontaneous laugh, at his, Marcus' expense. "Go drown yourself. You want a washcloth, buddy? I never want to hear your horsey laugh again, you stupid Neanderthal. Yeah, give me a washcloth. Hurt my feelings, Marcus, you surely do. I know you've tried to make me laugh for months than I can count. Now you did it, and you're pissed. You're weird." What Marcus wasn't was weird. What he was frantic. He had to get out of here. Paula and her play with him could ruin everything. It could get him killed. He had to get away from here, back to the resort. And that night he did, at least as far as Dominick's downstairs library and meeting room. He made it, breathing hard, his skin filmed with sweat from the exertion, but he was determined. Dominick hadn't told him a damned thing. He had to find out what was going on. He closed his sweating hand over the doorknob, then paused. He heard Delorio say in a loud voice, A shame the Irish trash didn't cash it in. Dominick's voice, mild and calm. Marcus saved my life. Incidentally, you've got some Irish blood in you. He had his reasons, no doubt. Anyway, what do you expect? You treat him like he's more important to you than your own son. My God, if I'd had a go at him, he'd have been in hell before he hit the ground. Marcus backed off. He hadn't realized Delorio hated him so much. He wondered if Delorio would be a real problem he'd have to worry about. The good Lord knew he had enough problems, and now this tantrum from a 25-year-old man whose wife of 10 months had given him head only 4 hours before. Marcus made his way back upstairs. His shoulder hurt, and he felt dizzy. He still hadn't found out anything about the Dutchman. He had to get away from here. Boston Tribune Newsroom, Boston, Massachusetts, March 1, 2001. One day back, and the wretched phone hadn't stopped ringing. Rafaella grabbed it on the third ring, scrunched it between her shoulder and her ear, and kept reading the article she'd found in the Tribune's library on arms smuggling. Not much, but it was a start. Rafaella Holland here. Hi, it's Logan. Airport? An old joke between them, not funny anymore. Yet she'd said it out of reflex action. Yeah, the first-class section. Where have you been? What's going on? She found herself blinking. She'd forgotten all about Logan Mansfield, an assistant DA. My mother was hurt in an accident. I flew there last Friday. Oh, how is she? Very serious. Her voice cracked. In a coma. Oh, I'm sorry, Rafaella. I want to see you tonight. It's been 2 weeks, nearly. I need to talk to you. She was leaving tomorrow. She chewed on her lower lip, staring at the article in her hand about the scandal in Sweden. Bofors illegally sold weapons to Iran and Iraq. Not too good for Nobel Industries, she thought. Logan made an impatient noise, and she said quickly, "Sure, Logan. Come on over to my place around 8 o'clock. I've got to clean out my fridge. You can help me." He agreed and rang off. I shouldn't have invited him over, she thought, then shook her head. She and Logan Mansfield had been together for nearly 3 years now. Lovers occasionally, friends occasionally, adversaries occasionally, neither one wanting commitment. A perfect arrangement for both of them. She read on about the Orangate in Italy. This one about Borletta's northern Italian weapons manufacturer illegally shipping mines and other weapons to Iran. Lord, it was complicated. All the machinations they went through to get the illegal arms from point A to point B. She read about end-user certificates that were all a scam, about different methods of smuggling mines and arms, or whatever, in crates labeled medical equipment or farm equipment. The list was endless. Criminal ingenuity. And in the U.S., there was only the U.S. Customs Service to stop them. Besides Borletti, she read about a man named Cummings who said he'd sell to anyone if the government allowed it, except Gaddafi. There was Kokin and his Los Angeles Arms Emporium, and Soganalian, who had branches in Miami, Beirut, and Madrid. Some did business with the CIA, others didn't. Most claimed they were as honest as the sky was blue. If that were true, Rafaella thought, then how had the war between Iran and Iraq lasted so very long, and the war in Angola? There were other names mentioned, and among them she found, finally, the name she was looking for, Dominick Giovanni. She read intently now. Little is known about Giovanni, a U.S. citizen. He is protected by intermediaries and prizes anonymity. It's rumored that his power and influence base exceed those of Robert Sarum and of Roderick Olivier in the world arms market. He operates solely out of his compound on his own island in the Caribbean. You still going, Rafe? She looked up at Al Holbein. I need a vacation, just like I told you. Charles agrees I should go. I'll keep in touch with him every day to see how my mother is doing. It hurt to lie to Al, just as it had hurt to lie, by omission, to Charles. If it's just a vacation, Al said, moving closer, blocking her from Jean Mallory's view. Ignore Loverboy, he added. He's just jealous. I will. It's a good thing sometimes that you're 20 pounds overweight, boss. In your ear, kiddo. Where are you going, Rafaella, and why? You might as well tell me the truth. I can always tell when you're lying to me. He rarely used her full name. It gave her pause. Had he spoken to her stepfather? It wouldn't have mattered. Charles wasn't all that intuitive at the moment, all his energies focused on her mother. He didn't know what his stepdaughter was up to.
She'd been very careful. A vacation, a long overdue rest, in the Caribbean, for 2 weeks. You jealous? And I don't lie. He didn't answer, just looked at her closely. He looked down at the pile of articles on her desk. You'll send a postcard? Count on it. I'll try to find one of those men are pigs cards, just for you. Your mom's condition still the same? Rafaella nodded, tears closing in her throat. Now her frantic machinations over Freddie Pitho seemed mundane compared to what she planned to do. Al patted her shoulder. Get out of here. I've got my hands on Larry Bifford. He'll be taking over your assignments until you get back. She felt a spurt of paranoia mixed with a good dose of insecurity. He's pretty good, was what came out of her mouth. Yep, the best, Al said cheerfully. Take your time, kiddo. She watched him amble away, graceful despite his bulk, as he wove his way through the closely placed desks to his office. He seemed oblivious of the continuous noise in the newsroom, oblivious of the young sports reporter who tossed a football to the entertainment editor. It sailed by Al's ear, missing him by 2 inches. You're too smart, Al, she said under her breath. She managed to get out of the Tribune office with a minimum of words to Jean. He gave her a stiff goodbye, and she gave him an easy see you around. Bramerton, Massachusetts, March 1, 2001. Logan roamed through Rafaella's living room and followed her into the kitchen, not volunteering to help, just watching her and fidgeting with a can opener. All right, Logan, what is it? She asked finally, slapping down the hot pad and looking away from the warmed-up tuna casserole. You've been acting strange. I'm tired, not in such a good mood, and I'm worried about my mother. Now, what gives with you? That gave him pause. Logan, another ultra-wasp, she realized, studying him. Blonde, blue-eyed, tall, lanky, a passable lover, a sense of humor. And now she just wished he'd spit out what was bothering him. She was tired, frantic with worry for her mother, and scared of what she knew lay ahead. Pitho, he said, as if that said it all. Rafaella served the casserole onto paper plates. They had to eat it fast, or it would soak through. She set a bottle of white wine on the table and pulled out several day-old bagels. Sit, and let's eat before it gets cold. They sat and ate. Pitho, Logan said again after 2 bites of casserole. What about it? Them, Freddie or Joey? Them. Both of them. He took another bite. Rafaella looked at him. You gave me a hello kiss like you wanted to bite my tongue off. What's wrong, Logan? Is it because I'm leaving? From the look of surprise on his face, she realized it hadn't really clicked with him that she was leaving. Where are you going? Away. I need a rest. Their last vacation, they'd gone together, to Athens, then on to Santorini. I see, Logan said. All right, Rafaella, what you did was crummy. It was unprofessional. It wasn't fair to anyone. I hope you never pull anything like that again. What again? What are you babbling about? Pitho. You circumvented the police. You didn't say a word to me, to anyone in the DA's office. Nothing. You behaved irresponsibly, unprofessionally. You acted like the little detective of the cosmos, and everyone's quite annoyed. You jeopardized the DA's case. You could have destroyed Pitho's defense, prejudicing every possible juror beforehand. You could have ruined everything. I see, she said, and she did. She smiled at him. I truly do see now, Logan. Forgive me. It's certainly obvious to me now that the police weren't completely satisfied with their investigation. Oh no, far from it. They were just taking a breather after getting Freddie's confession. Of course they were busting their butts to find Joey Pitho. Can you believe all the manpower they had on the case? As for the DA's office, they really weren't all that anxious to toss Freddie in the state hospital for 3 lifetimes. They weren't all that satisfied that the massacre had been so cut and dried. And enough sarcasm, Rafaella. You know very well what you did was wrong and stupid, and you just wanted the limelight all for yourself. I could have used a bit of your inside information, you know. You could have called me. You could have told me what you were doing, what you discovered, and I'd have gone about getting things taken care of, in the proper way, through the proper channels, protecting everyone. And Rafaella rose from the table. She said very slowly, You and I, Logan, have known each other for over 2 years. We've had fun for the most part. We've respected each other's careers. At least, that's what I've always thought. Now I want to take a shower. He opened his mouth to argue, but she forestalled him, her hand raised. The police dropped the ball on this one. The DA's office never picked up the ball. The media were thrilled to have gore for their pathetic newscasts. But bottom line, nobody gave a good damn. Nobody cared if that pitiful Freddie Pitho was getting a raw deal. Nobody cared if an 11-year-old boy ever turned up. Nobody. You're a prig, Logan, and a hypocrite, and jealous because you didn't do what had to be done, and I just happened to be the one who did. Just get out of my apartment and my life. You find another guy who appeals to you more? The conceit of men, Rafaella thought, marveling at his logic. He hadn't listened, hadn't heard a word she'd said. No, it had to be another man. So be it. Logan saw her smiling and knew he'd better leave, or he'd be tempted to say things that would alienate her irrevocably. He didn't want to make an enemy of her. That wouldn't be good for a man who wanted to be Boston's DA.
But he just couldn't hold it in. "Bitch," he said, threw his napkin down to the floor, grabbed his coat from the back of a chair, and slammed his way out the front door. "I do believe," Rafaella said, staring around at the shambles in her kitchen, "that I have just severed the last of my connections." At 8 o'clock the following morning, she was on an American flight to Miami. She was excited, and she was afraid. And she found herself wondering again how it was possible that a man, any man, wouldn't care enough to find out the name of his own child. But he hadn't cared enough to discover that his name, Dominick Giovanni, wasn't listed as the girl child's father on the birth certificate. He hadn't cared enough to discover that Margaret hadn't used her real name with him. Well, it just made it easier for her. Lies were difficult. At least she didn't have to worry about using her real name. Her curiosity about her father had begun to consume her, and that bothered her because she didn't want her hatred for him diluted in any way. She didn't want to lose her focus. She didn't want to lose her edge. He didn't deserve her respect. He didn't deserve anything at all from her. But she had to see him, to really look at him, to study him, to see herself in him, to learn for herself whether he was really corrupt to his soul or if there was something good in him. She had to know. 5. Giovanni's Island, March 2001. Marcus worked out steadily, without pause, until Melissa K. Roanoke, better known as Punk, the weight room's assistant manager, grabbed his arm and said, "Enough, Superman." He looked up at her baby face, topped by a tangle of pink curls, and grinned painfully. Punk was all of 23 years old, tall, fine-boned, and big-breasted, and had a karate black belt. "I've got to get the rotation back in my shoulder, Punk. When did you add that yellow stripe?" He stared up at the half-inch wide stripe that went from just over her right eye back to the last curl at her neck. "You don't have to do it all in a week. Give it a rest now. Orders from Dr. Hames. He warned me you'd probably try to be a stupid macho about this. What happened anyway? You get a knife in your back?" "I had Sissy add the yellow stripe. She said it would be bad. It is bad. Real bad. Just what did Hames say to you?" Punk shrugged, her eye roving to a 30-ish affluent banker from Chicago who'd just stretched out on his back to do some bench presses. He wasn't in bad shape. Just that you'd hurt yourself using some kind of machinery over at Mr. Giovanni's compound, and you'd try to kill yourself again getting back in shape. So stop it. I'd better go see to Mr. Scanlon. He's not as yummy as you, boss, but he'll do. Do you think he's got all his rotation? "All the rotation you could take," Marcus said, and watched Punk swing over, her very sleek body leotarded all in black with hot pink leg warmers, her hips so squeezable looking that occasionally even Marcus was tempted. The banker didn't have a chance, despite the yellow stripe, unless he was married, which he wasn't, or Punk wouldn't be so blatant about going after him. The guy was going to have a wonderful vacation. Since Punk didn't enjoy gambling, the rich young banker would probably save himself a bundle by staying in bed and away from the casino. Marcus sighed and slowly worked his shoulder. It was better, but Punk was right. He'd overdone it today. He showered and dressed in his manager's clothes. White slacks, a pale blue Armani shirt, styled to show off his physique, open at the collar to show off the hair on his chest. His orders from Dominick 2.5 years ago had been to look expensive, act charming, and be efficient. You're to look like you're every woman's fantasy lover, act like you're a down-and-dirty macho with all the men, And you're to manage the resort and casino like it's a combination Nirvana crapshoot, the only one on the planet. And you're a 5% owner, which was true. Marcus stepped out the back door of the gym into the lush tangle of hibiscus, bougainvillea, frangipani, and orchids that blossomed in profusion along each side of the path. Clashing sweet scents filled the heavy air. Although every damned growing thing in the resort grounds was trimmed on a schedule set by Kenobi and carried through by his 2 gardeners, it still seemed that if you didn't pay attention, you'd get a good slap in the face by a thick green arm. He was tired. He'd been back only 3 days from the compound, and things were piled up. Everyone had a problem. His secretary, Callie, was in a snit for some reason he couldn't fathom. A Mrs. Maynard from Atlanta, Georgia, was due to arrive in her own private Cessna and expected him to greet her personally. Mrs. Cicely Maynard had tried to get in his pants during her last visit 6 months before. He devoutly prayed she wouldn't try this time. He thought of Hank, one of the casino guards, Studs. Hank would be more than pleased to pick up a few extra bucks. He'd agreed to manage Porto Bianco just to get close to Dominick Giovanni, to become part of his organization. Nearly 2.5 years now of his life. How close was he? He knew Dominick was one of the most powerful international weapons dealers. So did the U.S. Customs Service. He didn't have enough proof yet to convince a grand jury, but neither did any other agent in the U.S. Customs Service. He'd been close a number of times to nailing Giovanni, and the U.S. Customs Service hadn't. Well, he'd saved his life. He'd done it deliberately, knowing that his deal with Hurley and the feds was to get evidence on Giovanni, irrefutable evidence, so they could lock him up for the rest of his miserable life. The feds wanted him in prison, not shot dead by an assassin's bullet. Marcus, too, had wanted justice, most of the time. But the hell of it was that with Dominick dead, the organization would continue with Delorio at the helm. At least that seemed the likely outcome. Odd how the 2 Dutchmen had poisoned themselves. Even more odd was the fact that Dominick had avoided speaking of the consequences of what had happened. He'd spoken about none of it to Marcus, and he'd left, finally, frustrated and weak and irritable. He knew no more than he had before. What was the meaning of Bathsheba? An organization? A woman from the Bible? He left immediately, after a breakfast at which Paula had very calmly run her fingers up his thigh and told a joke while she fondled him beneath the table, with her husband, Delorio, sitting next to her. "Marcus, hurry! Mrs. Maynard's on the way from the airstrip." "All right," he said, and sped up. "I'm coming, Callie." He'd call her Hank, who was at present recovering from a sexual marathon with Glenn, a very hungry lady from San Antonio. 6 hours later, at 10 o'clock in the evening, Marcus fell into his bed. He didn't care if the women thought he was a jerk for leaving them, if the men thought he was a wimp for ignoring the heavyweight fight from Las Vegas on the giant screen TV. He was so bloody exhausted he could scarcely walk. As for Hank, he imagined that young man was far from sleeping. Cicely had approved of him. Marcus's sleep wasn't restful. He dreamed the dream that had haunted him for 20 years now, on and off. The dream had changed over the years. It was still the boy's, and yet it was tainted by the man's experiences. The dream unrolled like a film. A nice, easy start, scenes really, like soft paintings, flowing in front of him, setting the ambiance, easing him back to Chicago, back to his old neighborhood, in that long-ago summer. A boy, thin, lanky, guileless, and outgoing, who trusted everyone. A nice kid, that's what those soft scenes showed. An only kid with 2 loving parents, a paper route, good grades, sports, and all-American boy. A naive shithead. Now the film speeded up. Events ran a crazy race, became tangled, lurched out of sequence, but remained bright and urgent and terrifying. His father, Ryan Chomper O'Sullivan, a newspaperman, who was an intellectual, a narrow-shouldered man fanatically devoted to truth. He was visible now, shoving up his glasses that were always slipping down his narrow nose, and his mother, Molly, big-boned, tall, stronger than her husband, laughing as she leaned over her husband to push up his glasses and nip the end of his nose with her white teeth. He was called Chomper because he didn't let up. Once Chomper was onto something, he rooted around like a damned bulldog, didn't ease off, ever. He'd interview the devil if he had to get to the truth, then to print the truth. The 11-year-old Marcus had been impatient with his old man. He couldn't throw a football worth a damn. He could help with math, but he was normally too busy. Molly was a loss at anything that had an X or a Y stuck in it. But he loved his pa. His pa knew the history of every pro baseball player in the world. More scenes, brighter now, the blood redder and deeper, spreading, oozing over everything, in his eyes, flowing into his nose, his mouth, choking him, all the red, so much of it, all of his father's blood. Marcus moaned, then yelled, jerking up in bed, choking and wheezing. Sweat flowed down his neck, under his armpits. God, would it never ease off? He was having trouble breathing. His shoulder throbbed. Fear clogged his throat. The room was cold, with the air conditioner on high. He shivered and jerked the covers over him, burrowing beneath them. Wouldn't it ever stop? He knew the answer to that. Yes, he did. He managed to slow his breathing, telling himself over and over that he wasn't a freaked-out 11-year-old kid anymore. He was an adult, and thank God he'd gotten up before the dream had continued to its familiar conclusion. But he was afraid to go back to sleep. He looked at the digital clock on the nightstand. 5 a.m. He didn't hesitate, but got up and went into his bathroom. He stayed under the hot shower spray until his skin tingled. Then he went running. It was just past dawn, pinks and pale grays slashing through the morning sky, mixing with the blues of the Caribbean, gleaming off the white sand on the beach. It was a beautiful sight, and so quiet he could hear his heart beating. His pace was steady as he evenly inhaled and exhaled the sweet, clean air. He wondered how it had been here several hundred years before, when the hills and central mountains had been covered with sugarcane fields, extending from the highest points nearly to the sea. Black slaves brought over by the Portuguese, bending over the stalks, tending them, sweating under the hot Caribbean sun. The fields had been gone since before the turn of the last century. The 4 or 5 owners had left, selling their land until just one man, a rich American Yankee merchant who'd wanted to impress a French aristocratic wife with his wealth, had bought the entire island. Of the few natives that had been born on the island, most had drifted away, making their homes on the other islands, primarily Antigua and St. Kitts. There was little native culture now, hadn't been for years and years. No written lore, no rites or rituals remained. But then again, there was no poverty either, not on Giovanni's island. All natives who remained were employed and paid well, and given housing. Marcus held his hand under his elbow to keep stress off his injured shoulder. He looked up and saw a woman ahead of him, her pace steady and smooth. He frowned, wishing that for just once he could be alone, just once not have to make inane conversation with a guest. He slowed just a bit. The woman had long legs. He'd let her get far ahead. She disappeared around a curve, about 100 yards ahead. When he rounded the curve, he looked around instinctively. He didn't see her. Had she sped up and already run through the jungle paths back to her villa? He hoped so. He continued, his breathing steady, his heart rate even, sweat soaking his hair. Still, he found himself looking for her. Could something have happened? She hadn't been running that fast. Then he stopped short. The woman was seated between some large rocks near the shoreline, her legs drawn up to her chest, her head buried in her hands. There was some sort of book lying on a rock beside her. She had red hair. No, actually more auburn, with some brown and blonde in it. Drawn back in a ponytail, a red stretch sweatband around her forehead. She was wearing red shorts and a baggy cotton top. She was crying, low, deep sobs that sounded like they came from her gut, like she couldn't bear it. Wrenching sobs, soul sobs, his mother, Molly, would have called them. Well, shit. She hadn't heard him. He considered leaving her be. Then he knew he couldn't. He stopped and approached her quietly. He dropped to his haunches in front of her. "Are you all right?" Her head snapped up, and she stared at him, surprise in her eyes. "I'm sorry to startle you." "Don't be afraid." "I'm not," she said, and he saw it was true. Her eyes were a pale blue with perhaps just a dollop of gray in the early morning light. "Excuse me for bothering you, but I saw you here. Are you all right? Is there something I can do?" She was young, mid-20s, he guessed. Her face was blotchy from the tears. She was amazingly lovely, even with her nose running, her eyes red and swollen from crying, and her hair sweat-soaked, her face clean of makeup. "I'm quite all right, thank you. It's very beautiful here. I thought no one in his right mind would be up and out here this early. You just never know, do you? No, you certainly don't. I was pretty surprised to see you, too. She scooted back just a bit, then rose to her feet. She wasn't all that tall, coming only to his chin. "Forgive me for disturbing you," he said, wondering what the devil was wrong with her. A man, probably. It usually was. There wasn't a ring on her left hand. Yeah, man trouble, for sure. He nodded and trotted away from her. Margaret's Journal, Boston, Massachusetts, March 1991. I've met a man who isn't a crumb. Nor is he a liar. I'm sure of it this time. And you like him, my darling girl. His name is Charles Winston Rutledge III. How do you like that for a handle? He's very rich, older money than even my parents. Very kind, and something I simply can't believe. He appears genuinely to love me. He's 46 years old, and he's got 2 kids of his own. The girl married, and his son Benjamin at Harvard. He's a widower. His wife evidently died of cancer 4 years ago, poor woman. He owns newspapers, I don't know how many yet, and he hates the thought of the groups like Remington Kaufer buying up papers, making them all the same. I tease him and ask him how are any different. Doesn't he influence policy? Doesn't he tend to have his own political slants, and his papers reflect them? That gets him going. All this takes place after you've gone to bed, Rafaella. Then we start kissing, and he's good, very good. I'm a 36-year-old woman, I tell him, and I'm in my prime. I'm concerned, I continue, that he's over the hill and doesn't have any interest anymore in physical things. Rafaella, it's wonderful. I met him on the beach at Montauk Point. I had simply driven out there because I'd heard it was interesting, and it's at the very end of Long Island. Remember that weekend? We were visiting the Strakers in Sudbury. Anyway, he was running, and he ran into me, literally, knocked me flat. And when he stretched out his hand to pull me up, something came over me, something crazy. I giggled, took his hand, jerked him off balance, and pulled him down. He was so surprised he didn't say anything for at least 3 minutes, and I just lay there giggling like a fool. Then, of all things, he grinned at me, rolled over on top of me, and kissed me. That was 3 weeks ago. He's asked me to marry him, and I told him I'd probably would, because he barbecues a good steak, stays awake most nights to make love to me, and he doesn't snore too much. I'll talk about it this evening with you. I know you'll be happy for me this time. Let me stop a moment with all this true love gushing. I got him, Rafaella. I finally got Gabe Tetweiler. I finally hired the right detective, a sleazeball named Clancy, and he turned up Gabe in Shreveport, Louisiana. He was still a land developer of sorts, and he had money. Clancy discovered he'd come into it suddenly, and he figured he'd blackmailed some married woman when he'd been in New Orleans. In any case, Gabe was having a very good time with a local woman, but more particularly with her 11-year-old daughter. Clancy plays no holds barred. He didn't interfere. He just took lots of pictures of Gabe molesting the little girl. Then he went to the mother, and the both of them went to the Shreveport police. Gabe's in jail, trial pending. It makes me feel very good, as if, finally, I've done something right in my life. I hope you've forgotten that experience. You're so bright and happy, even with all those teenage hormones wreaking havoc in your body. April 1991. I saw him today in downtown Madrid, coming out of a boutique, a beautiful, slow-eyed, olive-complexioned woman on his arm. Here I am on my honeymoon, and I have to see Dominick. It doesn't seem fair. I haven't told Charles a thing about Dominick. He believes that my first husband, Richard Dorset, was an honorable man whose life was cut tragically short. He accepts the story that I changed my name and yours back to my maiden name, Holland. And there was Dominick, laughing and taking a shopping bag from the woman. And then he looked up and straight at me. His eyes flickered over me, a man's casual checkout. Then he turned back to his companion, who couldn't have been more than 22. He didn't recognize me. I was a complete stranger to him. I stood there under the hot Spanish sun, staring after him, not moving, tears streaming down my face. And then Charles was beside me, and he was scared something had happened to me. I've become the liar now, a very good one as a matter of fact. I told Charles I had this sudden awful cramp in my left calf, and it hurt so bad, and he picked me up in his arms, sat me down in a chair at a sidewalk cafe, and rubbed the calf until I told him it was gone. What's wrong with me? I hate the man, I swear it to you. I hate him, I fear, more than I love Charles, but not more than I love you, Rafaella. I've got to stop this. Damn it, he's been out of my life for years upon years. Yet he looked immensely wonderful. He must be at least Charles' age, but the years hadn't changed the basic man. He looked like an aristocrat. That long, thin nose of his long, slender body, those narrow hands with the exquisitely buffed nails, his immaculate dress, his hair as black as it was then, except there was white in the sideburns, and it just added to his magnetism. And his pale blue eyes. Your pale blue eyes, Rafaella, with just a touch of gray, maybe, if one looks very carefully. He didn't recognize me. He stared right through me. Giovanni's Island, March 2001. Rafaella watched the man run down the beach. Another guest up at dawn. Well, at least he'd been polite enough to leave her alone quickly enough. It had also been kind of him to stop when he realized she was crying. She pulled her loose shirt free from her shorts and rubbed her eyes. Crying, of all the stupid things. Crying for her mother's pain that had now become her pain. But mixed with that was the other, her father, the man whose blood was in her. Why did it hurt so much? Her mother had protected her all these years. Her mother, who still lay in that hospital bed with all those obscene tubes in her body, was now helpless. Well, she, Rafaella, wasn't helpless. Rafaella jumped to her feet. She became aware of the beauty surrounding her. It was morning now, the sun brightening, the air soft as her face powder brush, the breeze from the sea salty and light. She drew a deep breath, picked up the 4th volume of her mother's journals, and began her run back to the resort. The place was incredible. The airstrip couldn't accommodate jets, so she'd flown to Antigua yesterday afternoon, then hired a private helicopter to fly her to Giovanni's Island, otherwise known by its resort name, Porto Blanco. She'd found out in Antigua that most people bound for the island had their own private planes. As she ran steadily, she remembered when she dropped in to visit her travel agent to get reservations to the island. When she told Chrissy she wanted to book into Porto Blanco, the agent had dropped her jaw. Porto Blanco? You want to go there? Do you know how much it costs? And there's probably a waiting list a mile long. Good grief, Rafaella, did you just inherit a fortune? Oops, I forgot about that trust fund of yours. Well, in any case, the club's private, members only. And Chrissy carried on and on about all the gold-plated faucets in the bathrooms, and how even the jacuzzis had gold-plated jets. And there were many security guards so that all the wealthy women could drip with their diamonds and rubies without fear they'd be stolen. And the casino was more elegant and understated than the casinos in Monaco. It was the most exclusive, most expensive resort in the Caribbean. Did Rafaella know it had been built back in the 30s by one of the Hollywood movie moguls? Chrissy thought it was Louis B. Mayer, or maybe Sam Goldwyn, she wasn't sure. But she'd heard he'd bought it from the estate of this American merchant who'd had this French aristocratic wife who'd left him for a fisherman on Antigua. Rafaella had listened to her carry on. She hadn't bothered to tell her that Dominick Giovanni had bought the resort, the entire island, back in 1997. She asked if there were any photos of the place, and was told that no, there weren't. This wasn't a place that wanted new business. Their business was mouth to mouth from old money to more old money. It was exclusive, it was private, it was members and their guests only. Ah, Chrissy said, her voice lowered to wickedness. I know what it is. You want yourself a handsome playmate, right? I don't think so. I just broke it off with Logan. Forget Logan, he's got hang-ups, right? You probably broke off with him because he acted like a jerk, right? I heard that Porto Blanco has gorgeous men and women there for the guests, if you know what I mean. That was a kicker. A giant pleasure palace, replete with male and female playmates. Do you know anything else about the place? Like how I can get in? How difficult it was to keep her voice light, uncaring. But Chrissy had just shaken her head. Do you know any members? That'd be the only way. What I told you, I've just heard gossiped about by other travel agents. I don't have the foggiest notion of how to get you there, Rafaella, without being a member. Sorry. I remember now that it changed hands back in the 80s. It was all run down then. Then somebody else bought it just a few years ago, a rich Arab or a rich Japanese, something like that, and he poured millions into it and got it back up to what it had been in the 30s. I'd give a year's pay or my virginity to get in there, just for a week. You're not a virgin, Chrissy. You've been in the men's room again, Rafaella. But it had been so simple in the end. Al Holbein wasn't a dummy. He'd found out about Rafaella's access of their information service and her search through the Tribs library. And since all topics were either on private arms dealers, or Dominick Giovanni, or Porto Blanco, he didn't have to strain to come up with some of the answer. He was toying with the idea of demanding what she was up to when she walked into his office. "What is it, Rafe? You can't handle the heat out there in the newsroom? You'll get used to all the jealousies. Goodness, you'll be jealous yourself before too long." "It isn't that. Logan, what's his face at the DA's? He giving you a hard time?" "Logan's history. No, it doesn't have anything to do with work or men. I decided I needed more than just a vacation. I want to take a leave of absence, Al."
Al stared at her, nonplussed. "I beg your pardon?" Rafaella tried to get her act together. What to say? "Is this about your mother? You want to be with her?" She started to lie. It had given her such a fine opportunity. In the end, she just stared at her shoes and shook her head. "Does it have anything to do with Porto Bianco? So you know. Just about your research. Why the interest in the island? Or in arms dealing? Or is it Dominick Giovanni?" Rafaella drew a deep breath. "Can you get me in at Porto Bianco? As a guest?" It was Al's turn to study Rafaella Holland. She could have asked her stepfather, Charles. He could have snapped his fingers and gotten her on the next flight to the Caribbean. But she'd asked him, Al. Slowly, he nodded. "Yes, I can get you in. Senator Monroe's a member, and he owes me. It's important?" Rafaella rose. "It's the most important thing in my life." Rafaella stopped running. She was on a narrow, winding path, one of a dozen that led from the resort to the beach and back. She walked now to one of the main paths that led to her small villa. There were 40 villas, in addition to the lavish main facility, and Al had managed to get her one of them. She was here, so close to him, and it was the beginning for her. She had a plan that she'd thought about and examined and thought about some more. It would work. She simply had to keep her focus, keep her edge, and not let anything distract her. She felt the familiar mingling of fear and anticipation, making her heart pound and her breathing shallow. 6 Giovanni's Island, March 2001. Rafaella ate another tart grapefruit slice. Her lips puckered, and she quickly downed the remainder of her coffee. She was seated for breakfast on one of the 4 outdoor patios, this one latticed overhead by bright red and purple bougainvillea to protect against the sun. She was facing one of the swimming pools, shaped like Italy, down to the boot, which was the hot tub. There were only a half-dozen or so guests breakfasting outside at 8:30 in the morning. The weather, as usual, was in the low 70s at this hour, the sky perfectly clear, despite the fact that every morning, about 11 o'clock, there would be a heavy downpour that would last for some 25 minutes, and then the sun would shine blindingly again, and everything would continue as if nothing had happened. She studied the guests as she ate slowly. The beautiful people did appear different from their mortal counterparts. They were, on the average, more slender, more fit, more evenly tanned, and what was astounding was that even those in their 40s and 50s bore no sun wrinkles on their faces, not a ripple of cellulite on any female thigh. However did they manage it? The men looked wonderful in their white tennis shorts and knit shirts, and the women, their legs long and sleek, wore Lagerfeld hand-painted silk cover-ups, Armani trousers, Valentino organza madras, and tantri sandals. At least those were the designers she recognized from her 3-day crash course in the latest hot fashions. They looked pampered and flawless. She overheard a conversation next to her between a man in his 50s and a young woman who couldn't have been older than Rafaella. Initial impressions had told her father and daughter. Boy, was she naive. They were lovers, and the young woman, very blatant about it, laid her hand in his lap, turned it downward, and molded his penis with her fingers. Rafaella stared. "More coffee?"
Rafaella jumped. The waitress was standing beside her, an amused twinkle in her eyes. Yes, thank you. They look much sweeter than they really are, don't they? What? Who? Your grapefruit, said the waitress. Oh, certainly. I feel very stupid. I did too when I first got here. This is a playhouse. Don't think it's sexist, because it isn't. You'll see very mature ladies with hunks you wouldn't believe. Well, I hope you enjoy yourself. You should, you know. This is a wonderful place. I hope so too, Rafaella said. The waitress was beautiful enough to be a model. Speaking of which, hopefully, today she would finally make contact with Coco Vivrio, Dominick Giovanni's French mistress and former model. Rafaella left the lanai and wandered through the lush, colorful grounds. The place was almost more than the senses could take. So much color and foliage and flowers so abundant. She'd counted 21 different gardeners. They seemed to blend into the greenery, and they worked very quietly. Acres and acres of beautiful gardens, none of them rigidly manicured like Charles Rutledge's English gardens. There were golf courses, tennis courts, 3 swimming pools, plus, of course, the beautiful Caribbean splashing up onto white sand beaches. The island was shaped like the upper northwestern chunk of San Francisco and was only about 3 square miles. Antigua was to the east, and some guests flew into St. John's. The resort took up the east side, the Giovanni compound, the west side. It was paradise, no doubt about that. And it was only for very, very rich people. And her father. Rafaella supposed she fit in well enough. Her trust fund was substantial, her stepfather was one of the richest men on the East Coast, and she did recognize a Givenchy dress when she saw one. She returned to her villa, a miniature Mediterranean, all whitewashed walls, arched doorways, and red-tiled roof. It was surrounded by frangipani and hibiscus, all yellows and pinks. She had complete privacy. The interior furnishings were late Baroque, heavily ornamented Louis XVI, the floors hardwood with cashmere wool and silk carpets as throws. Almost too much, Rafaella thought, as she turned the gold-plated faucet of her washbowl, a hand-painted porcelain bowl from Spain. She allowed herself another hour of decadent appreciation, then got herself into gear. She went for a workout in the gym. What a gym, she thought, eyeing the newest of Nautilus equipment. She changed into the designer leotards a friendly young woman gave her, a woman who had pink hair with a wild yellow stripe, and said, "Hey, call me Punk. I'll show you everything. You don't look like you need much help, though. You're already there. But any questions, just holler." The leotard was pale blue, with matching tights. Rafaella didn't bother with the leg warmers, which she'd always considered an affectation, particularly if one were in the Caribbean. She'd wondered where the natives were, if indeed there were any on this private island, and finally saw 3 or 4 local black women who appeared to be in charge of the guests' dressing rooms. They were handsome women, silent and discreet, and Rafaella wondered what they thought of this outrageous place. She took herself to the soft-as-butter leather floor mat and began her workout. As she stretched, she checked out every person there, men and women. Most were friendly, particularly the men. She met a half-dozen within 30 minutes. She was doing leg lifts when she saw him again. It was the same man who'd stopped early this morning on the beach and been nice to her, a stupid, weeping woman. He was speaking to Punk. Then he laughed, worked his shoulder a bit, and sauntered off to the men's dressing room. When he came out, he was wearing shorts, sneakers, and a white t-shirt. She could see an elastic bandage around his chest and over his shoulder beneath the soft white material. She hadn't noticed the bandage earlier. He was built very well. In his early 30s, she guessed, hair black as sin, and eyes a deep blue. Yes, he was very well built, with muscular thighs, just what she liked. A man to whom fitness was important, and always would be. He had a strong face, a hard face, a face that promised both character and secrets. He was a man who would be noticed and remembered. He looked around and saw her. Rafaella nodded, then did another leg lift. Marcus strolled over to her. "Good morning," he said, and stuck out his hand. "I didn't introduce myself this morning. My name's Marcus Devlin." His smile was nice, too.
My name's Rafaella Holland. You just get here? Yes, yesterday afternoon, from Boston. I can't tell you what it's like to wear no clothes and still be warm. The weather back home is... Yes, I know. I was in Boston last month. Sure, and even my toenails were cold. She grinned. You're Irish. As I tell folk, I'm half Irish and half South Chicagoan. I thought South Chicago was primarily black. It is, and I'm more Catholic than the Pope. Then why in the name of the Pope are you here? You don't like it? The freedom to do about anything you please? It would seem to me that a lovely young woman could enjoy herself immensely here. If my mother knew I was here, she'd probably turn Catholic and pray every hour on the hour for my lost self and soul. Why, just this morning, you wouldn't believe what I saw. And a black eyebrow went up. He looked amused and was waiting for her to finish, but she didn't. Yes, you were saying? Nothing more than two people enjoying their freedom. What an interesting way to phrase it. It was just that one of them was old enough to be the other one's father. Sorry, I must sound like a Victorian spinster, which I'm really not. Excuse me, I've got to do 20 more leg lifts. Marcus recognized a dismissal when he heard it. It surprised him because he wasn't used to being dismissed, particularly by women, particularly by young women who were very rich and used to getting what they wanted when they wanted it. He almost laughed at his sudden attack of ego, but contented himself by walking away from her with merely a nod to her over his shoulder. Rafaella wondered at her sudden collapse of restraint. She'd nearly talked the man's ear off, and she didn't have any idea who or what he was. It would be just her luck if he were one of the male playmates. "Who is that man?" she asked Punk when she came over to help Rafaella reset the weights on the Nautilus. "Who? Oh, Marcus. Isn't he a hunk? Oh, drat the man. I told him not to overdo it, and there he goes again." "You mean, I can see the bandage underneath his t-shirt. What happened to him?" "I don't know exactly. Dr. Hamish's the resort doctor. He said something about Marcus getting hurt on some machinery over at the compound. But now Marcus is trying to get all his strength back in a week. Excuse me, I want to go chew on his ear." "But who is he?" Rafaella said to herself, watching Punk walk to the man and pull on his arm. The compound. It had to be Dominick Giovanni's compound. Was the man a crook? Was he one of her father's men? "You need some more help?" Punk again, hovering, her words meant for Rafaella, but her eye roving over the men who were grunting with varying degrees of pain through their routines. Marcus seems like a nice man. That got Punk's attention, and she looked Rafaella over closely. "I hate to be the one to tell you this, honey, but you're really not his type. It doesn't matter how rich you are, either. He doesn't play around much, and when he does, it's with petite brunettes. I wonder if he had a wife who was black-haired and little, and she left him or she died, or something. Dramatic?" Punk laughed and shrugged. "Yeah, you know, even I've tried, but he just isn't interested. He says a guy should never dip his quill in company ink. He also says I'm too young for him. He sees me only as an uncle would. He works much too hard. Pity, I bet I could make him very happy. Look over there. That guy's from Argentina, and he's got the yummiest accent. And from what I've heard, he knows just what to do in the sack. Callie Senches, Marcus's secretary, well, she told me he has the nicest fingers." And Punk shuddered. Rafaella wanted to say something to that, but she kept her mouth shut. Punk was a veritable fount of information and should get past the sack soon. Unfortunately, Rafaella couldn't get Punk off the Argentinian's sexual prowess, so she merely nodded at appropriate intervals. Finally, another woman hailed Punk, and she left. Rafaella's workout came to an abrupt halt when an older woman, an incredibly beautiful woman with shoulder-length ash-blonde hair, walked into the gym. She saw Marcus and quickened her pace over to him. She touched his shoulder and began speaking to him. He stopped and spoke to her. He put his hand on her arm as if he were reassuring her about something. Then he turned, spoke briefly to Punk, and disappeared into the men's dressing room. The older woman, Rafaella mentally deleted the adjective, the woman was mid-30s, exquisitely fashioned by a very kind set of genes, with high slashing cheekbones, giving her a nearly tartar look, a wide mouth, and arched eyebrows over the greenest eyes in nature. Rafaella looked more closely. Her heart speeded up. The woman was Coco Vivrio, Dominick Giovanni's mistress. She was far more compelling than her photographs.
which was odd because models seemed to make it to the top because they weren't necessarily gorgeous, just very photogenic. Rafaella couldn't believe her luck. Slowly, her mind racing, she strolled over to where the woman was waiting, drumming very long fingernails on the back of an Airdyne bike. "Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but aren't you Coco?" Coco nodded, distracted, wishing the sweating woman would leave her alone. "I've admired you forever, it seems. You're the most beautiful woman in the world." Coco decided on the spot that this sweating woman wasn't to be dismissed so lightly. She seemed quite a good sort. "You're very kind to say so, Miss Holland." Rafaella Holland. She stuck out her hand, and Coco, after looking at it for the barest instant, shook it. "I can't believe how lucky I am to finally meet you. Are you a guest here at the resort, Coco?" "No, I live here, on the western side of the island." "You're a guest?" Rafaella made a decision and shook her head. "Yes and no. I really came here to—" "Who's this, Coco?" It was Marcus Devlin. He didn't sound very friendly now. He sounded suspicious. "This is Miss Holland, Marcus. She's one of your guests." Marcus looked her over slowly. He'd assumed she was a guest, and here she was bothering Coco. What the hell did she want with Coco? He said, "She and I met at dawn today, as a matter of fact, and again over leg lifts just a minute ago. I'm a runner, just like Mr. Devlin." What did these two have to do with each other, Rafaella wondered. She decided to strike first at Devlin because she'd heard the suspicion in his voice, seen the blatant distrust in his eyes when he'd looked at her again. She'd learned that if you took a man down, he tended to show his true colors very quickly, and she wanted to know who he was now. "Are you the tennis pro, the golf pro, or just a pro?" There was challenge and disdain in her voice, and Marcus realized she thought he was one of the resort studs, here to screw her eyes out for a goodly sum of money. In her case, not much money at all, if any. She could have all the men she wanted free of charge. Why the attack? He hadn't really provoked it. He smiled and, for the moment, said nothing. Coco, surprised, opened her mouth, but Marcus forestalled her then, saying easily, "I'm the pro, I guess you could say, Miss Holland. Or, in addition to going brailless, do you also go by Miss?" Now it was her turn to be on the receiving end of the contempt. He was better at it than she was, and, to give herself time, she sent her chin up. She flicked a fleck of lint from her leotards. "It's MS, and brailless is very comfortable." "I thought so. Now, if you would excuse us, Miss Holland." He was dismissing her. Just as if she didn't exist, he was dismissing her. Rafaella supposed she deserved it, but she didn't like it. Now she had to make her move with him listening. She said quickly, "It was wonderful meeting you, Coco. Could we have lunch, perhaps, tomorrow on the hibiscus lanai? I'd appreciate it ever so much, truly. And I do have something specific to speak with you about." Coco didn't know what to do. She shrugged, then smiled. "Tomorrow, then, Miss Holland. Have a good day. Yeah, with the pro of your choice."
Given your age and your looks, it shouldn't cost you all that much. "You're dead wrong," Rafaella said. "It won't cost me a dime." That was true enough, Marcus thought again. He nodded to Miss Holland, took Coco's arm, and left the gym. "You were quite horrible to her, Marcus." He didn't want to talk about Miss Holland, and said, his voice curt, "She's nothing but a selfish, rich— You know the sort, Coco. Both of us have met her type before. Perhaps you're right, but still, she is a guest. I've just never seen you act so dismissive and so edgy with a female guest before. I wonder what she wants." "I do too. I don't like people singling you out like that. It was as if she were just waiting for you to show up." He shrugged then. "Maybe she's just a famous person groupie. She doesn't look it. Oh, Marcus, I'm scared out of my mind. You've got to do something." "Keep it down, Coco. Let's go to my office." Callie was at her desk, and she quickly rose when Marcus came into the executive suite. "I've got a ton of messages, Marcus, and—" "In a couple of minutes, Callie," he said, raising his hand. "Miss Vivriax and I will be in my office. No interruptions. Hold all calls." Callie didn't like Coco, but she managed to keep her feelings to herself. She wondered if the model was going to seduce her boss on his desk. She wouldn't put it past her. Callie, whose roots were Sioux City, Iowa, had nonetheless become a thorough sophisticate in a period of 2 years.
Her last lover, a Senor Alvarez of Madrid, had told her of the island resort and, at her insistence, had gotten her a job here. She loved it. She watched now as Marcus quietly closed his office door. Marcus didn't like antiques, at least not the 3-century-old French sort that abounded in the villas. His office was starkly modern, all glass and chrome and pristine white carpeting and earth-tone leather furniture. "You want a drink, Coco?" She shook her head. "No, I don't want anything. It's Dominick. Something's going on. You know that. After the Dutchmen poisoned themselves? I'm just not sure they did poison themselves. Are you?" He looked at her, saying nothing. He didn't think so either, but it didn't make sense. Had Dominick had them poisoned? Had he gotten the information he wanted, then ordered them killed? To look like suicide? To keep someone in the dark? Who? Him? Coco? Every damned one of them. It did make some sense, but it was the crookedest road Marcus had ever walked. "Why do you think that?" he said easily now, pouring himself a cup of rich black Jamaican coffee. "I heard him on the private blue phony, you know, the one that only he uses, the one locked in his desk drawer. Yeah, I know. I heard him talking to someone about it. He said, 'All right, you cretin, whoever you send to kill me, you'll fail. Look what happened to the Dutchman and that damned woman.' That was it. Link was coming, and I couldn't let him think I was eavesdropping. So, it was a different set of Dutchmen who came to the island. Is the deal still on?" "What deal?" "Come on, Coco. The arms deal. The Dutchmen were supposed to be the middlemen, here to finalize things. Dominick doesn't talk business to me. You know that, Marcus. Nor is he one for pillow talk. He goes to sleep. Then there's someone out to kill him. It was planned, and it was just a first attempt. Well, I think." A soft buzzing noise came from his top desk drawer. Quickly, he said, "There's my damned beeper. Let me mull it over, Coco." He took her arm and led her toward the office door. "Try not to worry. I'll speak to Dominick, and yes, I'll protect you. Don't worry." Once he'd closed the door again, Marcus locked it and quickly walked back to his desk. He unlocked the drawer and quickly pressed 2 buttons in rapid succession. He then picked up the phone receiver. "Devlin here. It's me, Marcus." Savage, as if it could be anyone else. "Thank God you're there. What's going on? I wasn't expecting a call from you until the end of the week. Is Mom all right?" "Is. Molly's just fine. Now slow down a bit. First of all, Molly sends her love and wonders when you'll get back to Chicago to visit her. Second, the company's fine, and we've got no unsolvable problems at present. Now, what happened is this. Hurley called me last night. He was worried, thought you might even be dead. Rumor has it that there was an attempted hit on Giovanni. Yes, there was. Dominick was shot in the arm, but he's fine. I was shot in the back, but I'm all right now. Stop worrying. Yes, there was a hit, but who's behind it? I don't know yet. Dominick still doesn't trust me enough to tell me everything. I was trying to discover something before I called you to report to Hurley. This whole arms deal. Tell Hurley that the Dutchmen were decoys, the woman leading them, an assassin. Her name, supposedly, was Tulp. A big woman, large-boned, mid-30s, dark brown hair, and big breasts, quite at home with a 9mm automatic. A professional all the way. Maybe Hurley can ID her. As for the Dutchmen, they were the same ones I'd already told you about. When the real deal goes down, I'll get to you, Savage. Then you'll call Hurley. Now, I've got work to do, and a puzzle to solve here. Anything else?" There was a deep sigh. "No, nothing else. You'll take care of yourself, won't you, buddy? We survived that last year in Afghanistan. Hell, we even survived college and getting our munitions business off the ground." He gave a mirthless laugh. "We're honest, and we don't charge the feds $16,000 for a screwdriver. And here you are, trying to pin a dishonest arms dealer. Oh, shit. Don't blow it now, O'Sullivan. You've got too much going for you. Oh, yeah, Molly's found a nice little Irish gal for you. I'll call you on Friday, hopefully with an ID on the woman." Savage rang off. Marcus gently replaced the receiver, closed and locked the desk door. There was a knock on his office door. "Marcus, I've got a Mr. Lindale on line 3. There's a problem with a shipment of beluga caviar, and I'll be right there, Callie." Rafaella didn't want to gamble, but that seemed to be the pastime of choice among the guests in the evenings. That, and sex, so she at least had to pretend a passion for blackjack and roulette. She'd gone shopping in Boston, wishing she could call her mother and ask her to help select clothes she would need, but her mother was in a coma in Pine Hill Hospital. She'd ended up at a small, exclusive boutique near Lewisburg Square. $8,000 later, she looked dressed to kill, at least she hoped so. The evening gown she was wearing was sleek, black, sleeveless, and was held together at the waist by a single button, decorated with a large red silk hibiscus covering the button. With it, she wore high-strapped black sandals, and under it only a pair of black bikini panties. The dress folded softly and demurely nearly to the waist, showing the curve of her breasts quite clearly. "This Caroline Rowan is wonderful advertising," the woman had told her. "Men go nuts wanting to slip their hands inside, don't you agree?" Rafaella had indeed agreed. "It's so modest and yet so provocative." Her only jewelry was a pair of large gold hoops. Nothing more, the woman had told her. The style is severe and romantic and must be left alone. Rafaella felt somewhat strange in her new plumage, but the first man she saw gave her such a stunned, lustful look that she immediately felt better. She could carry it off. She'd managed to get her hair to cooperate, and it was piled high on top of her head, with tendrils floating about her face. Did she look sophisticated? Look like she belonged? She sure as hell hoped so. She spotted Marcus Devlin almost immediately. Talk about beautiful! He could rival the women in his stark black evening clothes. He was busy charming the socks off two older women who were hanging on his every word. She'd found out, finally, that he managed Porto Bianco. Of course he knew Dominick Giovanni. But was he a criminal too? Did he work with her father? She'd find out. He and Coco were her best leads. The Marcus looked up at that moment and saw Rafaella Holland, looking good enough to eat and good enough to make love to until the point of exhaustion. His reaction surprised him. That gown was a knockout, at least on her it was. His initial encounters with the woman hadn't given him any sort of sexual punch. He could see her sitting on that rock, her knees drawn up to her chest, her shirt and headband sweated through, her face clean of makeup, crying her eyes out. Hard to reconcile that woman with this one. This one was the woman in the gym, the smart-mouthed woman who'd put the moves on Coco, a woman not to be toyed with or dismissed lightly. He wondered just who she was. He would check her out first thing in the morning. She was probably just some rich groupie. In some indefinable way, she reminded him of Kathleen, his first wife, a petite Irish girl who'd been all of 19 and caught up in IRA terrorism and who'd been killed near Belfast 6 years ago after she ran away from her stodgy young American husband, Marcus O'Sullivan. He turned to smile at Mrs. Oscar Delmartin, a Greek heiress who'd married a Texas oilman. She was 28, and her husband of 3 months was an octogenarian. She immediately began a recital on the benefits of having Portuguese sailors for her yacht crew. Marcus tuned her out while memory flooded through him. Memory and regret and some guilt, still lingering, coming out at odd moments like this. If only he and Savage hadn't been working 20 hours a day with the new company. If only he'd spent just a little more time with Kathleen, asked her what she was studying, and listened, really listened. But he hadn't. He'd been too busy, the business, and graduate school. He'd kissed her goodbye every morning, made love to her nearly every night, even if he had to wake her up when he got home. And then she'd run away, so long ago, and she'd died, killed by a terrorist bomb set in a Belfast bus. And he'd gotten the phone call. He'd never told his mom precisely what had happened, just that Kathleen had left him to return to Ireland, and she died there, by accident. Truths and half-truths. Life was filled with them. Probably Miss Rafaella Holland, like everyone else, was loaded with half-truths. She was young, but she looked strangely intent, her eyes older than her years would indicate. She looked as if she had to concentrate, had to figure out something, and whatever it was very important to her. Marcus made up his mind at that point that he'd talk to her, he'd gain her confidence, he'd take her to bed. That vagrant thought, no, now it was a decision. It was something he wanted, surprised him. He told himself it was because in his experience, a woman who was well-loved was more open, more spontaneous, more revealing of herself. He had no idea what Rafaella Holland, once pleasured to the best of his abilities, would have to say, but he wanted to find out. This was something new to him, coldly calculating to take a woman to bed. No, he amended to himself, there was nothing cold about his decision at all. and that frightened him because it made his focus blur a bit. No, he wasn't about to allow this woman to sidetrack him, even for the pleasure he'd surely get from her in bed. He couldn't afford it. He'd be a fool to allow it. If he lost his edge, his concentration, he could be dead. No, he had to keep himself apart, and he could do it. Would you like a glass of special champagne? Rafaella turned very slowly, her eyes level with the middle of his white-as-snow dress shirt. She didn't say a thing, just slowly raised her eyes until she was looking at him full face. What's so special about your champagne? It's from California, she laughed. It's also the cheapest, rather the least dear of the champagne served at Porto Bianco. The owner likes it. That's the only reason we carry it. Who's the owner? A Mr. Dominick Giovanni. He watched her, smiling easily as he spoke. Her expression remained one of polite interest, but her eyes, something had flickered there, some sort of recognition. Well, now he knew what he was going to do. He was also pleased, as well as vastly relieved, that she was responding to him. As he signaled a waiter, he asked, "Do you know Mr. Giovanni?" "I would say from his name that he's Italian. That's about all. He's really from San Francisco, born and bred an American." "Oh, why ever did he buy this place? You are full of questions, aren't you? If you drink that champagne with me, I just might tell you." Rafaella shrugged. Why not? Why not indeed? He offered her his arm. Nice breasts, he thought. Very nice. No bra. He could just slip his fingers inside and feel... Marcus frowned at himself. His brain wasn't operating smoothly. He mentally set her aside. He didn't trust her. He wanted to hear it from her own mouth that she was just a celebrity groupie and that prompted her interest in Coco. But he didn't believe it. No, she'd been too intense in those few minutes she'd spent with Coco. It was as if it were vitally important to her that Coco cooperate with her. He would find out soon enough all about her. More than anything, he realized now, he wanted to know why she'd been out running at dawn, then crying as if her heart were breaking. Rafaella was enjoying herself. Marcus Devlin was coming on to her, and she knew she could handle him quite easily. She didn't know why he'd changed his attitude toward her, but it was a relief. She had to deal with too much to have to worry about fending him off, him and his distrust of her. Even in her fine new plumage, though, she knew she couldn't compete with all the truly gorgeous women around in the casino. And yet he seemed to have chosen her. She remembered what Punk had told her and wondered some more. So he liked only brunettes, did he? He directed her to a small table just outside the casino on a patio that overlooked the Caribbean. There was a half moon, immensely beautiful, starkly white. The waves hissed and splashed over the sand and rocks on the beach some 50 yards away. The casino was set on a slight promontory, with frangipani trees everywhere, and their sweet scent filled her nostrils. "This is wonderful," she said as she sat down. "Yes," Marcus agreed, and nodded to the waiter, a gorgeous hunk of a man with auburn hair not far from the color of Rafaella's, who'd brought the champagne in Waterford crystal goblets on a silver tray. The California champagne was more tart than Rafaella was used to, but it was bubbly and cold, and she smiled as she sipped it. She stopped herself just in time. "Tell me about yourself, Marcus." God, if she said something like that, he'd probably get up and leave. "How long have you been here on the island?" she asked instead. "Since it opened in the fall of 1998. Rather, since Mr. Giovanni bought it. A long time, actually. I travel a good deal. One needs to. An island, no matter how beautiful, is still an island, and you tend to go a bit crazy if you stay too long at a time." Rafaella digested that. "How did you come to be the manager here? Were you the manager of a resort back in the States?" He just shrugged. "If I give you your 20 questions now, then what will we talk about?" "Sorry, I'm just interested." "Like a reporter would be interested?" Now that was a possibility. "My turn now. Would you like to tell me what you do? Or would you like to dance, or have a late supper, or play roulette, or make love with me?" Rafaella looked him straight in his very dark blue eyes and said, "All of the above, I think. All a matter of time and energy, I suppose." He gave her a lazy smile, and she realized that she'd just made her decision. It astounded her, but she didn't want to back down. She'd also been seriously inaccurate about this man. He was slippery and smooth and dangerous. The thought of trying to manipulate him, to control him, was laughable. If she had a brain, she'd get out of his sight this very minute.
She wasn't comfortable with one-night stands, and had had only one, with her journalism professor at Columbia, an older man she worshipped. She'd seen him as the most perfect of men, the highest human form, an intellectual and probably the perfect lover. Well, he'd been lousy in bed. Marcus wouldn't be lousy in bed. Some handsome men were, because they figured women should do whatever they wanted just to be seen with them. Marcus wouldn't be that way. She told herself she could hold back, could change her mind. She could still settle for sanity. She could say no. He rose suddenly and smiled down at her. In the order I mentioned, or would you like to go from the last backward to the first, or perhaps start in the middle? I thought you only went to bed with petite brunettes. He raised an eyebrow at that. I imagine that punk told you I don't usually go to bed with anyone, Miss Holland, particularly guests of Porto Bianco. Then you expect me to say no? Throw my special champagne in your face? It's just not my practice to sleep with my guests. You're gay, then? He laughed. All right, you win. You've challenged my manhood, denigrated my machismo, throttled my ego, cut me to my masculine quick. All of that? I hadn't realized I was so good. Well, see just how good you are, Miss Holland. While we walk to my villa, why don't you tell me what you do for a living? Or are you one of the rich and idle? He paused a moment and looked down at her profile. It was arrogant, the tilt of her head. He remembered that vulnerable woman crying her eyes out on the beach at dawn. No, you've never been idle in your life, have you? Careful, watch your step. No, I haven't. What college did you go to? Columbia. Marcus stopped in front of his villa. It was set back, the most private of all the villas, surrounded by bushes and trees and overflowing bougainvillea. He slowly turned Rafaella to face him. He lifted her chin with his fingertips and lowered his head. His mouth covered hers. Her mouth was soft, but cold, unresponsive, just as he'd expected. At best, she was uncertain about going to bed with him. Why had she agreed? Or had she? Why the hell did he want her so much? He decided to push her, just a bit. He very calmly slipped his fingers beneath the silk hibiscus and unfastened the button that held her gown together. And before she could react, he shoved the panels off her shoulders and pulled the top down to her waist, held there only by the red silk flower. Her pale breasts were bare in the moonlight. Very nice, he said, bent her back over his arm, and took her nipple in his mouth. 7. Marcus raised his head and looked down at her. She was staring up at him, her eyes wide, bewildered. He felt slight quivers going through her. You're very lovely, Rafaella, he said, and looked down again at his hand cupping her breast. Rafaella felt sexy, and she wanted him more than she had wanted any man in a very long time. What she felt most of all was surprise. She hadn't expected this. She wanted him to do more. She was standing in the moonlight, a more romantic spot on earth she couldn't imagine, letting a man she'd just met, and probably didn't like all that much, fondle her breasts, and it was wonderful. Her dress was hanging at her waist, held up only by the silk hibiscus. She suddenly felt very much a fool, standing there half naked. Marcus, completely in control, completely dressed. I'm cold, she said, and tried to pull away from him. In that case, he said, and pulled her against him. She felt the buttons on his dress shirt press against her naked skin, felt his warm hands stroke up and down her back. Better? What could she say to that? Either, no, it's not better, I want to go home now, or, yes, but could you please just get on with it? Instead, she just nodded and raised her face. He smiled and kissed her again, this time deeper, his tongue easing slowly between her lips, touching hers, not pushing, just acquainting himself with the feel of her scent. He tasted like the California champagne, and he felt hard and very nice indeed beneath her hands. She hadn't realized that she was squeezing his back, feeling him, until that moment. This was odd, she realized in a moment of dispassionate sensibility. She wasn't the sort to get carried away by the passion of the moment. Most important, she didn't like not being in control. And here she was hanging over his arm like a heroine in a 1920s Valentino movie. It was humiliating and embarrassing.
She tried to pull away, but not with all that great an effort. "Listen, Marcus, when I want to have an orgasm, I'll tell you." He raised his face, taking in her outburst, and laughed. "You will you? Well, Miss Holland, let's just see, shall we?" Still, he didn't take her inside his villa. Instead, he kissed her again, talking into her mouth, telling her how he liked her breasts, the feel of her dark pink nipples. And as he talked, he unfastened the silk flower, and her gown pooled at her feet, leaving her standing there only her panties and her high heels. "Now, let's see," he said, and his fingers slipped inside her bikinis and splayed over her buttocks, squeezing her flesh, fitting his fingers around her. Then he lifted her a bit, and his fingers rubbed against her wet flesh, and then he rested, hugging upward against her. She'd never had a man do this to her before, and she'd never felt anything like it in her life. His fingers were just resting there, not moving at all, and she was burning, and she wanted him to get on with it. But he seemed content with things just the way they were. She shoved against his chest, but not very hard. He just pulled her more tightly against him and continued kissing her and telling her what he was going to do with his fingers. "The first thing is to learn how you're shaped, just to cup around you and see how you feel to me. Nice, Miss Holland, very nice. You're wet and very warm, and now let me move just a bit." His fingers were sliding over her, pushing downward to touch her and part and find her, and it was the most exciting feeling she could imagine, and she couldn't believe it. She held her breath until he was laughing in her mouth and saying, "Now, Miss Holland, that's quite a reaction from you. I want to see how you feel around my finger, and then I'll try 2 fingers." She jumped and clutched his shoulders when he slowly worked his middle finger into her. "Ah, I could call this home, I think." And she felt him ease another finger into her, then widen them inside her and sigh with pleasure. He started pushing deeper, and she didn't even think about objecting, because then his thumb was rubbing over her, and she thought blankly, "My God, I'm going to come, and I'm standing here like an idiot, naked, and this damned man is completely clothed." She cried out, and he caught her mouth again, and then did something that sent her right over the edge. Again. He lifted her, his fingers still working her, and laid her on her back on the sweet grass, her gown spread beneath her. He pulled her legs apart, widened them, and brought them over his shoulders. He fitted his hands under her, lifted her, and then brought his mouth down on her. The instant his tongue touched her, his fingers went back inside her, and she yelled and exploded inside. His mouth covered her again, and he told her to keep crying out, that he loved it, told her to keep jerking her hips against his working fingers, and he kept speaking as he looked down at her face, soft and pale in the moonlight. "I like this. You're very responsive, Miss Holland." And he caressed her until she was limp and exhausted and wanted to just float away into pleasurable oblivion. "Surprised? An understatement," she said, and touched her fingertips to his cheek. "I've never before felt quite like this. Well, that is, you are—" "Now, my dear Miss Holland," he said, interrupting her easily, "let's get you back to your villa." "What? My villa? But don't you want to?" She shut her mouth, stared up at him, and it was then that she knew. She fully realized what he'd done to her, realized that she'd been too blind to see what he was doing to her. She'd wanted him to the exclusion of all rational thought. She'd even forgotten that earlier in the day she'd been wary of him and as distrustful of him as he had been of her. Only he'd won. He'd kept control. She'd lost hers. He'd used her and controlled her. His victory over her had been complete. She wanted to scream at herself for being such a fool, and she wanted to kill him. "Get away from me." "All right," he said, and rose. He simply stood over her, dressed in his formal evening clothes, and watched her get herself together, jerking her gown up over her hips, trying to fasten that stupid button at the waist. The red silk flower looked wilted. Rafaella looked wildly around for her panties, but didn't see them. They were actually in the pocket of his jacket, but he knew she was too furious with him, with herself, to ask him if he knew where her underwear was. He'd never taken off her heels, and he watched her try to straighten the straps that had gotten off kilter with her frantic movements. "Here," he said, knelt, and shoved the straps into place. She stood there for an instant in mute surprise, then yelled at him, "Go to hell, you bastard!" She ran away, nearly stumbling on the 3-inch heels until she was gone from his view. He stood there breathing fast, his cock hard and so heavy he hurt. Why the hell had he treated her like that? He'd never done such a thing before. He'd caressed her into oblivion, then humiliated her, and he didn't understand why he'd done it. And then he got a glimmer of why he hadn't allowed her to touch him, to actively love him, to share herself with him. Why he hadn't allowed himself to be free with her. He'd realized on a gut level that the risk was too great. She was different. She wasn't just a spoiled rich lady here to have fun with the help. No, she was different. She would see him, perhaps guess more than she should about him, and if she did, it would be his fault, and it could ruin everything. The hell of it was that he hadn't learned a thing about her, not a damned thing, except that she was beautifully responsive and giving and loving until she realized what he'd done to her. Watching her, feeling her quiver, hearing her cries, knowing all her pleasure was from him, made him swell with triumph and pleasure and need. He tried to tell himself that what he'd wanted to do was teach her a lesson, but it wasn't true. In the end, he'd held himself back, protected himself from any involvement with her. He wasn't certain why he didn't trust her completely, but he didn't. And his instincts about people had sharpened dramatically over the past 2.5 years. Her come on to Coco, her endless questions, she was up to something. He didn't know now if he was off the mark or not. He could be completely wrong about her. She could be better. She could be much worse. She could even be dangerous. He sighed deeply, went into his villa, downed a brandy, looked at himself with disgust in his bathroom mirror, then changed into running clothes and took off down the beach, his only company, the night sounds, and a moon to show him the path clearly. He shouldn't have been surprised when he saw a woman running ahead of him, turning the same bend she'd turned early that morning. He'd known her for 1 day. It was incredible. The runner was Rafaella Holland, the woman he'd just brought twice to orgasm. This time, he sped up. She was really moving, unlike this morning. She was in very good shape, no doubt about that, and he imagined that her anger was making her go faster than was her habit. Then he rounded a bend another 100 yards up the beach, and there she was, sitting on that same damned rock, looking out over the sea. He came up behind her quietly. She didn't hear him. He looked at the back of her head and decided he still couldn't let down his guard, not now, particularly not now. He eased down beside her and said, "A sandy beach isn't my favorite place to have sex, but why not? It's my turn now, don't you think?" She erupted, and he prepared to learn more about her, and he admitted to himself to enjoy himself because she had a sharp tongue and a sharper wit. Too, in anger, people said amazing things, and her barometer, from the looks of her, was fast reaching the fury level. "You touch me, you cretinous jerk, and I'll kick you so hard you'll sing in the choir." Goodness, from that reaction, one could think I was a selfish pig and did a wham-bam thank you ma'am on you. When really Rafaella jumped to her feet. "What do you want, Mr. Devlin? Or is your name really Devlin?" He smiled easily, controlling his leap of anger at the snide contempt in her voice, and came to his feet to face her. "Is Holland really your name? Maybe you could tell me why you wanted to hop in the sack with me after knowing me about 15 minutes. She looked at him, then looked out over the Caribbean, then back again, and she said without guile, "I don't know. I guess I'm a first-class idiot. Go away now. I was here first. I'd rather make love to you. You're no longer in the mood? I gave you too many orgasms? I wore you out and you're in RP? I don't know what RP is. You seem like a very curious type. Look it up." Here she was talking to him when all she wanted to kill him. Instead, she turned away and began walking down the beach, shouting over her shoulder, "Keep out of my sight!" He laughed. He hadn't really meant to, but he did, and when she heard it, she stopped cold, whipped around, and looked at him like he was about to die. "You moronic jerk," she said. And in the next instant, he saw the smooth line of her body as she leapt forward, leg extended, and caught him square on the right shoulder with the side of her foot. He was so surprised he just stared at her as he went reeling backward, his hand clutching his shoulder. His only thought was, "Thank God it isn't the injured one." Of course, she hadn't gone after him with murderous intent. He knew that, at least intellectually. He marveled aloud at her talent, knowing, even as he baited her, that she was likely to come after him again. My God, you could take Punk, maybe even Merkel. She let her breath out in a hissing yell, leapt toward him, her side to him, turned like a dancer, and sent the side of her open palm into his belly. But she didn't get off scot-free this time, because he wasn't stupid or slow, and he was ready for her. He clutched her arm just above the elbow, quickly gained leverage, and used her own momentum to flip her over, sending her flying onto her back in the sand. You're good, but not that good, lady. On second thought, maybe Punk could wipe up the floor with you. Rafaella was up in a flash. When he said calmly, "Go home, I don't want to hurt you," she saw red. Her hand was open, and there was blood in her eye, and she was out to let him know that she could hurt him, if she chose to hurt him. Then, suddenly, Marcus heard something, a whizzing sound, and he stood there an instant, listening harder, and then, just as suddenly, she flew at him, knocking him flat, and pressed herself down on him. Another hissing sound, and he heard something ricochet off one of the rocks. It was a damned bullet. And she was on top of him, her arms wrapped around his head, protecting him. In a quick move that sent grinding pain through his healing shoulder, he rolled over on her and pressed his mouth to her temple. "Hold bloody still, do you understand me? Don't you dare move. This isn't fun and games anymore." He ducked his head just as another bullet hissed about a foot over his head. He had to get her out of here, but they were on the open beach. The shots were coming from the jungle some 20 feet away, and the only cover was the rocks.
But what did that matter? The guy with the gun had only to walk out here, look them straight in the eye, and shoot them cold. Where were all the resort security guards when you needed them? Then Marcus heard the most wonderful sound, the sound of people, drunk people. Very drunk and very happy people, and they were singing and coming closer, toward them, down the beach. "Hey, come on, you guys, let's go swimming. Your cock couldn't shrivel any more, Crowley. It'll disappear in the water. What about, hey, what's that? That fellow's humping that girl right here on the beach." Wild, drunken giggles and lewd comments. Marcus found himself grinning. He raised his head and looked down at Rafaella Holland, saved by a roving band of resort drunks. I would have done something heroic, but they came along first, and they are flying high. "Hey, man, you've got your pants on. How you gonna make her happy with your pants on? Shall I tell him how to do it? Okay, I won't right now." Marcus turned to look at the man. The guy was naked as a jaybird, waving his finger at him. A woman was giggling behind him, as naked as he was. There were 4 more drunk stragglers, all in different states of undress, and Marcus would gladly have kissed them all. There was one woman so drunk she'd tangled her bra around her neck and looked in danger of strangling herself. Marcus raised himself on his elbows and called, "Thanks, guys. The lady and I would join you in the water, but she just started her period. It doesn't matter. It's a big ocean." "Fool, it's not the ocean, it's the Caribbean." "True," Marcus said in a mournful voice, "but she's got cramps too." Rafaella was struggling beneath him. She wanted to neck, but not put out. And he laughed, rolling off her, then coming up and offering her a hand. He heard comments from the group before one of the women yelled as she dived into a wave, the woman whose bra hung off her neck like a horse's halter. "Come on, Marcus," said, his voice low. "Let's get out of here before they decide to toss you in, period or no period." He grabbed her hand and pulled her after him, turning briefly to wave goodbye to their drunk saviors. Rafaella was in a mild state of shock. She recognized it for what it was and tried to force herself to relax, to calm, to breathe deeply. "Sorry about that," Marcus said, but she kept looking straight ahead. "You okay?" "Yeah, just ducky. You're a criminal and someone tried to kill you, and I was lucky enough to be on hand to share in the bloodshed." "No bloodshed. Don't overreact on me now." Rafaella felt cold to her toes. "I won't. I'm stronger than you are, you ass." When they reached his villa, she realized suddenly where they were and whirled about on her heel. Marcus grabbed her arm, unlocked the door on the first try, and hauled her inside. "Don't be a fool. You need some brandy, and there isn't any in your villa." "There is brandy," she said, but followed him inside. Unlike her villa, this one belonged in the 21st century. It was all earth tones and glass and brass and leather, and oddly enough, at least in her view, it looked homey and quite comfortable. She watched him pour her a brandy, watched him turn and smile at her and walk toward her. He lifted her fingers and closed them around the snifter. "I don't like your furnishings. Fake, phony, plastic, and sterile, like you." "All that? Thank you. I hate brass and glass and chrome and dull colors." "Still on a roll, huh?" "All right. Sometimes I do too. I prefer it, however, to Louis XVI settees." His voice had changed. No more mocking amusement, only a gentle calm. "Drink it down. Then you can go after me again." He watched her down the brandy. He took the snifter from her fingers and pushed her down onto a rich chocolate leather sofa. He covered her with a geometric afghan, all in shades of brown and cream, punctuated with soft yellow squares. "You get yourself together, then we'll talk. I'm not your grandmother, so stop fussing. Leave me alone." "Okay," he said mildly. She watched him pick up a telephone, punch a couple of buttons, and speak softly into the receiver. Security? She hoped so. She hoped they'd find the person firing that gun, but she doubted they would. Rafaella closed her eyes, not opening them until he'd sat down opposite her in an overlarge leather recliner. It didn't take long for Rafaella to regain her head of steam. "Someone tried to kill you. Do you know who?" Marcus was scratching his stomach, wondering the same thing. At her question, he inadvertently rubbed his shoulder and winced. "Another attempt? It's a bullet wound, isn't it? What are you, a nosy reporter?" "Forgive me, I'm being redundant. As a matter of fact, yes, I am. A reporter, that is." There was no reason to lie about it. He'd find out quickly enough. She'd decided before she came to Giovanni's Island that there was no way she could cover her tracks from the Boston Tribune. Keep the lies to a minimum. That was the key. So he'd been right about that. He had a horrible sinking feeling that the attempt on Dominick's life had leaked to the press, and they'd sent her here to get the scoop. "I knew I was right not to trust you, not to take you for face value. What are you doing here?" "I'm here to write a book, if it's any of your business, which it isn't because it isn't about you." "Who tried to do away with you? We haven't even started on you yet." "A book about what? About who?" "Home, and the answer shop is closed." "Who was that? Do you know? A man or a woman? Did you see anything?" He looked mildly apoplectic for a moment, then shrugged. "Thanks for saving my life. When you slammed down on me, I thought it must be a newly invented Japanese trick, or maybe a new age sex move. Odd, I didn't think you'd care one way or another." "I don't. It was instinct, nothing more." "No, more an impulse. You're the impulsive type, aren't you? Think of me as the only man who's ever made you feel like singing opera after sex, and you. That's really quite enough." Her hair was hanging loose around her face, smudges of beach sand on her cheek and chin and sticking to her hair. Her clothes were dirty, one sock scrunched down at her ankle, and he said, "I've always believed women had great instincts. They birth us, nurture us, and save our hides when we're jerks." "A book about who? Whom?
Rafaella just looked at him. "Give it up, John Doe Devlin. I'm sleepy, and for my first full day at one of the most expensive resorts in the world, I can't say much for the restful quality of the experience." Amusement returned full measure as he rose. "But you should have something nice to say about the restorative powers of our earlier encounter." "Drop it, Buster." He gave her a small salute. "Sleep well, Miss Holland. Do you want me to walk you to your villa?" "No. The nut with the gun might ambush us again. Alone, I've got a better chance of making it. Rafaella?" She turned. "Thanks. About tonight, listen. He stalled, and she gave him a look so hot it could fry an egg. Marcus made a second call to security after another shower, this one to get the sand off. As he'd suspected, they'd had no luck locating anyone, but they'd found a couple of shell casings on the beach. From a Glock 17, Hank, his security chief, said. A Glock 17 was a specialized steel-barreled plastic pistol, small, easy to assemble, easy to haul around, easy to dispose of if the need arose. As for Miss Holland, Marcus decided he'd find out all about the lady first thing in the morning. Who had tried to kill him? He realized he was shaking his head. There'd been 3 shots from that Glock 17, or maybe 4. Surely the killer could have gotten him with one of them. Was it a warning? If so, a warning not to do what? "Ah, that's wonderful. A bit lower, dear." Coco obligingly smoothed her fingers past Dominick's waist to his buttocks. "Better?" His skin was remarkably youthful, but he was an older man, and there was really no way for him to keep aging at bay for much longer. The phone rang, and Coco picked it up. "Marcus, can't you tell me? Dominick is stretched out getting a massage. What happened?" Dominick took the phone from her. "Yes, what is it?" Coco watched him, knowing well the intense look of concentration in his eyes, the set of his mouth as he learned of things that disturbed him. "I want you over here at the compound until we find out who's responsible." He listened some more. "If you insist, but I don't like it. It doesn't make sense. You're right. If the guy wanted you dead, it seems to me you'd be dead." "A warning, then. But why? About what?" "Coco told me she's lunching over there today with a young lady she met yesterday." "Tell her anything you manage to remember or learn." He listened again, then hung up. "Strange," Dominick said, and stretched again onto his stomach. "What is?" Coco said, as she rubbed some more coconut oil onto her palms. "The young lady you're having lunch with, she was with Marcus on the beach last night, and she hurled herself down on him." "Goodness!" "Yes, goodness. Ah, deeper, Coco." "I was thinking, Dominick, this Bathsheba thing, did you discover anything?" "Not yet, but don't worry, my dear. My right shoulder, I'm stiff there. What did you do to me last night?" "Nothing that you didn't want, Dom. I thought you rather enjoyed yourself." "If only I'm as lucky as Rockefeller," Dominick said, "when my final time comes." "Don't say that, even joking." Dominick raised himself on his elbow for a moment and looked closely at Coco. "You all right this morning? You look a bit pale." "I'm fine," she said quickly, then smiled and stroked her fingertips over his cheek. His skin was surprisingly resilient. "I'm just fine. Worried, but fine." He clasped her fingers and kissed them, one by one. There was the sound of a man's and woman's voices coming toward the gym. Coco looked up to see Delorio standing there, Paula beside him. Dominick released her fingers and resumed lying on his stomach. "I heard there was trouble at the resort," Delorio said. "Someone tried to shoot Marcus." "That's right," Dominick said. "He's okay, saved by a woman." Deloria was wearing tennis shorts, a white t-shirt, and sneakers. His sportsman image was ruined by a sullen mouth, a gold chain around his neck, and a very expensive Rolex on his wrist. Coco had always wondered what Dominick's first wife had looked like. She'd seen a couple of grainy photos, but no portraits, nothing in Dominick's possessions to indicate he'd ever had a wife. Nothing except Delorio, who had dark Italian eyes, even darker hair, thinning a bit on the crown. He didn't have his father's long aristocratic body either. He was shorter, more compact, not fat, but the physical package was one of a longshoreman, not a rich man's son. His thighs in the white tennis shorts were thick and very hairy. Merkel wants to know if he can go over with Coco, Delorio said to his father. He wants to sniff around a bit, talk to Hank, see if they discovered anything. He told you about the thing with Marcus? Yeah, you know he's got spies everywhere. Tell him to go if he wants to. Who's the woman? Her name's Rafaella Holland, Coco said. I met her yesterday, and she wants to have lunch with me. Coco shrugged. A groupie, maybe. Why don't I come along? Paula said, inching past her husband. Coco gently shook her head. I don't think it would be appropriate, Paula. The woman asked me. Let me see what she wants. You've become a cynic, Dominick said. It's boring here, Paula said. Let's play tennis, Deloria said, and took his wife's hand. Hear anything else about those Dutchmen, sir? No, nothing. I don't want to play tennis. You need to. You're getting fat on your thighs. Fat? That's crazy, and you're just jealous. Oh, yeah? Who is it this time? Marcus. You're jealous of Marcus. Devlin is just a nobody who makes a good employee. Come on, Paula. Dominick said nothing, merely waited until his son and daughter-in-law were out of his hearing. I thought she would be good for him, Dominick said to no one in particular. I really did. I thought Deloria would get better. He needs to gain his bearings, to understand his position in the world as my son. He's all I have. A wife should have helped him. Paula's family is rich. She attended all the right schools. Her father even sent her to a finishing school in Switzerland. And look at her, always whining, never content. Didn't you tell me you saw Link come out of her room really late one night while Deloria was still in Miami? Yeah, but Link's too old for her. Maybe he was just telling her stories about his bad old days. Another thing, the relationship between the two of them, it works, most the time. Delorio likes to be the one in charge, and unless I miss my guess, Paula very much likes being compliant, submissive. They sort of fit together. Only in the bedroom? Perhaps, but it's a start. Coco also knew that the marriage kept Deloria away from the female help, but she didn't say that out loud. He was dangerous, this uncontrolled boy in a man's body, and he was a sadist and a bully. For the most part, Dominick seemed to wear blinders where his son was concerned. Only when confronted face-on with his son's viciousness, his savagery, would he control him with equal viciousness. He'd told Coco before that he expected Delorio to mature, to gain his bearings, to become reasonable, but Coco knew this would never come about. She dug her fingertips into a particularly knotted muscle in Dominick's lower back, and he groaned with pleasure. It was 11 o'clock in the morning, and Marcus had already learned a bit about Rafaella Holland by making a simple phone call to Marty Jacobs of the Miami Herald. Marty knew everything about everybody and loved to gossip, free of charge. Marty told him about the Pulitzer Prize she'd won, for the bust of that group of neo-Nazis in Delaware some 2.5 years before. So she'd been the reporter to crack that story. Marcus remembered it. After the Pulitzer, she'd moved to the Boston Tribune and gotten a quick promotion to one of 2 investigative reporter spots. He'd heard that she was a looker. Did Marcus want to get her in the sack? Well, then he didn't need to tell Marcus anything. Marty had then given him another name and number for more personal stuff. Marcus had found out she was 25 or 26, smart, stubborn, sometimes she acted before she thought, the impulsive sort, and she'd just cracked another big story about a guy in Boston who had supposedly axed his family. But he hadn't, as it turned out. The little brother had done it, and she'd found out the truth. She was also illegitimate, a little-known fact. Her mother was very rich and had been very young at the time of Rafaella's birth. The identity of her real father was unknown and likely to remain so. Her stepfather was Charles Winston Rutledge III, a very wealthy, influential newspaperman, and her mother was currently lying in a private hospital on Long Island, in a coma after being hit by a drunk driver who'd left the scene. The cops were looking for a dark blue sedan, no license number, not even an ID on the sex of the driver. Long shot, to say the least. When Marcus hung up, he leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers, tapping them together. She was here to do a book, was she? And her mother was in a coma in a hospital? He wanted to know everything about her. There was a lot happening, too much, and he knew that information might be the only thing to keep him alive. He thought back to Bathsheba, the attempt on his life the previous evening, if it had really been a true attempt to kill him, pulled out his cell phone and dialed Savage in Chicago. He smiled as he listened to the soft ringing through to Savage's number. Marcus's office had been dutifully bugged for his first 6 months. Then he'd simply brought the bugs to Dominick and told him it was shit and he didn't like it, and he'd quit if Dominick didn't trust him, at least as the manager of the resort. Then, 2 months later, he used his cell phone for the first time in his office.
Thanks to the ingenuity of the U.S. Customs Service, his was a very special cell phone, one that couldn't be nabbed by triangulation. They'd also provided him with a past life that would prove out, no matter how in-depth the inquiries. What more could a man want? Now, every 2 weeks, he had the office electronically checked for bugs. Trust was fine, up to a point. Savage here. What's up, Marcus? Several things, John. I want you to have Hurley or one of his guys find out about a Rafaella Holland, a reporter on the Boston Tribune. I've already found out a great deal, but I have this feeling there's more, and just maybe that more could get me killed. Anyway, see what Hurley can discover. Any word on this Bathsheba thing? On the woman, Tulp? Yeah, I was going to call you at our usual time about it. The woman is most likely Frieda Hoffmann from Mannheim, Germany, and an assassin. It gets complicated. She has a reputation for being tough and getting the job done. She asked for and got big bucks. What do you think about that? She matches your description to me, and she's also missing. Hurley's trying to find out who hired her to kill Dominick. I'll let you know when there's any word. Now, Bathsheba, nothing like that in Holland. No terrorist group with that name, no big organizations, nothing. Hurley's still checking, though. It shouldn't be too much longer now. Ah, Marcus, Hurley told me he was real glad you didn't let Dominick bite the big one. He would be. A bullet's too easy for him. He wants Dominick in prison until the second coming. Oh yeah, John, I've also been wondering why these folk would want the damned name Bathsheba painted on the side of the helicopter. It seems needlessly risky, particularly if the logo could lead back to an organization or to a person responsible. Because, my friend, no one was to come out of there alive, at least no one who could possibly have seen the logo. Has Giovanni discovered anything? I don't know. He hasn't told me a thing. He's always polite, but inflexible as a stone. He just puts me off. Anything on Kerbog and Van Wessel? Little crooks for hire. Even if you had questioned them, according to Hurley, they wouldn't have known a thing. Then why did they poison themselves? Marcus rang off, gave Callie some dictation, and looked up to see that it was nearly 1 o'clock. Rafaella Holland was having lunch now with Coco. I'm going to lunch, he said to Callie, and left before she could question him, or sidetrack him, or collar him with more messages. When he saw the 2 women together, he knew they were discussing something he wouldn't like. Coco caught his eye and waved to him, then said something to Rafaella. Her head jerked up, and she sent him a look that would make the most intrepid man shake in his shoes. He grinned, feeling suddenly that the world was a very interesting place to be, and strode over to their table. 8. Marcus's timing was rotten, Rafaella thought, frowning toward him. She was sorting through various options when, to her immense relief, a woman approached and handed him a piece of paper. Both Coco and Rafaella watched him read it, fold it carefully, give them a small salute, and leave in the opposite direction. Probably another disaster brewing, Coco said. Marcus can solve nearly any problem, and just about all of them swim directly to him. And then she frowned, and Rafaella wondered if she was thinking about the previous evening, if she even knew about it. Rafaella wasn't about to bring it up. I'm glad he's out of the way for a few minutes. I really wanted to talk to you, Coco. Rafaella turned her worship approach on Coco Vivriex and saw that even though the woman knew what she was doing, she was more or less succumbing with good grace and some laughter. It was a relief. She felt the urge to be candid and ingenuous, and that worked too. She presented Coco with an autographed copy of her book on Louis Rimet, titled Dark Horse, and said simply, I want to do a biography of Mr. Giovanni, with emphasis on the past 2 years. In other words, on you, Miss Vivriex. Rafaella bit into a fresh shrimp that she dipped into a sauce that held just a nip of horseradish, and chewed slowly as Coco sat there saying nothing, looking mildly worried and more than a little wary. Things didn't look promising. Rafaella rifled through the pile of photos and clippings from her mother's journals. She picked up one and showed it to Coco. I love this photo of you taken with Mr. Giovanni coming out of that boutique in the village of St. Nicholas on Crete.
Coco blinked, trying to remember. Good heavens, how do you know of this? What a week that was. Do you know there's an island right there called Spinalonga that was a leper colony for centuries? Your collection here is terrifying. Oh, look at this one, of Dominick in Paris. Is this how you know about me and Mr. Giovanni? Rafaella smiled. I have just about everything ever written, and have just about every photo published of you, and of both of you together, thanks to my mother's obsession with the man. She watched Coco pick up another photo, then another. Some brought smiles, others frowns. Rafaella had carefully called out those before Coco's current 3-year stint with Mr. Giovanni. Also, the articles she'd brought were more social than otherwise, except for 2. Finally, Coco turned to Rafaella and said with a charming Gallic shrug, "Well, you got me fair and square. I can see you aren't going to let this go. You might as well come to the compound this evening and speak to Mr. Giovanni yourself. Just one thing, though. Rafaella, he will be the one to make any and all decisions." There was one article she'd brought that spoke of some Senate hearings in the late 80s that had seemed innocuous enough to Rafaella. Coco read it, then paused a moment as she stirred her iced tea, gently moving the sprig of mint. "You know, then, that Mr. Giovanni has enjoyed a rather enigmatic past." She shrugged. "Controversial, if you will. Things like Senate hearings, several indictments, no convictions, of course, one, I believe, on tax evasion, and another having to do with political bribes back in the 80s. There was even a felony charge, a very, very long time ago. Of course, all of that is public record. He's still harassed by American agencies for supposed drug trafficking, which he doesn't do. He's very much against drugs, as a matter of fact. Why, I don't know, but he would die before he'd touch drugs. He even sponsors some drug rehab programs in the U.S., but the Americans don't buy it. They believe it's all lies and hype, and they want to bury him. I just want you to know, up front, there are always 2 sides to everything." "I understand that," Rafaella said, and added, lying without a qualm, "I had heard that he backed some drug programs." She picked up the other article, handing it to Coco. "My preliminary research has also turned up that Mr. Giovanni is an arms dealer." Coco glanced over the text. "Oh, yes, but that's all above board and quite legal. He does business with the CIA, but, of course, if anyone asked him, a reporter, whoever, he'd refute that he did, point blank. Then he doesn't lean into the gray or the black arms market. Certainly not. He knows the men who do it, but he would never be involved. Roddy Olivier, for example. Now, you want to meet an evil man, a man who makes your skin crawl, go to London and talk to him. I understand there are vast amounts of money, depending on the risk you take. That's true of nearly everything in life, isn't it? These are questions you must ask Dominick, if he allows them. I really don't wish to say any more about it. Is he guilty of those things you mentioned earlier?" Coco chewed on the sprig of mint, even as she smiled. "Of course not. Perhaps he did some foolish things when he was younger, but then again, who doesn't? He's older now, wiser. At least that's what he likes to tell me."
He doesn't believe in drugs, as I already told you, wouldn't touch them, despite all the money involved, which makes me wonder why the DEA has him on their list. He's a very rich man, Rafaella, and he owns this entire island, not just Porto Bianco. There are also his houses in Paris, Rome, a villa on Crete near St. Nicholas, and a huge cattle ranch in Wyoming. He's a legitimate businessman, but nonetheless, I truly don't believe he'll want anyone to do his biography. Why would he? Coco shrugged again. But, you know, men, they're so, well, unpredictable, I guess you could say. So come to dinner at the compound this evening and ask him yourself. I'd like that. Thank you again. Could I ask you, Coco, you speak English with no French accent, yet I've read several interviews about you, this one, for example, and, well, in it you seem very French. Coco smiled easily. I do the French routine very well. I've perfected it. You see, I was speaking rather loudly to Marcus yesterday when I met you, and admit it, if I'd suddenly turned on the French, you would have wondered, wouldn't you? Yes, I would. Thank you for telling me the truth. And your name, Vivriux, where are you really from? Coco gave her a long, very intent look. I was born and raised in Grenoble, France. Vivriux is a very old, respected family name. I would love to ski there. I hear it's wonderful.
It's nice to have an old family name. It is, Coco agreed, the pact made. Oh, here's Marcus, back again. She waved, and Rafaella looked up to see him strolling through the tables on the lanai, pausing to speak to guests, to the waitresses. There were only women serving on the hibiscus lanai, then stopping at their table. Hello, Coco, Miss Holland. Are you enjoying our perfect weather, our chef's perfect concoctions? Certainly, Marcus. Join us. If I know Callie, she hasn't allowed you to eat yet, has she? Nope, that one's a soulless taskmaster. He signaled a waitress, and without asking, she brought him a glass of Perrier, 2 lime slices on the edge of the glass. He squeezed both slices into the glass before drinking. Miss Holland wants to do a biography of Dominick. Marcus choked on his Perrier. It was rather disconcerting, the way Coco just said right up front what they'd been talking about. Did this man know everything that went on? Yes, Rafaella said quickly, with emphasis on the past few years, since Miss Vivrieux has been with him and since he bought the resort and the island. I think not, Marcus said, after he'd gotten his breath. He then turned in his chair to answer a question asked by a man seated behind him. Who asked you? Rafaella said, all but snarling. Marcus made no sign he'd heard her. He spoke for a few more minutes, then turned back to the women. So, who cares what you think? Rafaella asked. Coco will agree with me, Marcus said easily. There are a few unpleasant things lurking on the horizon. I just don't think it's smart to do something of this nature right now. I heard about your scrape last night, Coco said to Rafaella. Marcus told Dominick that you saved his life. It was purely by accident, nothing heroic, I assure you. So, everyone on this island knew everything the moment it happened. Not surprising, not really. I don't suppose he told you he'd managed to find out who did it? Marcus just shook his head and ordered a club sandwich. He turned back to her, and he looked so tough and hard that she nearly missed the baiting gleam in his eyes. Let me be blunt, Miss Holland. No more talk about horizons. There's simply too much crap going down right now. I think you should take your little Fanny, wait, not all that little, if I recall correctly, and go back to the Tribune and scrutinize everyone else's business, and, of course, go back to your very nice apartment in Bramerton and your slew of boyfriends. They'll surely be more predictable and more to your expectations. Rafaella picked up her glass of iced tea and threw it in his face. I was wrong, he said, wiping himself down with a napkin. Your Fanny is very nice. I shouldn't have intimated that there was more to it than was strictly necessary. I keep forgetting that women are so sensitive. They just can't take even the smallest objective observation. Miss Vivrieux, I would like to come to the compound for dinner this evening. Could you tell me how to get there? Coco told her she'd send someone for her, and Rafaella, not looking again at Marcus, left the table. What's going on between you two, Marcus? Marcus glanced toward the retreating Rafaella. She does have a very nice Fanny. Coco laughed. Why would she save your life, then toss tea in your face? Who understands women? Jerks don't, that's for sure. Can I come to dinner too? Only if you can promise no more violence. Lord knows, we've too much of the real sort right now. And no more baiting Miss Holland, Marcus. Scout's word, ma'am, he said, and solemnly laid his open palm over his heart. Merkel was willing enough to play tour guide to Miss Holland. The island, called Calypso Island before Mr. Giovanni had bought it, was just a little over 3 square miles, roughly 2,000 acres, and roughly the shape of a watermelon. They were a leeward island, just west of Antigua, about 50 miles southeast of St. Kitts. The resort took up the length of the east side, Mr. Giovanni's compound the west side. It was mountainous as any island in the Caribbean could be, and the chain nearly met the sea, end to end. It was covered with lush jungle, very nearly impenetrable because of the heavy rainfall. Here on the eastern side, it rained usually every morning for about 30 minutes, but that was about it. When the island had been at its most productive, a good 90% of the population had lived on the western side. The natives had evidently claimed there were evil spirits lurking on the eastern side and avoided it. There was more rainfall on the western side, but you could die of mold rot in the jungle that covered the mountains in the center. The interior was unpopulated and had been for a very long time.
Everything Merkel was telling her in his easy, soft voice, coming out of a football lineman's throat, she already knew. She saw her mother's writing, stark and clear in the beginning of the last volume, dated September 3 years ago. Her mother had chartered a plane in Pointe-à-Pitre and had the pilot fly her to Giovanni's island. I know you'll think I'm unwise at the very least. Perhaps you'll believe I'm lost now to all reason and logic. Why am I doing this? I'm happily married, truly I am, to Charles, who's wonderful and kind. Oh, I don't know. But, Rafaella, I had to see his island. I had to see where he lived. The island itself is beautiful, a jewel, lush and tropical, with fine white sand beaches, north to south, and a range of thick jungle mountains down the center. Even from the air you can see the luxury of Porto Bianco and the harbor with all its myriad sailboats and yachts. Dominick's compound is on the western side, perfect for its setting, all the whitewashed cottages, the big house with its red-tiled roof, the swimming pool, the 2 tennis courts, and the gardens. Ah, the gardens, unbelievably beautiful. When we flew over, I saw men, at least a half dozen, and some of them carried weapons. I asked the pilot to land on the resort side. I just wanted to have lunch at the resort. I knew Dominick wouldn't be there, but he told me that the island was private, members only, and their guests. A very exclusive place indeed. Of course, I could find a way to go there, but not with Charles. He's not a stupid or imperceptive man. And what would I say if he asked me why I wanted to go there? Unfortunately, I'm a miserable liar, at least to him. Sometimes I think he believes there's another man, perhaps not one with whom I'm having an affair, oh no, but a man somewhere in my past, a man I still love.
And when I see his doubts, the pain they give him, what can I say? Oh, but I would give anything to see him, just once, just for a few minutes, not long, just once. Merkel was still talking as they neared the helicopter pad on the northern perimeter of the resort grounds. There are 3 paths that traverse the central jungle, and Mr. Giovanni keeps them clear of undergrowth. In normal circumstances, we use the helicopter. It's only about 10 minutes. "Hey, miss, are you all right?" Rafaella realized her eyes were suspiciously damp. She sniffed. "Allergies," she said. "Just allergies. A pain in the neck." "Oh, yes, I would imagine that the middle ridge keeps curious resort visitors away from the western side." Her mother's pale face rose in her mind's eye. Lifeless, so very still. Her condition was still the same. Charles had told her again that morning on the phone there was nothing she could do. She shouldn't come back. He promised to call her if it became necessary. He'd said nothing about her being in the Caribbean. She'd lied to him. It was a special story, she'd told him. "That's right," said Merkel, at his most laconic. "Actually, Mr. Giovanni calls the mountainous area Stomaco di Diavolo, Satan's gut. He said if you got caught in there, you'd be chewed up in no time, never seen again. Look over there. We have a huge harbor for yachts and sailboats. Mr. Giovanni doesn't allow cruise ships, of course. Porto Bianco is a private club, as you know." Rafaella nodded, then climbed into the front of the helicopter. "You're the pilot." Merkel nodded, made certain Rafaella was duly strapped in, gave her earphones, then flipped at least a dozen switches. "It'll take us only 9 or 10 minutes. It's a small island, at least for planes and helicopters." Merkel lifted off, and Rafaella forgot her mission for the moment, too interested in the scenery below. Odd how one really didn't see things until one was a couple hundred feet above. The island was shaped something like a watermelon, and Antigua was due west. Dominick Giovanni, she'd read, was a personal friend of the Prime Minister of Antigua. When they reached the central point, the resort area was sprawled in beautiful detail from the north to the southern tip. All she had to do was turn her head and see Dominick Giovanni's compound. It wasn't as luxurious or as blatantly opulent as the resort, but it was extensive. The main house vivid white, with the ubiquitous red-tiled roof, surrounded by small cottages, all in the same style.
There was a huge swimming pool, and all the grounds were covered with fat hibiscus bushes, trellised bougainvillea, thick-branched frangipani, and clusters of purple, pink, and white orchids. The jungle looked to be hunkering at the very edge of the grounds, waiting to leap forward and consume the manicured gardens, a thick green maze that looked shapeless as a nightmare and so thick as to be impenetrable. Not more than 100 yards from the compound, through the jungle, was the western side of the island, its beaches covered with white sand, smooth and inviting as sin itself, and aqua and pale green water, incredible and almost impossible to describe. Her mother had described it, but it couldn't truly be imagined from just words, no matter how poetic the attempt. Merkel didn't say anything. He was used to this reaction from people on their first trip over to the compound. It was why he gave his tour guide talk before getting to the helicopter. If he waited, no one heard a word he said. He expertly set the helicopter down on its pad, then motioned for Rafaella to look to her left. "Mr. Giovanni," Merkel said, nodding toward a man coming toward the helicopter. He watched her and found himself wondering just who the hell she was. She was staring fixedly at Mr. Giovanni. Something wasn't quite right about her, but he didn't understand what it was. She was a pretty young woman, and she wanted to write a biography of Mr. Giovanni. Merkel couldn't imagine Mr. Giovanni allowing such a thing. Men of Mr. Giovanni's questionable international stature just didn't give free information to writers. But Mr. Giovanni wasn't like any other man he'd ever known. Mr. Giovanni made his own rules, and he obliged others to live by them. He knew how to control. He knew how to ensure obedience. Mr. Giovanni, in sum, did whatever he wished to do. Rafaella stared at her father. The trip over had temporarily tamped down on her fear, her excitement, her gut-churning anger at this man for his betrayal of her and her mother. She knew what to expect. She'd seen more pictures of him than anyone would want to. She was afraid of him to come closer. She was afraid of what she'd feel, of how she'd react. Where, Rafaella wondered, would her father be a year from now? Maybe in a prison with Gabe Tetweiler? In Attica? She suddenly thought of Charles in that moment, sitting beside her mother's bed, her limp hand held so gently in his warm one. Please don't let her die, she prayed, a litany now. And what would become of Charles Rutledge if her mother died? He loved her so very much. It was frightening. Her hands grew suddenly damp. She didn't want to wipe them on her new white linen Lagerfeld slacks. Her side-tie red silk blouse got the sweat, even though the outfit was equal to a week's salary. She felt an instant of consternation because she felt her control slipping, her focus blurring. She watched him. Mr. Giovanni himself walked to the helicopter and opened the pale blue cabin door. "Miss Holland, welcome to my home." He offered her his narrow hand, and she found herself staring for an instant at it before accepting his assistance. Then she looked directly into her father's pale blue eyes, the exact color of hers. They were tilted upward at the corners, just like hers. But there was no recognition in his eyes, no leap of awareness, of feeling toward her. She took his hand and stepped out of the helicopter cabin. To her surprise, she discovered that in her 3-inch white sandals, she was nearly as tall as he was. Somehow she thought he'd be taller. But his white linen suit made him look tall and distinguished, with its red handkerchief sticking up in a smart triangle from the breast pocket, the only spot of color on his clothes. There was a thin gold watch on his left wrist and an emerald ring on his right hand. "Thank you, Mr. Giovanni." She waited again, silently, waiting for some spark of recognition. But there wasn't any. Nothing. She was a complete stranger to him, just as her mother had been in Madrid. He didn't see a thing of himself in her. But Rafaella, with eyes tuned to her mother's perceptions, saw herself in his eyes. Her eyes, the pale, pale blue, tinged with a very cold gray when emotional, and the tilt of the chin, a sharp chin, one that shot up in anger. She shook his hand, suddenly feeling more relief than disappointment at his oblivious of his paternal tie to his daughter. This meant she could satisfy her curiosity without jeopardizing herself. She saw Coco behind him. "Ah, yes, my Coco is responsible for your being here. But I must confess, Miss Holland, it is sometimes lonely here, and new faces are appreciated." He turned to Merkel. "You're returning for Marcus?" Rafaella tried not to show that this upset her. Certainly she had enough control not to make a scene if he said something baiting. That she'd lost control twice with him bothered her. It wasn't like her, not the Rafaella Holland who was an investigative reporter for the Boston Tribune. She didn't want to slip and lose control. She didn't want to do and say things she hadn't mentally cleared before speaking. She didn't want to lose her bearings. She recognized that there had to be changes in her feelings, in her outlook, in her way of examining things, once she'd stepped foot on the island, her father's island. Had she really expected to be immune to her new situation? She moved toward the house, watching the helicopter as it lifted off again, heading back to the eastern side of the island.
You have a beautiful house, sir. I'm glad I could see it from the air. Thank you. Why don't you call me Dominick, and I'll call you Rafaella. That would be lovely. Rafaella wasn't all that common a name. If he'd bothered 25 years ago to ask once about his daughter, he'd have been told her name. But he hadn't even cared enough to view her in the nursery. He hadn't even cared enough to look at her birth certificate. If he had, he'd have seen that her mother's name was Holland, not Pennington. He'd have seen that he hadn't been named as the father. But he hadn't cared enough to look. He dumped a check for $5,000 on her mother's bed and walked away. And his daughter had grown up a complete stranger to him, and he to her, until now. She felt a shock of pain so sharp that she stopped cold, not moving. She felt suddenly open and raw, and fought it with all her strength. She turned and smiled at her father. The house was cool, airy, and spacious. All glass that gave onto breathtaking views of the Olympic swimming pool, impossibly colorful gardens, lush green arbors, and the spectacular mountain range that backed right up to the property. There were fresh-cut flowers on every surface, bringing the sweet, heady scents indoors. The furnishings were homey, a melange of brightly painted southwestern chests, armoires, low tables, and white wicker love seats and chairs. Nothing of great value, except the collection of Egyptian jewelry in glass cases throughout the large living room. Rafaella knew all about Dominick's collection from her mother's journal. There'd even been a photo taken in London, just outside Sotheby's in 1991. He's collected, probably stolen, many beautiful pieces, all 18th dynasty. I've read that this period was overly ornate, in downright bad taste even, but some of the pictures I've seen of items show that they're incredibly beautiful. I should love to hold that translucent green glass goblet, the legitimate one he bought at Sotheby's for a phenomenal sum. Perhaps I'll see it. Rafaella was offered a seat and a glass of white wine. She couldn't seem to take her eyes off her father. Her father! He realized she was staring at him and gave her a crooked smile. "Does something bother you, Rafaella? Perhaps you'd like a sweeter wine." "Oh no, the wine is perfect. It's just that I've wanted to meet you for such a long time." "It's like I told you, Dom," Coco said. "Rafaella knows everything about you. She has so many press clippings and photos, even one taken by the paparazzi in St. Nicholas. Do you remember? I was telling her about visiting that Venetian fortress, Spinalonga, that became a leper colony." He interrupted her easily, without noticeable insult, his voice as smooth as the wine she sipped. "My Coco is a history buff. Just how long have I been of such interest to you?" She met his eyes. "Not long, really, but once a subject catches my interest, I tend to go all out, just as I did with Louis Rameau." Why couldn't he see the resemblance? Why couldn't he? Damn him! Was this what her mother felt? Disbelief? Deep, deep pain that she was a complete stranger, of no account at all to him. For a moment, Rafaella couldn't understand, couldn't comprehend that he, her father, didn't recognize himself in her. If he knew her mother was lying near death in a coma, what would he say? What would he feel? Nothing, probably. He didn't care, probably didn't even remember after 25 years. "Ah, come here, Delorio. I have a surprise for you." Rafaella looked about and saw a young man about her own age come into the living room. He was dressed in pale green linen slacks and a white polo shirt with a thick gold chain around his neck. He looked like a mongrel, albeit a well-dressed mongrel. He looked like a work-muscled peasant to his father's aristocrat. He didn't look like his father's son, didn't look like her half-brother. He was compact, athletic-looking, not a long-legged runner, but a wrestler, all muscle and thick neck and thicker thighs. Rafaella couldn't believe she was looking at her half-brother. "My son, Rafaella, Dominick Giovanni. Delorio, this is Rafaella Holland. This is an unexpected surprise." Delorio smiled at her, and even his smile was unlike his father's. It was predatory and sexual, as if every woman he met was weighed, a value placed on her body, and then assessed as to her compatibility in bed. It was the look of a predator sniffing at its next kill. He stared at her breasts, then at her crotch, finally looked into his face, but only briefly. Her chin went up automatically. Rafaella didn't rise, waiting for him to come to her, which he did. He shook her offered hand, holding it longer than necessary. She wished she could tell him to go shove it, that she was his half-sister for heaven's sake. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Your name is interesting, Delorio." "Yes, it is, isn't it?" Dominick answered for his son. "It was my mother's maiden name. Her family was from Milano." "Where's Paula?" Coco asked. Delorio shrugged. "Soon." Rafaella watched him walk to the bar and pour himself a Glenlivet straight up. "Hello, all," said Paula, sweeping into the living room. It was a marvelous entrance, and Rafaella smiled, wishing she could applaud. She knew a bit about Paula Marsden Giovanni. She was 24 years old and hailed from Old Money, Marsden Iron and Steel of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She was spoiled, selfish, quite pretty, and man-mad, according to the most recent clippings in Rafaella's mother's journal. Paula had pale blonde hair and hazel eyes, a very nice combination, distorted a bit by the sullen mouth. She had a nice body, a tan that made Rafaella want to tell her to be careful of the Caribbean sun. It would make her a wrinkled mess by the time she was 40. "My dear, come and meet Miss Rafaella Holland, our guest for dinner. And possibly Dom's biographer, Paula," Coco added, raising an eyebrow at Dominick. Paula looked at Rafaella Holland and forced a smile. Then she looked at Delorio and saw that he was staring fixedly at the woman. So she had nice hair, an okay face, so what? The so what, Paula knew, was that Delorio would pursue anything female for the sheer pleasure of catching and subduing his prey, violently, if need be, and if it pleased him. "Well, how very nice," Paula said. "I trust Ducky is cooking something edible for once, since we're so very privileged to have Miss Holland here." "Ducky is my chef," Dominick said mildly, sipping from his wineglass, "and an excellent cook." Another man appeared in the doorway. He was tall, wiry, with a thick mess of white hair. Premature white hair, Rafaella quickly saw, given the youthfulness of his face. He wasn't above 40, and he was black. One of the few natives left on the island. "Marcus is here, Mr. Giovanni." "Excellent. Please tell Ducky that we'll eat in 15 minutes. Thank you, Jiggs." Rafaella wondered how many men Dominick had in his employ. She'd have to find out. Her mother mentioned in her journal seeing half a dozen, but Rafaella could hardly count on that being accurate. Surprisingly, she hadn't spotted any armed men when the helicopter had come down. "I beat Delorio at tennis," Paula said. 2 out of 3 sets. Delorio grunted and poured himself another Glenlivet. "You must be a fine player," Rafaella said. Paula laughed. "Not really." Delorio's attention was wandering again. "But his attention always comes back to me." Delorio smiled at his wife's remark, and his eyes, so cold moments before, were now filled with warmth. Dark eyes, unlike hers, unlike her father's. Dominick said to Rafaella, "Would you like to see my collection after dinner?" "Yes, certainly I would, particularly the carved alabaster head of Nefertiti I've heard you have." He suddenly looked sympathetic and approachable, his entire face softening. He looked human, very human, as he sat forward, smiling. "Nefertiti, huh? That's what you've heard. It could be any of the princesses, my dear. For example, Sumenkenkare."
Have you heard of her? Rafaella shook her head. "But it is of Nefertiti, isn't it?"
Dominick just smiled, saying no more, but the warmth was still there. His excitement over his collection. He didn't look like a criminal. Marcus came in, a breath of fresh air, Rafaella was forced to admit. He wasn't wearing a suit, just white slacks and a short-sleeved pullover of pale blue, like Delorio. He looked fit and strong and full of good humor. He looked uncomplicated and clean-cut. She frowned at herself. He did have secrets. She felt it in her very reliable gut. But somehow she didn't think Marcus's secrets were evil or terrifying. He searched her out and winked broadly. "When does the party begin, Dominick? Has Miss Holland told you how she slammed me in the shoulder with a karate kick, then landed squarely on top of my poor, abused body when the first bullet went over? No, she's very modest. I know only what you told me." He was that easily vanquished, Rafaella? Dominick turned the full force of his charm on her, and Rafaella felt herself leaning into him, wanting his vitality, his interest, wanting the excitement he'd shown her when speaking of his Egyptian collection. "I caught him by surprise," she said, astonishing herself by her reflex to protect his fragile male ego. Not, she thought, that he'd care. "Other things on his mind, no doubt," Delorio said, staring at Rafaella, and everyone in the room knew precisely what he meant. "That's not the half of it," Marcus said, grinned toward Rafaella, and gave her another wink. Then he immediately turned serious. "We've found out nothing about the sniper who took pot shots at Miss Holland and me last night. Not a blasted thing." "I didn't really think you would," Dominick said with a frown. "Where's Merkel?" Rafaella asked, changing the subject, suddenly afraid that Marcus would go on to tell them all, in the blandest of voices, how he'd stripped her naked before she'd even gotten inside the front door of his villa, and caressed her and kissed her. He wouldn't, would he? She hoped he'd just keep worrying about those shots. She was tired of worrying about him. She felt herself slipping again, and fought to clear her mind. "Merkel sometimes doesn't eat with the family." This from Paula, who was looking at Marcus. Rafaella thought of the old song, "Hungry Eyes." "He was very informative on our ride over." "He's a stupid servant," Paula said. "We don't eat with the help, at least we shouldn't. I never did at home. My mother didn't allow it." "Paula, that's enough. There's no place for snobbery at my table." "Ah, here's Jiggs. Rafaella, may I escort you into the dining room?" The table was long enough for 12 people, a chandelier hanging over it, with high-backed brocade-covered chairs. On the table there was a huge glass bowl filled with fresh fruit, several platters of broiled yellowtail snapper seasoned with lemon and butter, individual fresh green salads, and fresh-baked rolls. Maria, the serving maid, poured a light Chardonnay into everyone's glass, then at a nod from Coco, left the dining room, Jiggs beside her. "Now, everyone," Dominick said, looking at them in turn, "what do you think about Miss Rafaella Holland writing my biography?" 9. Marcus leaned forward and said, "I wouldn't let her near me with a pen or a computer." He added to Rafaella, "No offense intended. I don't want to get near you, Mr. Devlin, not with a pen, not with a computer. Perhaps with a muzzle or a leash." "Would I be in the book, Miss Holland?" Paula asked. "Look, Dominick," Marcus said, "it's not a good idea, certainly not at the present time." Surely Dominick couldn't be that great an egomaniac. He couldn't believe himself that invulnerable. "How do we know you'd treat my father fairly?" "I've written one biography, and it was about a man not all that different from your father, a very charismatic man with power and many enemies. He was ruthless, brave. Yet he was also a man prone to human failings, who made mistakes. That he made an unforgivable error because of his vanity," Dominick interrupted smoothly. "I'm speaking, Delorio, Marcus, of Louis Rameau, a man who was de Gaulle's right hand and one of the leaders in the French resistance during World War II. It was in 1943, I believe, that Rameau decided he had to kill a courier who was bringing special orders from Hitler himself to the SS headquarters in Paris. It wasn't any big deal. Rameau had the courier tracked to Paris, knew exactly where he would be when. So he let a young resistance recruit come with him.
to watch him, to observe the great Rameau do incredibly brave things. All in a night's work for the great man. I suspect that he wanted her to admire him, so she'd go to bed with him. Sex was also one of his major appetites. In any case, it went wrong, and she was killed. It was an error attributable to his overweening vanity. And the moral to the story is that Rafaella is fair in her presentation. She shows us Rameau in all the richness of his character, but she doesn't sacrifice the good things to the bad, or vice versa. "You've read my book," Rafaella said, charmed by him at that moment and hating herself for it. Vanity. That had been Rameau's Achilles heel, his mortal weakness. And Dominick Giovanni had understood her book better than many esteemed reviewers and critics. Dominick smiled. "This afternoon, my dear, the copy you gave Coco. It's a pity that his vanity cost the girl her life. A grave pity. Rameau forgot the incident, you know," Rafaella said, and her voice was cold as she looked at her father. He forgot about her because it simply hadn't been important to him. "I met a very old man in Paris when I was there doing my research. He remembered the incident and the girl. Her name was Violette, and she was only 18 years old when she was killed. Rameau grieved for her for 24 hours, according to the old man, but he didn't feel any guilt for what had happened. Within a month, he took another young recruit, and luckily, she didn't die in his need to prove himself a great god living among mortals. Just as you forgot my mother, forgot me. How soon after did you have another affair with another now forgotten woman? In fact," Rafaella continued, "he fathered a child with her. Her name was Marie Danière. She died right after the war, her daughter with her." She shrugged. "Some men's bastards live on, some don't. A pity, of course. But as I said, Rafaella, I thought you were fair. That is what struck me." "That is fascinating," Marcus said. "But fair? You, Miss Holland, fair to a man? Read the damned book. Marcus, really, my boy, she did save your life. For what reason, I've yet to discover. I think maybe she saved me just to do away with me herself, in her own fashion." But he smiled as he spoke, and Rafaella found herself shaking her head. Then, against her better judgment, as if she really had no choice in the matter, she smiled back. She looked up to see Paula staring at her as if she were a snake trapped against a wall, and she, Paula, was a mongoose, ready to do her in on the spot. She took another bite of the yellowtail snapper. It didn't taste quite as good as the previous bites. "It sounds to me like no one wanted to kill you," Delorio said. "Just scare you. How many bullets were there? 3? 4? Surely the guy wasn't that bad a shot. Maybe someone just wanted to bring you down to size. Like you, shithead?" Marcus's smile didn't slip. "But why?" Rafaella said. "And why do it when I was there? That's what I don't understand." Coco said, "Maybe you were the one to be scared off the island, Rafaella, not Marcus." "I don't suppose our jackal realized that you were such a fighter," Marcus said. "My own personal bodyguard. If I'd pointed you in the direction of the guy firing, would you have roared off and ripped the guy's head off?" "Like a good dog, a good bitch," Paula said, and forked a slice of mango viciously, all the while smiling sweetly. Marcus didn't say a word. He was just relieved that Paula was safely seated on the other side of the table from him, next to her husband. She couldn't reach him from there. Instead, she was amusing herself by going after Rafaella. She obviously saw her as a threat. Interesting. He sat back, wondering if Rafaella Holland would be able to control herself and her fury until the end of the evening. And he'd just begun to launch his strategy of sabotage against her and her confounded plans for Dominick. How could Dominick possibly consider, for even one brief moment, letting this woman, an investigative reporter, onto the compound to write a biography? He was a criminal, after all. Was his vanity so great, his opinion of himself so hallowed, that he didn't see the threat? Surely even he couldn't be that blind, that egocentric. Marcus couldn't have cared less if it was Rafaella's intention to nail Dominick. He just didn't want her delving into anything that might interfere with his plans. His own cover could fall like a house of cards if given the right push.
Look, Dominick, we've had too much trouble lately. It simply isn't safe for Miss Holland to hang around talking about your life and taking your mind off business. Don't do it. I vote no. I vote no too, Coco said, because what Marcus says is true. What kind of trouble? Rafaella asked. Something other than the shooting last night? Yeah, said Delorio. Someone tried to take out my father, and very nearly succeeded. I was at the resort, Paula said. I missed it. They locked me in a cabana, Coco said. Both women sounded disappointed. We are not taking a vote, Dominick said. And Delorio, this is hardly the time or place to air sensitive family business. But you said you wanted to know what we thought, Delorio said, sullen. Yes, and now all of you has been good enough to tell me. Delorio looked down at his plate, saying nothing more. Damn, Marcus thought, staring at Dominick. He was going to let her do it. She'd appealed to his vanity, and the damned fool actually fell for it. He had to stop it. She was the last person he wanted involved in this mess, the last person he wanted interfering and learning things she'd be far better off not knowing. He knew Miss Holland would probably never forgive him for it, but he also knew his only chance was to launch an attack. Did our little Miss Holland here tell you about her Pulitzer Prize, Dominick? She won it for specialized investigative reporting 3 years ago. She ferreted out a nasty little neo-Nazi group involved not only in the usual racist rhetoric, but also in the local political scene. They were bribing local officials, intimidating the town council to pass resolutions they wanted, buying local cops. Those who refused to go along with them enjoyed pain. It was in a little town in Delaware. It took you nearly 6 months, right, Miss Holland? Yes. You got threats from these creeps, but you persevered, didn't you? You hung in there, never budging, not once. You talked people into spilling their guts to you, despite the fact that one of them got his ribs broken, his foot smashed, and his face rearranged. I think, Dominick, that our little Miss Holland, given her record, could be counted on to find out who tried to whack you and me. I can certainly see her digging deep, then deeper still, what with her little bulldog instincts, digging where she shouldn't, digging until folks got hurt, or until she did. That simply proves that she's good, Dominick said, sitting forward. Doesn't it, Coco? Coco shrugged. Come now, my dear, wouldn't you like to know who that woman was? He was toying with her, but she didn't respond. I haven't been able to find out who hired her. None of us knows a thing yet about this Bathsheba. Good God, Marcus thought. Did Rafaella simply have to be present for people to spill everything they knew to her? Just listen to Dominick, Marcus said quickly, before Dominick could go on. Then there's the fact that dear old stepdad just happens to be one Charles Winston Rutledge III, a man who owns several large newspapers and a number of radio stations, a man with considerable clout and more power than any one man needs. Did he buy your Pulitzer for you? Did he talk to his good old buddy Robbie Danforth, the owner of the Tribune, to give you the investigative reporter's job? Rafaella threw her sliced fresh fruit in his face. She stared at him and thought, I've lost control again. She couldn't understand it. Not again, Marcus said. Delorio shouted with laughter. Coco whispered to Dominick, Marcus and Rafaella have been going at it all day. She threw her tea in his face at lunch. Dominick nodded. All right, enough, Marcus. That's right, wipe the pineapple juice off your forehead and keep your mouth shut. He sat back and tapped his knife handle against the edge of his bread plate. I'm not stupid, my boy. I checked out Miss Holland. Discreetly, of course, my dear. No need for you to worry or be offended. Marcus is right, Paula said. She shouldn't be here. She's a reporter. She'll ruin you, sir. And I agree with Marcus. Her stepfather did everything for her. I wouldn't mind her staying here at the compound one little bit, Delorio said, and gave Rafaella a smile that made her skin crawl. Since I'm your only son, she'll also need to find out all about me. Rafaella returned Delorio's look with one so limpid she thought she'd gag. But she didn't want to alienate him yet. She could handle him. I think she should do it, Dominick, Coco said, but not now. There's too much going down. I'm sorry, Rafaella, but it's just not a good idea. Rafaella was disappointed. She had been counting on Coco's support. Then suddenly, Dominick raised his hand and cut Delorio off mid-sentence. That's quite enough, I think. Are you through with your dinner, Rafaella? Good. I'll show you my Egyptian collection now. Some other time, I'll show you my art collection. It's rather impressive. When we've finished, Marcus, dear boy, you can escort Rafaella back to the resort, if you please. Take the helicopter. And that was that. It was nearly midnight when Rafaella and Marcus were escorted to the helicopter by Dominick, Merkel close behind him. It's awfully dark, Rafaella said. There's only a quarter moon. She didn't want to climb into a helicopter and place her life in Marcus' hands. She didn't want to place anything of hers, not again. I'll speak to you tomorrow about my decision, Rafaella. Dominick took her hands in his, leaned down, and kissed her cheek. Slowly, very slowly, she pulled away. Thank you, sir. Thank you, too, for showing me your collection. I still think the head is Nefertiti. I look forward to seeing your art collection as well. He chuckled and stepped back. Coco, Delorio, Paula, and Merkel watched from the veranda as the helicopter lifted off, turning slowly, and headed to the mountains. Come, Delorio said to Paula, his eyes on the ascending helicopter. Now to bed. But I don't. Shut up. He took her hand and pulled her back into the house and up the stairs. Dominick remained outside. The night was balmy, the air redolent with the scent of hibiscus and bougainvillea and roses. The smell of the sea blended with the scent of the flowers. Coco put her hand through his arm and smiled up at him. Your son is horny tonight. He just dragged Paula away. I don't know, Coco, he said, disregarding her words. About letting Rafaella write the book. He looked at her closely for a long moment, then shrugged. That and many other things. Would you like to ease me tonight, Coco? She smiled at him and kissed his mouth. The helicopter lifted into the darkness. I don't like this, Rafaella said. Trust me, there's plenty of light. Besides, if I screw up, it's not just your hide, but also mine that's on the line here. That's supposed to reassure me. The helicopter lifted higher, barely skimming the tops of the trees at the back edge of the compound, then climbing another 200 or 300 feet. I really don't like this, she said again.
He merely smiled and dipped to the left, scaring her to her toes. Then he headed nearly straight up, higher still. Stop whining. If I could pilot this thing, I'd kick your butt out right now. Would you just put a lid on it for 10 minutes until we get back home? Yes, ma'am, Marcus said, grinning at her set profile. He began whistling. He whistled for only about 3 minutes. They were nearly over the highest part of the range, nearly 1,000 feet, the jungle its thickest at this point, dense and tangled, a maze of green branches and roots and brambles. Suddenly, there was a loud popping noise, and the helicopter began a wild spin. Damn! Marcus slammed down on the tail rotor pedals. Nothing. He worked them. Still nothing. No more directional control. He auto-rotated, finally bringing the wild spinning under control. He quickly looked below for one of the trails. He saw it, winding and narrow through the jungle. He cut the engine, causing it to sputter, then quickly brought it up just a bit. He headed down. What was that? What's wrong? He shot a quick look at Rafaella, saw that her face was as white as a sheet, and started whistling again. Everything had happened in less than 5 seconds. No problem, he said. Don't lie to me, you fool. What was that banging noise? Why did we spin around like a damn dervish? All right, I've lost control of the tail rotor. That means that we're going down because, oh shit! The cabin was spinning again, lurching clockwise, and Marcus stabbed at a switch on the controls in front of him as he fought with the stick. He lost sight of the trail. Rafaella watched, silently, praying with all her might. Marcus saw the trail again, some 200 yards to the left. Ah, there's a trail. Thank the good Lord. We're going down, my dear girl. Start praying and make sure your seatbelt is tight. The helicopter was French, and thus had fiberglass rotor blades that spun counterclockwise. Without the tail rotor, the helicopter was dragging violently clockwise. Marcus fought it with all his experience, which hadn't been much in recent years. "We're in deep shit," he said finally. "The deepest. Hold on, we're going down." He cut the engine power even more. Turn just a bit more to the left, just a bit. Down slowly, hold that stick steady. Jesus, the cabin was spinning wildly again. About 20 feet above the trail, he cut the engine. The main rotor kept turning, but he couldn't help that, any more than he could help. There was a sharp rending sound, and Rafaella saw the main rotor slice into the undergrowth beside the trail and break cleanly, ripping loose from the fuselage. The nose of the helicopter was pointed down, and when they hit the trail, the skids collapsed, ramming up into the cabin, gashing through the floor beside her feet. The cabin shuddered wildly. Rafaella thought her feet would be shoved up into her shoulders. Her teeth clinked loudly together, sending pain through her head. Incredibly, Marcus was still whistling. He calmly unfastened his seatbelt. The helicopter became suddenly silent. Thank God there was enough moonlight to see the trail. Thank God Dominick keeps them cleared. Thank God you had me. Now, Rafaella. The cabin gave one final shudder and suddenly kicked up on one side when the right side skid pushed through the floor on the pilot side of the cabin. "Well, how about that?" he said, more to himself than to Rafaella, who hadn't moved, hadn't said a word. He saw that she'd opened her eyes. "Hi, we're safe." "I don't believe you." He pulled loose his seatbelt, leaned over, and hugged her, squeezing her until she grunted. "I promise we're safe." "See? You squeaked. You're alive." He kissed her cheek and flipped open the clasp on her seatbelt. "I squeak, therefore I am." "You're blessedly literate, you know that? Let's clear out of this thing. I don't think it's gonna blow, mind you, but I'd just feel better if—" She was out of the helicopter in a flash. He followed her, coming around the back of the helicopter, laughing, but just for a moment. The main rotor had ripped cleanly from the fuselage, and it lay against the tailbone like a broken ice cream stick. He paused only a moment to look at the tail rotor. He took Rafaella's hand and ran toward the side of the trail. "I didn't think that trail would be wide enough," she said, staring back at the helicopter. "It wasn't. We were lucky as hell. That, and, you see, it's a French helicopter, and the main rotor is fiberglass. It breaks clean usually, and doesn't do much fussing around." He pulled her against him and hugged her tight. "It's all right. It's over now." Rafaella pulled back. "Are you talking to yourself? I'm not the one in danger of nervous collapse here." "Even though your eyes were closed tighter than a corpse's? That's what I thought I was going to be." She shuddered and made no further move to get away from him. Comfort, whatever the source, wasn't to be scorned at this particular moment. "Was that an accident?" "I can't be sure until I go over it," Marcus said, his voice sounding oddly cheerful to Rafaella. "Sometimes even careful examination can't tell you what went wrong. Maybe it was an accident, maybe not. If someone did tamper with the helicopter, they were very good and very precise, calculating that it would go out of control exactly when it did, right over the highest point of the island. What do you mean you might not be able to tell? It's just a damned machine." "Yeah, and it's got literally thousands of bolts and nuts. I think that a bolt came loose in the tail rotor because I lost all control with the pedals after that loud banging sound. Did someone loosen it? Probably. Merkel is a sterling mechanic, fanatic about pre-flight checks with the helicopter. This sucks. No argument out of me on that one. Now, Miss Holland, we have a couple of choices. We can either, let's go home." "All right." At that instant, there came a loud roaring sound. Rafaella jerked back, hitting Marcus in the stomach. What was that? A wild boar, perhaps? Maybe a lion or a cougar. The sound came again. "Actually, I haven't the foggiest idea. I think I'd like to spend the night in the helicopter." "All right. But, I can't be sure what brought it down. It could, I suppose, still blow." But Rafaella turned, her hands on her hips. "Just look at my outfit. It's Lagerfeld, damn it. It cost me $950, and it's bloody well ruined, all because you can't drive a damned helicopter. And now you tell me we can't do anything, that we're $950? You spent nearly $1,000 on those pants? Her once pristine white slacks were stained with dirt, sweat, and oil. Where the oil had come from, she hadn't the remotest idea. She looked up at Marcus. In a move reminiscent of the previous night, she braced herself, grabbed his arm just above his elbow, and flipped him onto the middle of the dirt trail on his back. He just lay there, sprawled out, arms and legs flung away from his body, and looked up at her. I think I would have preferred another bowl of fruit in my face. "Oh, to hell with you," Rafaella said, and offered him her hand. She tried to jerk it back, remembering how he'd pulled her down the previous evening, but she was too late. Down she went, sprawling over him. "Hi, how's tricks? You kept your head. I like that. I'll tell you something. I do think someone tried to do me in again. With you in attendance, which means that your popularity is at an all-time low, along with mine. Who do you think it was?" She pushed upwards so she could see his face. "During the evening, when I was oohing and awing over Dominick's Egyptian collection, someone sneaked out and sabotaged the helicopter? Nicely put. Yes, that's what would have happened if someone did sabotage us. Whoever it was probably removed a bolt on the tail rotor control. Who? You're the hotshot reporter. Paula. She's vicious, and she hates me. Yes, but she adores me. And since I was the pilot, she wouldn't have chosen that way to rid herself of you."
Arsenic in your wine, perhaps. But she wouldn't off me, not when she wants me in her bed. Besides, what Paula probably knows about tampering with a helicopter wouldn't fill a thimble. No, all her knowledge involves men and their vices and urges, and her own, of course. You sound like you know all about it. I do, sort of. She caught me once when I was in bed, helpless. I'd been laid out with a bullet. Marcus broke it off. Here he was spilling his guts to this damned woman, just like everyone else. He was as weak in the head as they were. What bullet? When? He didn't answer, merely jerked upward, rolling her off him. You should see your nearly $1,000 slacks now. The whole outfit was $950. The slacks can't be more than $600. When we find out who did it, that jerk can buy me a new pair. How about Delorio? Now, he doesn't adore you. He hates your guts, that's my guess. The kids? Oh, come on, Marcus. You're not exactly an old man. What are you, 32? Nearly 33. And Delorio is 25. He's a kid to me. He's spoiled, sadistic, probably verging on being psychopathic, and he hates and fears authority. He likes to dominate women completely, probably something to do with his mother. Who was his mother? What did she do to him? He opened his mouth to tell her, then clamped it shut. Spilling his guts again. Damn it. Here. He gave her his hand, careful to brace himself, and pulled her to her feet. Rafaella was looking at the helicopter. We could have died. Maybe, but I don't think we were meant to croak. If I wanted to kill someone, I wouldn't take the chance with a helicopter. You just can't be certain enough of the outcome. Anyway, I like the notion of Delorio doing something, but then again, I don't think he knows anything about sabotaging a helicopter. Do you think he was the one who tried to scare you off? His own words from this evening? Or very nearly. It was like a confession of intent, wasn't it? Who the hell knows? In his case, I suppose you have to believe in bad genes. His grandfather, his mother, more likely from his father's side. What's this? Some unexpected bile? I thought you were overflowing with feminine reverence and awe for Dominick. Admiration shone from your beady little eyes this evening. He turned away and kicked at the helicopter. Of course, he added, not turning, you are very possibly not at all what you claim to be. I thought you checked me out thoroughly, as did Mr. Giovanni. What could I be hiding? He turned and grinned at her. No, I won't say it. I'll be the soul of discretion. Rafaella didn't attack. Go to hell, she said, and stomped off down the trail. Careful of the mountain lions. 10. Rafaella took 2 steps. She turned around very slowly to see Marcus standing in the middle of the trail, his arms crossed, grinning. There aren't any mountain lions in the Caribbean, she yelled. Unable to help herself, she actually shook her fist at him.
They would have had to swim here, that, or be brought over like the mongoose. Marcus knocked a clod of dirt off his arm. Dominick is a very wealthy man. He also likes his privacy. He brought over lions and wild pigs, boars, and a couple of snakes, boa constrictors, and other assorted intimidating creatures to discourage foot communication between the eastern side of the island and the western. There's a sign posted on the resort side. Despite herself, Rafaella began walking back toward him. You're lying. That's absurd. He could just post no trespassing signs. He wouldn't bring in wild animals. That's exactly what the signs do say. The wild animal warning is in the fine print at the bottom of the signs. Dominick likes uncertainty in life. That's absurd, she said again, but sounded less certain this time. What if the animals decided to wander all over the island? What if an animal attacked a guest? Just think of the liability. And besides, even if the animals stayed put, who in his right mind would even want to walk from the resort to his compound? You're on your feet, aren't you? Buffoon, she said under her breath, then turned on her heel and started away from him again. Do be careful to stay on the trail, he called after her. Those boas are fat and are perfectly willing to get even fatter. You'd be a succulent morsel, particularly in that snazzy outfit. A dirty but classy meal. There was another horrendous snorting sound just off to Rafaella's left. A wild pig? A wild boar? Rafaella froze in her tracks, then sighed. Better the tame boar, she said, and chuckled. It was better than gnashing her teeth. She turned around and walked back to Marcus. Do you have a gun? Yep, in the helicopter. He didn't move. I'm obviously in your power. What do you want to do? It's still early. Well, maybe not all that early. Do you want to stay here or go back to the resort? All right, he thought. It was time to stop screwing around. It was time to get serious. There were wild animals, but not a single one of them was loose. Dominick kept a private zoo just about a half-mile to the south. The animals had lots of territory to roam, but they were watched and fed and fenced in. And Rafaella had believed him. She hadn't wanted to, but she had. He was hard-pressed not to laugh. He wasn't about to tell her the truth about the animals, not yet. He said, his face as serious as his voice, "Let's stay here. I want to examine the helicopter in the morning. If someone did tamper with it, I don't want to give him or her the opportunity to come and try to cover it up." She shrugged. Okay. He opened the door to the passenger side of the cabin. Would you like to go in and slip into something more comfortable? I'd rather cozy up to any other reptile than you. Reptile? He looked startled, then laughed and helped her inside. When he joined her in the pilot's seat, he pulled her against his shoulder. Go to sleep if you can. Will someone realize you didn't come back and get worried? No. Will some guy miss you? Don't be an ass. Well, maybe 5 or 6 guys. Tough not being an ass, but I'll try. Go to sleep. She tried for about 5 minutes. Marcus? Yeah? No one's ever tried to kill me before. I don't like the way it feels. I don't like the way it feels either. At least you don't have to worry right now. We're safe and snug. All we need is a fire and some marshmallows, and it would be just like camp. He never lost his humor for long, she thought, and wanted to poke him in the ribs, but didn't. I liked summer camp when I was a kid. I could row a canoe really well and start fires and hit a target pretty consistently from 25 feet with my bow and arrow. I liked camp too. My mom sent me to a Boy Scout camp when I was 13. I got poison ivy, but it was still fun. I had sex for the first time. Her name was Darlene, and she had huge breasts, and she was 17 and a counselor for the Girl Scouts just across the lake. I had my first crush at camp when I was 12. His name was Marty Reynolds, and he was the only cute guy who didn't wear braces. I only let him kiss me, but it wasn't fun. How did you get the poison ivy? In the woods, collecting wildflowers with Janie Winters. She didn't wear braces either, but I did. It isn't much fun kissing when you've got a mouth full of steel. Darlene didn't wear braces, obviously. My mom didn't like camping, so to be perverse, I went to camp until I was 16. Did you camp out with your dad? He stiffened, and all the fun went out of his voice. No, my dad died when I was 11. Even before, he wasn't the kind of man to take off his glasses and get dirty. I'm sorry. A raw nerve, she thought, and kept the rest of her questions to herself. I never had a dad. I know. At least you didn't until your mom married Charles Rutledge III when you were 16. She jerked away from him, pulling on his arm to make him face her. What do you mean, you know? You're illegitimate, so what? We both spent our teenage years without a father, and we both survived.
You're awfully pushy. You've got a smart mouth, and perhaps a father would have curtailed that in you. But who knows? Did you tell Mr. Giovanni? He frowned at her even as he shook his head. I didn't think it was relevant. He shrugged. If he does a check on you, he'll find out anyway. Yes, I suppose you're right. Would you like to tell me something incriminating, Miss Holland? Any little thing I could use to get you off this island and back to your safe little harbor in Boston? No. And Boston's anything but a safe little harbor. Forget it, Marcus. I don't have a single skeleton in my closet. Sure, and we'll see pigs flying overhead any minute. Go to sleep, Miss Holland. I'll bet you still dream about Darlene. To a boy of 13, she was the best, the most wonderful, the sweetest. Go to sleep, Marcus. Marcus tried to get comfortable, and he did, but still, sleep wouldn't come. He was worried, but more than that, he found himself thinking that he quite liked her smart mouth. She was sleeping deeply, her breathing even and deep. He should have asked her if she still liked to camp out. Perhaps, someday, he could ask her that, once his life was his own again. Marcus stood up and wiped his hands on his dirty pants. I can't tell, he said. I really can't. We need an expert, and that, unfortunately, isn't possible. How about Merkel? He could take a look, but he's just good, like me, not an expert. We might as well get going. You up for a long walk? It wasn't, in fact, such a long walk. They reached the resort at 7:30 in the morning, sweaty, dirty, their clothing ripped, but otherwise, in Marcus's opinion, they just looked like a couple of lovers who'd gotten carried away. Not a couple who'd walked away from a crashed helicopter on the middle ridge. One half of the couple worried that a lion was going to pounce at any moment, and the other half of the couple thinking he should tell her the truth about the animals, but not doing so. Marcus stopped her before she turned off the path to her villa. You're a good sport, he said. Do I smell as rank as you do? As rank as a mountain goat. Lord, it's hot. I feel like the humidity's eaten through my skin. Rafaella was walking across the pale gold and white marble floor in the bathroom to pour Chanel bubble bath into the jacuzzi within 3 minutes of closing the front door. She turned on the gold faucets full blast. In another 2 minutes, she was sprawled in the hot water, her mother's journal in her hand, open to a September 1997 entry. I've always loved Christmas. So many of my happy memories are of you and me on Christmas morning. Me with my coffee and croissant, you with your huge bowl of Captain Crunch and hot cocoa. Remember that year I got you that huge stuffed giraffe? I think it was 1981. You named him Alvin, as I recall. Since I've been married to Charles, Christmas is more complicated, I guess you could say. Not richer. Ours were that. No, just more complicated, more unpredictable. My stepson, Benny, married Susan Claver in 1994, the year you graduated from high school. There was a baby at Christmas the next year. You haven't seen little Jennifer in a very long time. She's not quite so cute now as she was then. Why am I prassing on about Christmas? Who cares, really? Charles gave me an incredible ruby and diamond ring, 5 carats of diamonds, on that Christmas of 1994. I didn't like to wear it. I'm always afraid that I'll lose it. It bothers Charles because he wouldn't care if I lost it. He truly wouldn't. He just wants to make me happy. I tell him he does. I tell him all the time how much I love him. It's funny sometimes about our sex together. He treats me like a Victorian maiden whose sensibilities couldn't take oral sex. Once I went down on him and I thought he would expire on the spot. He looked at me like I should faint rather than love him like that. Strange, isn't it? Dominick always, no more about him. Sometimes I sense that Charles is looking at me and I sense he doesn't believe me. I realize that he can't know about Dominick. I would never tell him. I keep my journals well hidden. He'll never know. I sometimes think that I would give almost anything to have had one Christmas with Dominick.
But there wasn't one. There was the 4th of July when I was 20, and he told me he loved me, and that was about it. Of course, when I was pregnant with you and he made his trips back to see me, he didn't make Christmas. He was with his wife, naturally. The only gift he ever gave me was you, my darling. You and that check for $5,000. The bastard. Rafaella fell asleep in the tub with the jets still going full blast. She came awake abruptly at a noise, her eyes flying open. Marcus was standing over the tub. Rafaella's roommate at Columbia had told her that it was unnerving the way she came instantly and completely awake. She did so now. Her eyes narrowed on his face, but she made no sudden jittery moves. She wouldn't let him get her goat again, not this time. "What do you want?" "To see if you're all right. I knocked, but no answer. I got a bit worried." He'd been looking at the book on the ledge beside the tub. It was the same one he'd seen her with that first night when she'd found her crying. "I'm just fine. Now get out of here." "Did I tell you that I like the way you're put together? No tan, but I'm not complaining. The bubbles from the bubble bath were long gone. Would you just get the hell out of here?" "You sound angry. I can't imagine why. I'm just being politely interested and non-judgmental. As I was saying, you don't have much of a tan, but I like that white stomach of yours." She looked at him dispassionately, an eyebrow cocked. "What is this? I didn't think you took the final plunge. You just like to dominate, to humiliate, to prove what sexual power you have." "This time, I'd like to make an exception," he said, not taking his eyes off her. "After all, we've been out on several dates now. I just didn't want you to think I was too easy. A man needs his respect, you know." He hooked his thumbs under his waistband and his shorts. He grinned at her and started pulling them down. "All right, stop it, you ass." He stopped, then pulled his shorts and pants back up. "I so dislike the teasing woman bit. I was just being cooperative. If you don't want me to throw every drop of water in this tub on you, get out, Marcus, now. I've already seen it all, and—" He got a sopping wet washcloth in the face. "Rafaella? Are you here?" Rafaella groaned. It was Coco. Marcus was calmly wiping his face with one of her towels and fastening his pants with the other. She quickly got out of the tub, ignoring him, and wrapped herself in one of the softest sin Egyptian bath sheets. "Just a minute, Coco." "Hi, Coco. We'll be out in just a minute." Rafaella knew startled silence when she heard it. Then, "Marcus, is that you? In there? With Rafaella?" "I'm just wiping the water out of my eyes, Coco. Don't come in. You'll embarrass Miss Holland. She's already blushing from her eyebrows to her toes." "I'm going to kill you," Rafaella said. "With a rock, I've decided. I'm going to pound you all over with a rock. Then I'm going to gut you like a yellowtail snapper. I'm going to debone you. And then, Coco is a very curious lady. I suggest you get your robe on. Use the one the resort provides. It covers up just about everything, but it manages still to be real sexy. The resort provides different colors, you know. With your coloring, I'm guessing the robe is either a very dark green or a soft pale yellow. Then I'm going to skin you. Or is fillet a better word? With your tongue or with a knife?" "Marcus, Rafaella, what are you? Are you in the bathroom?" "Yes, Coco," Rafaella called. "Please sit down. I'll be right out." "Me too," Marcus said, and tossed the hand towel to her. He left the bathroom, and Rafaella heard him say, "Good morning, Coco. Why didn't you come to my villa? Why Rafaella's?" "Dom told me about the helicopter. I wanted to see if you were all right."
I did go to your villa first. Then I even went to the gym and talked to Punk. Did you see that stripe in her hair? It's mint green. Yeah, the banker from Chicago didn't like the yellow, so she had Sissy change it. So then, Coco, you figured I'd be here with dear Rafaella. What are you doing here? He's a lousy peeping Tom, Rafaella said, stumping into the sitting room. She pulled the sash tighter on her pale yellow satin robe. "I think I'd prefer the dark green robe on you," Marcus said, rubbing his chin with thoughtful fingertips. "Not that this one isn't nice, mind you. Marcus, a peeping Tom.
Coco stared at Rafaella with a blank expression that said it all. Not only didn't Coco believe her, Rafaella knew she was hard-pressed not to laugh. "Rafaella's good," Marcus said to Coco, nodding with grave understanding. "Quite good. More of the dominatrix than I usually like, but still, she's enjoyable. Hey, what's a little pain?" Rafaella turned her back on him. "This thing with the helicopter, what? I don't know anything. Marcus called Dominick a little while ago. Merkel flew over in the other helicopter to get some equipment that was here at the resort. I came with him. He's taking one of the motor scooters back to the wreck to check things out. It wasn't an accident," Rafaella said. "Marcus thinks someone probably loosened a bolt on the tail rotor. That's what I told Dominick," Marcus said. "Another scare tactic," he added to Coco. "And it worked, I don't mind admitting. But it's damned odd." "What is? Your reporter's genes getting fired up, Miss Holland? No, don't curse me out. What's odd is that someone would begin now to scare me off. It doesn't make any sense. I've been here over 2 years. Why now? It's obvious that you did something recently that scared someone," Coco said. "What could it be?" "I don't know, but that's a good point." Rafaella looked from one to the other, shaking her head. "I don't believe this. You're talking about it as though it were something about as important as the weather. We could have been killed. Someone tried to kill us. This is very serious, at least to me. Doesn't anything shake you guys up?" "Of course it's serious," Coco said. She paused, frowning. "Or," she continued slowly, "as I said last night, someone could be trying to scare off Rafaella. She's been involved both times." "We think it was Delorio," Rafaella said to Coco. Coco looked thoughtful. "Plain speaking, then, Delorio doesn't like Marcus, that's for sure. He's jealous of him." She paused a moment, then laid her hand on Marcus's arm. "It's not because Paula's so obvious about wanting to get in your pants. It's Dominick and the very real affection he has for you. I've heard again and again that all Dominick wanted to do was to build his dynasty. And all he got was Delorio, whose mother was, well, he doesn't really like his son, and he's tried to. He realizes it's his responsibility to like him, his duty. You know that, Marcus. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Delorio was behind both the helicopter and the gunshots on the beach the other night. He wants you out of the picture. You're a threat to him. Maybe he sees Rafaella as a threat too." Marcus was staring at Coco. She'd just spilled her guts to Rafaella, like all the rest of them. It was uncanny. He started to say something, but Coco interrupted him. "Rafaella, what's the matter? Did that crash really shake you up?" "Oh, no. Would you like some breakfast, Coco? I can order something, and the two of us can sit out on my veranda. And I'd like some dry toast, please," Marcus said, "and lots of coffee." Rafaella walked to the door, opened it, and said, "My knee is itching, Marcus. It truly is. I suggest you take yourself off while you're still intact." "She doesn't like talking afterward," Marcus remarked matter-of-factly to Coco. No gentleness, no sweet little nothings whispered about whether it was as good for her as it was for me. No smoking a cigarette. Out now, Marcus. He nodded to Coco, walked to the door, then at the last minute grabbed Rafaella and kissed her hard, then was gone. Rafaella slammed the door shut. She could hear him whistling through the open window. "I've never seen Marcus like this," Coco said. "He's got it bad." "He's got what?" "Oh no, Coco, all that is just show. It means nothing. He likes to bait me, and I'll admit he knows exactly which buttons to push. Come on, Rafaella, you've already been to bed with him. I can tell. It's how you look at each other. Your eyes give you away. That intimate look." She shrugged, a very Gallic gesture. "And Marcus, he's hard on women, but he's got something, and you want it. It's, what the hell." She gave Rafaella a wicked grin, shook her shoulders in another very French shrug, rolled her eyes, and grinned. "Un arme avec, un certain je ne sais quoi." She shrugged again. It was incredible. That sounded completely legitimate. Of course. My name is Coco Vivriex, and I was born and raised in Grenoble. Yes, a wonderful place to ski. But seriously, Coco, you're wrong. We haven't had sex together, I swear it. It sounded like the truth, because it was, and Coco bought it, temporarily. All right, I believe you. But, she shook her head, this whole thing is very strange. Now, my dear girl, the reason I'm here is to invite you over to the compound. Dominick has decided to let you do his authorized biography. Easy, just that easy. Rafaella couldn't believe it. So easy. Now what was she going to do? You're going to get him to tell you everything, and you'll get him to let you see his papers, to show you things no one else has seen, and you'll get him to trust you, and then you'll publish a book that will blow the damnable bastard out of the water. No, she was the bastard. He was the bastard's father, and she was going to have her revenge. She was going to take her mother's revenge, and it would be in print, and it would be there forever to haunt him. It would be sweet revenge. She'd bet he'd even sent weapons and parts to Iraq. She'd expose him. Oh, indeed she would. Probably he'd sent Russian Kalashnikov automatic rifles and RPG-7 grenade launchers to North Korea. She wouldn't even be surprised if he'd sent RPK light machine guns and those 38-46 heavy machine guns to Libya's Muammar Gaddafi, one maniac that most arms dealers claimed they'd never deal with, according to the research she'd done. She was rather pleased that she still remembered the names of some of those weapons. Suddenly, she had an image of herself introducing Dominick to Charles Rutledge. I'd like you to meet my real father, Charles. He's an arms merchant. He claims he's white market, but it's a lie. He's very smart and very shifty, so folks don't know much about him. But he's as black market as they come. This is only his latest venture into crookdom. I'll tell you so much more in my book. To know him is to love him. Just ask my mother. Just ask your wife. Yes, Rafaella was certain that Dominick got State Department clearance once for every 6 crooked deals. She'd nail him but good. He could still live on his damned island, but he'd never again dare to leave it. She must check to see if there was an extradition treaty between Antigua and the United States. Rafaella? Coco snapped her fingers in front of Rafaella's face. Where are you? Rafaella forced a grin. Oh, no place very exciting. Is it Marcus that's responsible for your swoon? Swoon? Good God, no. You know, Rafaella, Marcus was right about one thing. Perhaps it isn't the best time for you to be here writing this book. Maybe it would be better for you to go back home. Coco, I love mysteries, and this one's a corker. You ready for some breakfast? Marcus held the phone tightly. I don't like it, Dominick. Actually, he was worried to death, but he couldn't come across that strong. Sorry, my boy, but I've made up my mind. How's your shoulder? You didn't hurt it in the crash, did you? No, everything's fine. Did Merkel find anything? No, not a bloody thing. It could have been tampered with, or it could have been an accident.
If it makes you feel any better, Merkel agrees with you. Sabotage, more than likely. And I don't like it any more than you do. Also, Miss Holland was with you both times. Don't do it, Dominick. I don't trust her, but more than that, why risk her life? Send her away for the time being. She really isn't. Look, Marcus, you've told me everything you know. I told you what I'd found out. She's a smart girl. She's published a biography, so there's no cause to doubt her credibility. She's got ambitions. She didn't use any of Rutledge's clout, and undoubtedly he offered. Still, something just doesn't feel right to me about her. And look, Marcus, bottom line, she's still just a woman. If I don't like what she writes, well then, maybe I can use her in another capacity. I don't particularly like her aggressiveness, but her body is quite satisfactory. Perhaps I'll try her out in bed. A woman, Marcus, that's all she is. Do keep your perspective, my boy. She isn't like Coco or Paula. Marcus said, his voice amazingly neutral, even as anger surged through him. Had Dominick lost it completely? An assassination attempt and 2 other attacks? What if they'd been on him? Would he bleat about scare tactics? Damnation, what a mess. No, not on the surface. Who knows? That pushy mouth of hers just might add a bit of spice to things, to a lot of things. Stop carping.
Her mother's in a coma in a hospital on Long Island. It was a hit and run, a witness said, and the guy driving the other car was weaving all over the highway. I just found that out this morning." There was a long, unbroken silence on the line. "Don't you think it's strange, Dominick, that she'd be here when her mother just might be dying?" The silence continued. Marcus sighed. "You think about it. If you still want her to stay at the compound, I'll bring her over this evening. Use one of the motor scooters. I don't want you in a helicopter again anytime soon. Besides, now I've got only one that's operational. I can't spare it." Dominick chuckled, and Marcus frowned into the phone. "Okay, think about it. Goodbye, my boy. Oh, by the way, Marcus, you might consider not mentioning what you learned to her. There are a few more things I want to work out. Leave it all to me." Marcus hung up the phone and leaned his head back in his chair. He wasn't so sure it was all that smart to have told Dominick about Rafaella's mother. He just wanted her off the island. He didn't want her hurt or dead. But there was no reason for Dominick to hurt her, unless... The thought of her in bed with Dominick wasn't a pleasant one. One thing he knew for sure, Rafaella Holland would never willingly go to bed with Dominick Giovanni. He finally managed to shake the thought out of his mind. Almost immediately, the Dutchman came into focus. He couldn't forget them, couldn't forget that they'd poisoned themselves. But why? To the best of Marcus's knowledge, Dominick had never resorted to torture. Delorio now, that sadistic little son of a bitch, was another story entirely. But damn it, he'd been in Miami, supposedly meeting with Mario Calpis. About drug trafficking? Against Dominick's express orders? He remembered the one and only incident when Delorio had acted on his own and pulled off a drug deal with some Colombians. Delorio had gotten off scot-free, but the DEA had found out enough about the deal to blame Dominick, and they'd sworn to get him. Delorio had made a cool $250,000 on the deal. Marcus had watched Dominick burn each $100 bill in front of his raging son. He wondered then if Delorio would snap, but he hadn't. It was later that one of the servant girls, a teenager from Antigua, had been found raped and beaten. The girl swore she didn't know who had done it to her. She'd been paid off and shipped back to Antigua. Marcus had no doubt it had been Delorio. Dominick had never said a word, merely commented it was high time for his son to marry, and he knew just the young lady who would suit his and Delorio's requirements. Marcus's thoughts veered back to the first assassination attempt. All the checking around about those Dutchmen had led to nothing concrete. Dominick had many competitors, fierce competitors, in arms dealing. Marcus knew that as the white market had dwindled markedly during the 1990s, the gray and black markets had become bloated with business opportunities. Antonio Cincelli, a powerful dealer in Italy, for example, he'd come awfully close to being busted by the Italian police just last year, when it was discovered that a small southern Italian weapons manufacturer he used was shipping mines and other weapons to Iran. Cincelli had gotten off, but he'd blamed Dominick, among others, for the fiasco and sworn, quite graphically, to shoot his balls off. Marcus himself had wondered if Dominick had tipped off the Italian police, used his influence in the corrupt government, but he'd never found out for sure. Then there was Oscar C. Blake, an American citizen born in Munich, Germany, who worked for and around the CIA, buying mostly Soviet-style weapons because they were less easily traced to the U.S. and they were cheap. He was a hard-nose, a real professional who claimed everything he did was just business, never anything personal. Who the hell knew? Marcus didn't. Nor could he dismiss Roddy Olivier. Talk about a ruthless psychopath. And powerful, so powerful it boggled the mind. He and Dominick had discussed these men, and a good half-dozen others. All powerful men, all ruthless and determined. They called themselves businessmen, but the kind of hardball they played was deadly. What did Bathsheba mean? Why the devil couldn't anyone trace that helicopter, or that ridiculous name? Odd, but Marcus would give more to understand that than he would to know the name of the man behind the attack on Dominick. Of course, the two were tied together. They had to be. Marcus didn't want Rafaella at the compound. Deloria wouldn't leave her alone. Paula would go after her. Why did she want to do a biography of Dominick Giovanni?
Another Louis Rameau? He wasn't. He wasn't a hero. He was a criminal. He wasn't a romantic criminal. Far from it, even though he could appear that way on the surface with his educated charm. Not all that many people even knew about him, except for all the feds and cops in San Francisco, Chicago, and New York. He was a criminal, and Marcus had known about him, at least indirectly, since he was 10 years old, way back in Chicago. He'd sure as hell known about Dominick's father-in-law, Carlo Carlucci. To think of him made Marcus's guts cramp with remembered pain. Why had Rafaella chosen Dominick? He planned to ask her this very evening. At 6 o'clock that evening, Rafaella opened her villa door to his knock. He gave her a cocky grin. "You look quite nice, but I guess you already know that. Another designer thing? It's a silk sundress with flowers on it, and you wouldn't know the designer's name, so I won't waste it on you." It was off the shoulders, and he remarked, "No bra. I like it even more." "Well, I don't like this," Rafaella said, as she eyed the motor scooter and the helmet she was to strap under her chin. "How do I know you can drive this sucker any better than you did the helicopter? Put your arms around my waist and be quiet." She laughed. "Can't take the heat? A very common male failing, I've noticed." He revved the motor scooter and spun out. Rafaella grabbed his waist and threw herself forward against his back. "I'll get you for that. Not until I stop this thing, you won't." He didn't stop it until they reached the helicopter remains on the middle ridge. "Off," he said, and swung his leg over. "Why are you stopping here? I want to ask you something, and you're going to tell me the truth, or I just might shake it out of you." Rafaella grew instantly still and braced herself. "Just as I had expected, I found out a bit more about you. Like the fact that your mother's in the hospital in a coma, and you're down here in the Caribbean, jet-setting around trying to weasel your way in with Dominick." "Why, and don't lie, Miss Holland. I know you from the inside out, I guess you could say." What to say? How had he found out? Well, she hadn't bothered to cover many tracks, because Dominick Giovanni wouldn't recognize her from her present connections that she was his daughter. He probably wouldn't have recognized her if she'd walked up to him and said, "Hi, Daddy. You remember Margaret in New Milford back in 1975? Why do you care? Talk, now." Rafaella just shook her head. She had to think, and think fast. Then she looked at him, really looked, and knew he was dead serious. His eyes were nearly black with concentration. She knew he'd catch her in a lie, and she wondered suddenly how he could have come to know her so well after such a short time. She sighed, becoming as serious as he. "All right, I can't tell you. Just why the hell not? I just can't. Are you going to tell Mr. Giuliani? I already did. Actually, it didn't seem to make all that great an impact. But with him, you never know. He's not all that straightforward, holds things close to his chest. I suggest you be very careful. If you're here for reasons other than a book, you should leave while you've still got your sweet hide intact. I'm here to do a book on him, that's all, I swear it. You'd better be telling the truth, because I think he finds you a bit toothsome. You could end up on your back in his bed if he doesn't like your writing. Sleep with my father?" She very nearly laughed at that. "Oh no," she said. "Oh no. You prefer younger men, do you? Why did you leave your mother?" "My mother's accident, her current condition, it's not relevant to this. I'd already planned to do this book, and my stepfather told me there was nothing I could do back home. I was there for nearly a week after the accident. Now I call him every day to check on her condition. Nothing's changed. But then, I assume you know I call every day to Long Island. Yes? Not a very trusting sort, are you? Since you're about as trustworthy and as upfront as most women, I'd say I'm pretty smart not to trust. Sexist? Not really. It's Dominick who's the sexist, which, if you stay, you'll discover for yourself. Take Coco, who's one smart lady. She's his mistress, he treats her well, buys her whatever she wants. But she's not his equal, not in his eyes. She's there to service him, to jolly him out of bad moods, to listen to him whenever he wants to talk, to feed his masculine ego. He wanted Delorio to marry Paula because he thought, mistakenly, that she'd straighten him out and produce offspring quickly and frequently. We're talking barefoot and pregnant here. God, was he off target there. She's hot for anything in jockey shorts. And the last thing she wants is a kid ruining her figure. If she had a child now, no one would know who the father was. Oh, and there's another thing. Deloria will be after you in a flash. He's like his old man in matters of the flesh. Unlike his old man, I've heard he isn't all that considerate a lover. He likes a woman to be utterly compliant, submissive. Why are you warning me, and with such explicit language? You don't even like me. You surely don't trust me. He gave her a slow smile then, his eyes lighting. Miss Holland, any woman I take on my front lawn, I don't like to have despoiled by some other man, particularly one with such tastes as Delorio has. No, no more throwing me on my back. I'm serious, and if you try your karate on me now, I'll tie you up and take you back to the resort. Oh yeah? You sound just like a little kid in the 6th grade, ready to fight it out. Come on, let's get going. Do you still want to go through with it? Certainly. Thanks for the warning. And Marcus, yeah? I'm just here to do that biography. Nothing more. I swear it to you. It's Dominick you'll have to convince, Miss Holland. 11. I want to drive the rest of the way, Rafaella said, and swung her leg over the motor scooter seat. The skirt of the dress wasn't full, but it had enough material to keep it from crawling up her legs. A pity, Marcus said, eyeing the skirt, then shrugged and climbed on behind her. He immediately hugged himself against her back, his arms around her waist. Not so tight, she said, and tried to shake free of him. It's bloody warm. When he only tightened his arms, she twisted about to face him. All right, lover boy, let me tell you something. You say you don't trust me? Well, I don't particularly trust you. And it's not a question of my virtue. It's just that you don't seem the type of man to me who would be content to run a resort for another man, no matter how swank, no matter how high the salary. What else do you see in your tea leaves? You're probably something of a renegade. You like to be in charge. Lord, do I ever know that personally. You value your independence, and you don't like to accept orders from other people. Interesting, Marcus thought. He moved his hands up until they were touching the undersides of her breasts. That should distract her. It sure was getting to him. But she didn't move, just looked at him. No, you're not what you seem, but you're not going to tell me, are you? Are you a crook, Mr. Devlin? A plain garden variety type criminal? Is Devlin even your real name, incidentally? Are you going to tell me what's in that strange-looking book I saw you with that first night? The one that made you cry? He felt the shock go through her body, but she didn't flinch. She was very good. He pushed a bit more. I saw it again on the side of your tub this morning. What is it? None of your business, she said, and gunned the motor scooter. He could hear her muttering curses under her breath, and he smiled at the back of her helmet. But he was worried. He'd been very worried since he'd spoken to Dominick. She was one smart cookie, and perceptive. She was also too impulsive, and that could get her hurt. It was a clear, sweet-scented evening, and for an unwanted moment, Rafaella found herself alone with Paula. Where was Coco? Marcus? Anyone? Paula wasted no time with preliminary skirmishes. So tell me, Miss Holland, which one are you after? Marcus, Dominick, or my husband? Rafaella merely smiled at Paula, who looked innocent and young and vulnerable in a pale peach silk sundress, her long light blonde hair hanging straight to her shoulders. She didn't look like she wanted to get in every guy's jockey shorts. I want you to leave. It isn't healthy here, not for someone like you. The two women were standing on the veranda that faced the swimming pool. The scent of hibiscus and bougainvillea filled the evening air. It was warm, but not uncomfortably so. The sun had just gone down, and it was that particularly spectacular time of evening in the Caribbean that lasted mere minutes. On the contrary, it's beautiful here. Just smell the air. So sweet. Don't you agree? Delorio's my husband. Congratulations, Rafaella said. Look, Paula, I swear to steer very clear of your husband. Satisfied? And Marcus? Why ever should you care about Marcus? You're not a bigamist, are you? You're not funny, Miss Holland. Very likely not. But you know, Paula, it's rather odd to be having this conversation in 2001. What do you mean? Paula's voice was heavy with suspicion. Women competing over men, arguing over them. Women not seeing each other as allies, but as natural enemies. You mean all that sisterhood crap our mothers preached back in the Dark Ages? That's what I mean. Listen up, Paula. I'm not after any man. You got that? Yeah? For someone who is not out to snare a guy, you sure do seem to put a whole lot of care into presenting a pretty package. I mean, that designer outfit isn't exactly sackcloth. No, it isn't. Paula had a point there. It wasn't that Rafaella hadn't ever exploited her looks, because she had. She'd played that angle plenty of times, for the sake of getting a story. She remembered coming onto that jerk neo-Nazi, Lazarus, he'd styled himself, to get him to talk.
Would you just believe, Paula, that there's more to life than men? So much for keeping her mouth shut. So much for coming across like a hypocrite, which she probably was. Really, she just didn't want to admit to herself that Marcus, in a revoltingly short time, had managed somehow to throw her so totally off balance again and again. You just try going after Marcus and you'll, what, Paula? Make you sorry. Such a little girl. At least that was how she was coming across. A spoiled little rich girl who needed the attention of any and all males constantly fastened exclusively on her. Rafaella eyed her closely. All Holbein had told her time and time again not to be satisfied with surface appearances. There's always something deeper, Rafe, even if the person comes across like a glowing idiot. Marcus had dismissed Paula as exactly what she appeared to be. But he was a man, and evidently Paula had come on to him. When he'd been helpless, what had she done? What are you grinning about? I was just remembering what Marcus told me about you, when he was helpless and you... She paused, not knowing how to proceed. She didn't have to. Paula went pale, then turned as red as the mahogany sideboard inside the dining room. Then she looked furious. He told you about that? Rafaella just shrugged, her smile never slipping. What had she done anyway? To her further surprise, Paula looked humiliated. That bastard. He loved it. He just pretended he didn't at first. He was hard and he enjoyed pushing into my mouth, and he was groaning and pushing, the damned bastard. And Paula was gone in a whirl of peach silk and long bare legs. What was that all about? Rafaella jumped guiltily at the sound of his voice. Oh, hello, Marcus. I don't suppose you were eavesdropping? No, even you couldn't have carried it off in magnificent silence, given the subject matter. Which was, here's a rum punch for you. She sipped it. It was too sweet and far too potent. She gave him a sweeter smile. Paula, taking advantage of you when you were down, and how you loved it. Well, well, he mused aloud, but Rafaella wasn't fooled for a moment. His fingers had tightened around his glass, and there was an interesting tick in his jaw. He was embarrassed. He was mad. He had wanted none of it. Rafaella was watching him and thinking how odd it was that she seemed to know him so well after only a few days. And she knew him, or was coming to know him, more quickly than she ever had another human being. You were really that helpless? When was this? I was shot here a while back. I was laid up in bed and too weak to fend her off. Coco tried to protect me, but she couldn't be there all the time. And Delorio? He was in Miami. I wasn't safe until he got back. Then Marcus stared at her. He'd just spilled his damned guts, and she hadn't really questioned him in a pushy way, hadn't pressured him, just looked at him so warmly, as if telling her would solve all his problems. Only it wouldn't. Telling her anything could get both of them killed. Look, Miss Holland, I don't want you here. I don't want you on this island. I doubt that I even want you in the Caribbean. You're dangerous to yourself, and you're damned dangerous to me. He was looking at her as though he wanted to smack her. Then he shook his head and plowed his fingers through his hair. Ugh, what the hell. And like Paula, he turned on his heel and stomped off. Only he walked in the opposite direction, along the side of the swimming pool, toward the far deep end. It was shrouded in evening shadows. Rafaella watched him, not moving. He was a complex man, and she wished desperately that she could have met him in another time, in another place, anywhere but here with Dominick Giovanni. She recognized this in herself and accepted it, but not willingly. He was making her crazy. Even now she was looking after him, not wanting him out of her sight. She watched him stop suddenly and jerk around. He stared down into the water. Then he dropped to his hands and knees, peering over the edge of the pool, his body tense, his eyes searching.
She watched him pull something out of his pocket and toss it behind him. Then, in a fluid movement, he straightened and dived into the water. Her heart jumped. Oh, Lord, what was wrong? What had he seen? A body? Something? Adrenaline surged. She ran to the other end of the pool, stared down into the shadowed water, saw Marcus's outline, and without further hesitation, kicked off her shoes and jumped in. She sucked in air and kicked downward, her beautiful silk floral dress billowing up around her chest. His hands went around her waist, and he pulled her to the surface, still holding her. She sputtered out water and tried to wipe her hair out of her eyes. "What are you doing? What's wrong? What's down there?" Marcus gave her an evil grin and pushed her against the side of the pool, letting her find her footing on the narrow ledge. It was nearly dark, they were in deep shadows, and the air was soft. Hummingbirds dived about the bougainvillea, pausing to feed, then dipping and fluttering to another blossom. Evening insects hummed. They were alone. Rafaella tried to pull away from him, but he held on. "You scared the hell out of me. What did you see? There was nothing in the pool." "Then why?" "I just wanted you to come running, and you did." Marcus wrapped her wet hair around his hand, pulling her forward, and kissed her. She felt him hard and pushing against her belly. The air went out of her, and every wonderful feeling imaginable swirled about inside her. And when he pulled back only to push her floating dress up to her breasts, she just looked at his mouth, wanting him to kiss her again. His hand slid up her thigh and beneath her panties. He jerked them down to her knees. Then he cupped her, his fingers closing over her, resting there, and he sighed and kissed her again. "Very nice, Miss Holland," he said in her mouth, and she wondered if she'd lost her mind. She kissed him again, resolving to worry about it later. He had the sexiest mouth, and his tongue? His fingers moved, and she moved with his fingers. His middle finger eased inside her, and she jerked against him, sucking in her breath in a loud whoosh. "Easy now," he said, and nibbled her earlobe. He pushed his finger deeper, then stopped, resting again, seemingly content, and she looked at him. His eyes were dark with pleasure and lust. She said the obvious again, because she couldn't think of anything else. "You did all that just to get me in the water?" It worked. He moved his finger and stroked his thumb over her, teasing and pressing inward until he'd found her. And he just stopped his fingers again. "You're such a little heroine, rushing headlong into the unknown, into dangers unimagined, straight into the pool, not caring what lurking terrors await you. Do you like this, Miss Holland?" And his resting fingers stopped resting. She moaned. "You do? Very nice. Yes, I knew you'd come dashing to my rescue, that or to satisfy your curiosity about what was in the pool. A fleet of Marines couldn't have held you back. I like that about you. You don't think, do you? You could have been St. Georgia. You don't worry about consequences? Evidently not. Just look at what I'm letting you do to me. There's a difference this time, and you know it. This time I firmly intend to take the final plunge. How about right now? I thought about your words this morning, your final plunge joke, and decided to carry through with it, replete with swimming pool and all the water you could want. I admit I would have felt the consummate fool, however, had you merely stood at the side of the pool and stared down at me. This way, you leapt to your fate with great willingness. Now, let's see if everything is working." He pulled back his hand and felt her lower body quiver when his fingers left her. He kissed her even as he unzipped his pants and freed his erect sex. "Now," he said with deep satisfaction. "Now."
He lifted her off the ledge, keeping her pressed against the pool wall, his fingers parting her, and, without warning, he came fast and hard into her. Rafaella cried out at the shock of him, deep and thick, filling her. But then he was kissing her again, holding her tightly against him, pressing her against the side of the pool, making the water swirl around them. And then his fingers found her, and quickly, so very quickly, she was struggling with an orgasm that would overwhelm her, make her lose control. And she didn't want that, but she couldn't stop it. She didn't understand this unacceptable effect he had on her, and at the moment, she simply didn't care whether she did or not. She cried out, and he quickly kissed her again, and moaned into her mouth, and pounded into her. And after she jerked and heaved and exploded wildly, he let himself go. He held her close, his cheek against her wet hair, still deep inside her. He said against her left ear, "You don't have to be concerned about the demise of my credit standing, Miss Holland. I took time to remove my wallet before I dived into the water. The only things ruined are my Italian loafers, and I must tell you that I consider this well worth it. Do you know where your panties went to? No? Still can't talk, huh? I can't believe I let you do that," she said finally, her mouth against his neck, and she was kissing him. She made no effort to get away from him. Why not? You wanted it. I'm an amiable man, a kind man. I hate to see a grown woman suffer. A grown woman is going to kill you with a rock. Talk like that makes me shrivel. Well, would you like to stop kissing my neck? Come back to sanity? To good old Paula? Who knows? Maybe she's watching. He pulled out of her, not wanting to, held to the edge of the pool with one hand and zipped up his slacks with the other. He saw her face in the dim light and smiled. She looked dazed and sated. He liked that. Her eyes were lazy and unfocused, and a very light blue, not a dollop of gray. He frowned. Light blue. Very light. It was familiar to him. He'd seen... You want your drawers? Or do we let Juan, the pool boy, find them in the morning? Yeah, let's. It'll give him a thrill. You don't monogram them, do you? No, of course not. How could I forget so easily? I have a pair of your panties, the ones I pulled off you that memorable evening in my front yard. I wondered what happened to them. Do you keep women's panties as trophies? I never thought about that. It would save the bedposts from all those notches, wouldn't it? The ones from the other night are nice, all light blue with a sexy bit of cream-colored lace around the crotch. Maybe I can just drape them over the bedpost. Maybe put your name under them on a little plaque so no one will get confused. What do you think? Rafaella shivered, not from cold, because both the air and the water were warm enough to bathe in. She pushed her hair away from her face. Her beautiful, scossy floral silk sundress, ruined, all $800 worth. And she hadn't cared. She'd done it without a thought, without a whimper. She'd enjoyed herself immensely, flamboyantly. I think I should go find myself a rock, a nice big solid rock. He leaned over her and kissed her again, then pulled himself out of the pool. He squished his feet. My poor loafers. Well lost, I suppose, to the overpowering needs of love. Lust, you fool. Lust. You want a hand? He held out his hand to her, and she didn't know whether to trust him or not. She decided she couldn't get any wetter, and gave him her hand. Evidently, he'd decided the same thing, because he jerked her right out of the water and into his arms. He released her after a quick hug. I suggest you change. I imagine that Dominick will wonder what happened if you're late for dinner. I didn't bring any other clothes. You know that. Speak to Coco, he said, smiled down at her as he flicked a fingertip over her cheek, and strolled away, whistling as if he hadn't a care in the world. I've got to be the biggest fool alive, she said, and went off in search of Coco. To everyone she saw in the house, she said, I fell in the pool, and that was it. Coco, thankfully, didn't say a word, just looked at her and gave her that I know what you've done smile. The borrowed skirt and blouse didn't fit all that badly, bought for her, Coco told Rafaella, some 18 months before when she'd been a size smaller. You're so tall and willowy, it's not fair. You're quite tall enough, Rafaella, just not as tall as a model. You aren't intimate with Marcus, huh? Now you need to use my blow dryer. You want a curling iron? By that smile on your face, I imagine he's as good as his reputation. You've only got 10 minutes until we're to be downstairs. Of course, by now, I assume everyone knows you, fell in the swimming pool. That's right, Rafaella said, her voice as steady as the rock she intended to pound over Marcus's head. There were quite a few people waiting in the living room. No one said a thing about the pool incident. Dominick introduced a man to her as his lieutenant, Frank Lacey. It made him sound like part of a police force. He was a gaunt man with a receding hairline and a smile that looked pained. He probably hadn't smiled for real for at least 20 years. He had sad eyes. He didn't say anything to Rafaella, merely nodded when Dominick introduced her. He looked like someone's overworked father. And Merkel, you know, of course, my dear. Yes, hello, Merkel. And Link. He keeps the compound running smoothly. He's my major domo of sorts. Hello, Link. Rafaella wondered if that was his first or last name.
He had a clever face, thin and intelligent. She'd ask later. I've invited B's 3 gentlemen to dine with us because they're part of my life, and you may wish to speak to them later. Link, you'll discover, is an expert on historical murders and murderers. His current investigations involve... Well, you tell her, Link. The man was shy. It was a pained voice that said, Helene Gigato, ma'am. She was a cook who loved to poison her employers. She enjoyed watching them suffer. She ended up as a cook in a convent, but so many of the sisters died that the authorities were called in. They discovered that she'd killed over 60 people. And all these people hired her without references, Merkel remarked. Good grief, Rafaella said. That's wonderful. I want to hear more stories, please, Link. He agreed, and Dominick said, He told you one of the least sensational and least gory. Now that you've asked, beware. Now Merkel, the dear fellow, doesn't cotton to murder. He's into fashion. Any advice you need, he'll consult his GQ. Well, Al, she thought, you're quite right. No one is really what he seems to be on the surface, except for Marcus, whom I recognized as many-leveled from the outset. He, the jerk, obviously had another wardrobe here at the compound. He looked utterly unmussed, very well dressed in white slacks and an open-collar white shirt. With his tanned face and black hair and blue eyes, he looked like a bandit who made love like no man she'd ever known in her life. She wanted her fill of kissing him, and she had no idea how long that could take. She'd never imagined letting a man orchestrate such play with her. What Marcus had done was beyond her experience. It should have been distasteful. He'd played with her, enjoying both himself and her, and she had to admit, had had the time of her life. Why couldn't he at least have a roll of fat around his middle or a receding chin? Marcus strolled over about 5 minutes later and handed her another rum punch. It's not so sweet this time. She sipped it, and the rum content nearly knocked off her borrowed pantyhose. When's your period due? Ah, so you're suddenly concerned about being a daddy. I got so carried away with my daring scheme in the swimming pool that I didn't use a condom. You're on the pill, aren't you? Didn't I see some on the counter in your bathroom just this morning? Let the jerk suffer.
Rafaella closed her eyes for a moment and said, That's all I need, to be pregnant by a man who's going to be murdered by me with a rock. The jury won't believe I hate you because of my fat stomach. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have rushed the thing. He sounded sincere, and she looked at him. There was no amusement in his eyes this time. She said, My period's due in a couple of days, and yes, I'm on the pill. No problem. You're regular? You'll tell me if you're not okay, won't you? How in heaven's name couldn't I be okay? And what would you do? Leave the island? Fly to Mongolia and become a monk? I don't know. I'll think about it. His amused look returned in full measure, and he turned away to talk to Coco. Dominick came on cat's paws beside her, and she prayed he hadn't overheard anything. Something bothers you, Rafaella? Marcus, perhaps? Oh, no. I was just thinking about my fall into your beautiful swimming pool. I'm usually not so clumsy. Indeed. He knew something. Surely Marcus wouldn't brag about it, would he? He wouldn't have had to. Everybody probably had seen that he was as wet as she was. You must tell me what your favorite foods are, Rafaella, and I'll pass it along to Jiggs. Dookie's really quite a fine cook. Marcus will bring your clothes over tomorrow. Coco's clothes look fine on you, but I'd imagine that you'd be more comfortable in your own. That's my father speaking to me, she thought, and he hasn't a clue. She realized he'd just given an order she had no intention to obeying, an order that would mean that Marcus would go through her things. And Marcus wouldn't stop there. He'd search her villa. Her mother's journals were hidden under the edge of the carpet that curved beneath her dressing table. It would take someone good to find them, but Marcus was good, no doubt about that. She hadn't really worried about the journals until now. She probably should have, but she hadn't. She was worried about them now. If Marcus found them, he'd give them to Dominick, and it would be all over. Rafaella realized she'd been stupid to bring 3 of the journals, but she hadn't wanted to leave them behind. She'd wanted to study them. She'd wanted to feel the rage flow through her when she read again and again what he'd done to her mother. And Marcus already wondered about her mother's journals.
What would Dominick do if the journals got into his hands? Kill her? Kiss her? And say, "Hello, daughter? Actually, I hadn't realized you expected me to stay here tonight, Dominick. I would prefer packing my own things and returning for the duration tomorrow." "As you wish," he said, and his slight frown turned to a beguiling smile. "I suppose you've gathered that I want you to write my biography." Coco had told her, but to hear him say it was quite another thing. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you very much. I'll try to do justice to my subject. We'll speak of approaches and ground rules tomorrow. Since I am to be your subject, I do insist upon having full approval over what you write. I'll also be your editor. There will be certain areas that will warrant more emphasis than others, and of course I will be the one to select those areas. For example, you know from Coco that I fund several drug rehab programs in the States. Not, of course, that I would want to dwell overly on those activities, but a mention would be appropriate. Other areas of my life simply aren't relevant, and those won't be mentioned. I don't foresee any problems, Rafaella. You and I will work well together. As long as I do exactly what I'm told, she thought, but not at all the same. She understood very well what he wanted to do. He wanted to rearrange facts, make himself look like the benevolent philanthropist. He wanted to recreate himself and his life. He wanted to write everything but the actual words. She was to be his secretary, to record the great man's life. Just let him think that. It was fine with her. Also, unspoken but very well understood, was the threat that she'd better do exactly as he dictated. After a wonderfully cool dinner of fresh shrimp, lightly buttered rolls, Caesar salad, and cheese and fruit, they adjourned again to the living room. Nothing of any particular import had been said during dinner. Rafaella realized that Paula was interested in both the man Link and in Marcus, but neither man appeared to return her interest. Coco hung on Dominick's every word, yet managed at the same time to direct general conversation to each guest in turn. She was the perfect hostess, the perfect mistress, cool and gracious and beautiful. Paula was sulking by the time the Caesar salad arrived, no longer giving Marcus heated looks whenever she thought Deloria wasn't looking. And as for Delorio, Rafaella's half-brother stared at her breasts for 2-minute stretches. Merkel and Lacey ate remarkable amounts of food and said little. Link looked faintly worried. Rafaella was ready to bolt when she saw Dominick in private conversation with Marcus. Dominick used his hands when he spoke. He should have looked insignificant next to Marcus. After all, he was much slighter of build and shorter and older. But he didn't. He looked powerful and strong and decisive. He was her father, and she hated him more at that moment than she ever had before. He was very real, very solid, and she felt a shiver of fear. What were they talking about? She was determined to get back to the resort. She'd been a fool to leave the journals in her villa, no matter how well they were hidden. No way would she allow Marcus into her villa without her. What could she do with the journals? Not the resort safe. Marcus would be in there in a flash. And the journals told everything. And he'd already told her he didn't trust her. She was a fool, 1,000 times a fool, becoming more of one every day. In fact, every time she was with Marcus. She'd had a wonderful time making love with him, in the deep end of the swimming pool, just after giving Paula a woman-to-woman talk about self-esteem and self-reliance and sisterhood. Rafaella decided she'd been full of it. She was hourly learning things about herself that weren't at all comforting. She was relieved when Dominick didn't raise a fuss about her leaving that evening. Merkel accompanied them as pilot. "It ain't as if Mr. Giovanni doesn't trust you, Marcus," Merkel said, then smiled and shrugged. "Well, I don't. I'm glad you're here, Marcus," Rafaella said, and indeed she was. His presence saved her from Marcus and his mockery and his teasing and his wonderful mouth and equally wonderful hands and fingers. She wondered if he would have made love to her in the helicopter, 1,000 feet up. Unfortunately, it was Marcus who walked her back to her villa once they'd sat down on the helicopter pad. "I'll wait with you," he said shortly. "Dominick's decided he wants you to come back to the compound tonight." "No," Rafaella said, with a perfectly pleasant and final voice. She was scared, very scared, but she couldn't let Marcus see it. "No what?" "No, I'll go back to the compound tomorrow, just as I told Dominick I would. I have no intention of going back tonight. I don't want to rush my packing. And no, I don't want your help. Good night, Marcus." She closed the door in his face and quickly locked it. She didn't hear a sound for many moments. "I have a key, Rafaella. Try using it, and you're a dead man." Nothing but silence. Then she heard him walking away, whistling. 12. Giovanni's Island, March 2001. Marcus waved goodbye to Punk, who sported a pale blue stripe through her hair today, and walked down the immaculately trimmed walkway to the executive wing of the resort. The Chicago banker, Punk had told him in some disgust, was a dud, but she'd found a guy from San Diego who was a hunk. And what did Marcus think of him? The guy in question was about 20 years old, a beautiful blonde California surfer who did his workouts directly in front of the mirrors. "The three of you should have a great time," he'd told her, and Punk laughed and laughed.
"Should just join him," she told Marcus, "and they'd have an orgy." His workout had gone well. He had nearly full rotation back in his shoulder, and if his strength wasn't yet at 100%, it was close. He could take on Miss Holland. He went directly into the private entrance to his office, not wanting to see Callie just yet. He quietly locked the door, then pulled the small electronic device from his pants pocket, flipped the blue switch, and walked slowly about the room. Nothing. No bugs. He was more relieved to find nothing than to find a listening device. It meant he was trusted. Then he pulled out his cell phone and punched in Savage's number in Chicago. Savage answered on the second ring. "Yeah, Marcus? What's going on?" "Giovanni's made another deal. He told me about it last night. This one will go through a munitions factory in Lyons, France, with an end-user certificate showing the stuff is going to Nigeria. It'll be rerouted to Bombay, of all places, then to the Middle East, to Syria. It's all above board, approved by the French government. Giovanni's name isn't being used at all. And the man who's rerouting the arms to Syria is so crooked I can't believe he can still walk straight. Jack Bertrand." Savage whistled. "That fellow's worked with the CIA in the past, hasn't he? Getting arms to places they don't want to be involved with directly?" "Yes, and he's used this French munitions factory a couple of times in the past, but not for the CIA. You know the scam well enough. When was the deal approved?" "Yesterday. Giovanni proved his trust now." He heard the optimism in Savage's voice. "Not so fast, John. It would appear so, but I wouldn't swear to it still. He wants me to fly to Marseille and oversee the packing and crating and delivery of the goodies, mines for the most part, on this shipment. Onto the ship, that is, in actuality bound for Bombay, not Nigeria. It's Bertrand he doesn't particularly trust on this one, so he wants me to finalize the deal and handle the money transfer before the mines leave France. It's Bertrand's job to see that the stuff gets to Syria. My bet is the stuff ends up in Syria. Giovanni didn't consider that a need to know for me, so he didn't tell me." Savage whistled. "Really, old buddy, it sounds like you finally got him." "No, not yet, unfortunately. Now, don't get hot under your collar, Savage. Giovanni's clean on this one. No one could prove he's involved, except at the highest levels, and even my testimony wouldn't be enough. I've been through this same kind of deal too many times to think it'll soon be over. Maybe we won't even get this Bertrand character. It will take more time." "Do you think the French authorities will put the munitions factory out of business when they find out about this deal?" "No, but hopefully they'll investigate and find the greedy little sons of bitches doing the stealing from the factory. As for Bertrand, he has powerful friends, and those powerful friends have other powerful friends. Tell Hurley to let the mines go through, at least until they get to Bombay. He can stop them there. Of course, everyone will throw up their hands and claim they know nothing about anything and just look at the end-user certificate. Also, I won't be suspected. If anything, it'll be one of the little guys at the munitions factory, playing off both ends. We'll just have to bide our time. It's past time for you to get out, Marcus. I know we've had this conversation before, but damn it, listen to me. You've done your duty. Just blow off this assassination thing. Let whoever it is have another go at him. Let him get killed. Who cares?" Marcus sighed. "You do, John, and so do I, not to mention Uncle Morty. Damn Uncle Morty. Oh, hell, I don't mean that. All right, have it your way.
Incidentally, your mom is with him a great deal of the time. You just be careful, particularly in Marseille. You're dealing with real scum. Bertrand's connected to Olivier, isn't he? I doubt it, but Dominick didn't tell me. You know what he and Olivier think of each other. Working together on this? Hard to believe. How's your reporter doing? She'll be going back to the compound this morning. She's stubborn, wants to fracture my head with a rock. She knows karate as well as I do. And there was a deep chuckle. Sounds like you're having a fine old time. I saw a photograph of her on the back of her hardcover. So? She looks fascinating. Those bright eyes of hers, what are they? Green? No, pale blue. When she's mad, they're flecked with gray. She'll be all right with you off the island? Yes, at least she'd better be. Marcus rang off after a few more minutes, and he wasn't thinking of Rafaella as a killer anymore. He was thinking of her as a woman who was vulnerable and naive and arrogant. Yeah, she had a smart mouth. He was worried about her. He'd be gone for 3 days, maybe longer. The good Lord only knew what kind of trouble she could get herself into during that time. He rose and slipped out through the private entrance of his office. He wondered if he could talk Miss Holland into some good old-fashioned necking before he took her over to the compound. He'd even be content with more talk about camping when they'd been kids. There were so many off-limit subjects. It only added to his frustration. He wanted to know her, really know her. He wanted to talk to her, really talk. He wanted to get beyond the superficial jokes and baiting. Probably she wouldn't even speak to him. She'd been pretty pissed with him last night. And he thought he knew why. There was the swimming pool thing, of course, but she'd enjoyed herself immensely. No, she'd refused to stay at the compound because she'd been afraid he'd search her villa. And he would have. He wondered if he could get her out of there even now so he could search. He should have thought of it sooner. A phone call from the States? No, he couldn't do that. Should think it was about her mother. He didn't want to frighten her like that just to search her villa. He wanted to read that strange-looking book of hers. It occurred to him now why it was strange. It was because it wasn't a published book. No, it was something like a diary or a journal. He wanted very much to know its contents. But Rafaella wasn't stupid. When he asked her if she'd like to have breakfast with him, she agreed immediately. And he knew that she'd already hidden the book, and he'd never have a chance of finding it. He took her to breakfast. No choice. She looked fresh and young, guileless as a nun, in white slacks and a pale blue blouse. She'd French-braided her hair and was wearing next to no makeup. She looked just fine to him. More than just fine. You look chipper this morning. You sleep well? Or were you too busy burying things? Her fingers tightened around the coffee cup. I ran last night and took all my valuables, all my collectibles, all my secret documents with me and buried them deep. You'll never find them, so you can just forget it. That's what I thought you'd done. He sighed, sat back in his wicker chair, and crossed his arms over his chest. I hope you took high tide into consideration and didn't bury the goodies too close to the shoreline. She slapped her hand to her forehead. Oh, goodness me, so silly of little old me, and so stupid. It must be my hormones acting up. You did say last night that your period was due soon. That earned him a hiss that he chose to ignore. All right, so you're good. I should have coshed you over the head last night and searched your place. You're making my life difficult, Miss Holland. But then you start kissing me, and I find I'm ready to forgive you just about anything. She opened her mouth, but he raised his hand to stop her. No, don't say it. You've got a rock in your villa now, with my initials on it. Rafaella smiled at him. You're good-looking, Marcus. Even while I carved your initials in that rock, I thought you were good-looking. Even when I think you're the biggest jerk alive, I still think you're good-looking. And a superb lover? Given the constraints of 8 feet of water, of course. She just looked at him. Finally, she said, Yes, I've never done anything so crazy before. I just didn't care, didn't think. That's odd, isn't it? He wished she wouldn't talk like that. It scared him to death and worried the hell out of him. He decided superficial talk was better. At the very least, it was safer. He said abruptly, Yeah, it's bloody odd. I've never trusted good-looking men before. Not that I trust you, of course. There was that Spanish boy who was a senior when I was a lowly freshman, and he was divine-looking. At least that's what all the girls thought. But I didn't trust him. And I trusted him even less when he turned his Latin black eyes in my direction. She stopped, and her look was one of profound worry. I wish I understand this thing about you. I'm a plain and simple man. There's nothing to understand. Sure, and my managing editor is an evangelist bound for heavenly climes. Well, we're even. I've never particularly trusted good-looking women. She laughed. No hesitation, no guile. She just laughed at him. That's absurd. You're trying to make me believe that you don't know you're good-looking? Able to shiver my timbers if you really try? She looked at him then. Her laughter dried up. I'm not in your league, Mr. Devlin, or whatever your name is. I should be the one running a check on you, but I'll bet whatever you are, whoever you are, no one would find out. You're that good, aren't you? I wonder, Miss Holland, if anyone had asked me, I would have assured them that you could play well in any league at all. I'd also tell them that you made the cutest little noises in your throat when you were nearing your climax. And your legs are strong from all that running. I like how I wonder where the waitress is, Rafaella said, and looked around. Did you go to your senior prom? Did you wear a guy's senior ring? Do you like football? She cocked her head at him, the waitress forgotten. Yes, no, and yes, I love football. Who's your favorite NFL team? The 49ers. I'm in love with Bryant Young and J.J. Stokes and... He held up a hand, laughing. More lust. Do you watch the games on Sundays? Yes, I do. I have the Sunday Tribune, coffee, and croissants from my neighborhood bakery. Also, I'm in on the betting pool at the Tribune. I've won over $300 the past couple of seasons. How about you? I'm a Bears fan. What else? He fell silent, picturing suddenly being in bed with her on a fall Sunday morning, watching a game until the half, then making love, watching more of a game, arguing about plays. He hurt suddenly and said abruptly, I'm leaving the island today. Rafaella, startled, quickly looked back at him. She realized she didn't want him to go. It was disconcerting and vastly annoying. Why? Or is this another one of your secrets? I've got some business in France. Nothing much. I'll be back by Friday. One thing, Miss Holland, be careful at the compound. I'm very serious. Don't trust anyone. Don't act first without thinking. You understand me? What I don't understand is why you're warning me. He shrugged and waved a hand toward Melissa, one of the waitresses. You're terrific in the deep end. Just be careful. Hi, Melly. A jolly, beautiful morning, isn't it? Toast and half a grapefruit, please. Miss Holland, do you have 3 initials or just the 2? Coffee, please, Melissa, and a croissant. Marcus watched Melissa's long legs as she made her way toward the kitchen. I wonder if Juan found your panties in the pool yet. He's 18 and horny. He'll go mad, probably frame them on the wall next to his bed. What's your business in France? Or maybe old Delorio found them. He likes to swim early in the mornings. You be careful of him. Marcus sat forward and grabbed her hand, squeezing it. I mean it. Don't trust a soul. Now, what was in that journal you hid? No information from him, Rafaella thought. The close-mouthed, slippery clam. Ah, here's our breakfast. He released her hand. Keep up your strength, Miss Holland. When I get back, I'll have thought up new and even more exciting ways of easing you out of your virtue. The Bridges, Southampton, Long Island, March 2001. Charles Winston Rutledge III carefully laid the phone receiver back in its cradle. Still the same. The doctors had detected some improvement in the EEG, but they remained guarded in the prognosis. There's always a chance, Mr. Rutledge, they'd say. It was their litany. Had flown in Dr. Jacob Phyllis, one of the foremost neurologists in the world. There was a chance, Dr. Phyllis had told him, following a bout of profound thought on his part. He'd then patted Charles's arm as if he were a worried parent or a 5-year-old patient, and told him not to worry. Damned old fool. And the other doctors would gather around and chant their litany. There's always a chance, Mr. Rutledge. Don't give up. Always a chance. It had become his litany as well. Margaret had to live. She would live. He literally couldn't go on without her. He knew it, had known it for a very long time. He punched in a call to B.J. Lewis, a private investigator in Manhattan. He identified himself and was put through instantly to the great man himself, a self-image that Charles found amusing at the best of times and ludicrous at the worst of times, like right now. But Lewis was good, more than good. Rutledge here. Anything? Charles prepared himself for disappointment, ready to grunt neutrally to cover his irritation, his annoyance with everyone around him who professed an expertise and didn't come through. Not, of course, that there'd been much for B.J. Lewis to go on. A dark sedan, 4-door, the driver probably drunk, a car that should be damaged on the passenger side since it had hit Margaret's car on her side. But he wasn't to be disappointed, not this time. He sat forward in his chair, clutching the phone. "My God, are you certain, B.J.?" He listened again, his hand shaking with excitement. "Of course I don't know." "Then, keep on it," he said finally. "You know as well as I do that we can't rush this. Keep gathering evidence. I've got to do some thinking." He listened for a few more moments, then rang off. B.J. had very probably found the individual who'd struck down Margaret, then sped off. At least had firmly identified the car and the owner, who'd probably been driving. Charles didn't know what he'd expected, but it wasn't this. A woman owned that car. A damned drunk woman hit Margaret. Her name was Sylvia Carlucci. And B.J. had wondered rhetorically if Charles knew of this woman. She was infamous for the sheer number of dollars she flung about, the number of martinis she could belt down, and the number of young studs she took to bed. Charles rose slowly to his feet. When he'd hired B.J., it was out of a need to do something, anything, to make him feel he had some modicum of control. But he hadn't expected this. No, anything but this. A drunk kid, perhaps, scared and panicked, but not Sylvia Carlucci. Even if she'd been a nun, people would have known about her. She'd never been a low-profile lady, because her father was Carlo Carlucci of Chicago. Sylvia Carlucci, about 50 years old now, and still going strong. Strong with the booze, strong with the young stud she hauled around, and there was her husband, of course, who'd kicked her out of his life many years before. Not that they'd been close for a decade before that. But no divorce, of course. No divorce. Not the daughter of Carlo Carlucci, who still lived in a penthouse on Michigan Avenue, all of 75 years old now, still surrounded by his cronies, scores of parasites. The irony of it nearly bowled him over. The phone rang. It was his private line. He knew that no one in his household would answer this line. He walked back to his desk and picked up the phone. Only 6 people knew of this number. "Yes? Rutledge here. I've missed you, Charles." This was all he needed. He pitched his voice low and filled it with false patience.
Listen to me, Claudia. I don't know why you called, but I don't need this. My wife is still in the hospital, still in a coma, and I'm rather busy, what with my business and worrying about her. But it's been so long, and I do miss you. Charles looked across the expanse of his library, through the bow windows that gave onto the east lawn. It was a lovely prospect, even with the winter naked trees and the brown grass and the pruned rose bushes. Everything was dormant, even Margaret. But Claudia wasn't dormant. Beautiful, talented Claudia. He couldn't remember why the hell he'd even let her into his life. But then, of course, he did. It was her mouth. Quite simply, it was the lady's mouth. Look, Claudia, I just can't. We broke it off over 6 months ago. I meant it then. I still mean it. I'm sorry. She ignored his words and started talking to him, describing what she would do to him in great and imaginative detail. She knew he was aroused in a flash when she did it, and he was now. Only this time his brain was more in control than his cock. He waited until she finished her expert performance, another litany, this one designed to arouse him beyond thought. Finally, she paused, and he said, "Claudia, I would very much like for you to accept a small token of my appreciation." He forgot that he'd already given her quite a fancy token many months before, when he'd finally broken with her. "Let's say a diamond bracelet from Cartier. I'll have it delivered to you this afternoon.
No, no, I can't bring it myself." As he said the words, he knew he was weakening, knew in his soul that he wanted the thoughtless release she would bring him. Just a moment out of time, just an hour out of 24, with nothing in his consciousness, nothing in his brain, just the sexual release of the appalling tension in his body. And afterward, she'd be so sweet. She'd listen to him, sympathize, be anything he wanted her to be. He was weak, and he hated himself, but he was a man, and his father had always said that men were strong in those things that counted. Men also needed sex, and they deserved pleasure for all their hard work. Men could stray. He'd used those arguments his entire married life with his first wife, Edith. But there'd been another reason with Margaret, a reason that made him furious and sick and frightened. But that wasn't important now. Claudia was gone from his life, long gone, his decision made months before. He remembered how several times he'd caught Margaret staring at him, worry and love in her eyes, and he'd wondered what she was thinking, and wondered if she might have heard of Claudia. And then he'd taken her to bed and told her with his body how much he loved her, only her. Of course, there was so much more now, always more to understand, more to be explained, to know and deal with. Charles then called Clement, his chauffeur, and told him to drive to Manhattan, to Cartier, and pick up a package for him. Then he called Mr. Clifford, the manager of Cartier, and ordered up the small token of his appreciation. When he hung up the phone, he found that he was thinking of his son's wife, Susan.